Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people are platform for him who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop, be respectful to Showore. Cast here and be insulting Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Amari, hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't say. No, this is not good. You see, this what I think
that's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. Don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he's coming down to say that, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People stage coup in Nigeria. They never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't like
Dr. Wumi, if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago,
yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drugs, and I know a lot of people who distributed drugs. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug,
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sure. Thank you so much.
And this interior, don't feel like you are making a mistake. And I've actually had this is exhausting our people. My God, this is exhausting. I think I'm going to leave this place because people are exhausting. And I've had this conversation with CM. And he pretended as if he doesn't know the context you were talking from. This is scary. This is just scary. Our people,
because
are so dishonest.
You see videos,
you know what?
Sorry, forefather.
You should come and take over. You are too dishonest.
No, let me see.
I'm tired of you people. It's unbelievable. Show can come and take over. Show you can come and take over, please.
Forefather.
These people are just full of dishonesty.
Please.
They will never tell you the truth. I don't know
what are you accusing me? You've seen
whether it's deliberate or not.
Calm down, please.
Something is wrong. Something is broken in our people.
Father.
Something is broken.
Calm down.
We had long conversation. That's made this.
They asked a question. I gave you instances.
A long one.
I gave you instances.
We should always spend more time examining the foundations of our arguments than we spend proclaiming the conclusions. The reason is simple. When the basis of a claim is incorrect, the decision arrived at with those claims must also be false. And wrong decisions are almost always dangerous.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Manuel Alaba Ferreira, and I'm broadcasting live from Chicago. I'm here hosting on behalf of Rudolph Okonkwo, Have Your Say. And today is Father's Day, and I want to wish all great fathers and not so great fathers out there a very happy Father's Day. Today, we will be covering a wide range of issues and topic, and topmost among them would be the issue of the labor strike. Today, being Father's Day, there are 4 words that comes to my mind regarding fathers. The one is what is a father, and how it relates to your nation. The issue of the labor union. The voices of Nigerians being heard, the struggle and discourse. I did volunteer to moderate the show because I'm always interested in elevating the topic of discussions for the show and making sure that as we address Nigerian issues, we also propound some possible solutions to the problems that has bedeviled Nigeria for the past 64 to 65 years. Today is Father's Day. Usually when you think about a father, being someone of faith, 4 keywords come to mind, which is adoration, concentration, supplication, intercession, and key protection. Being a father to a child is as important as having a nation be a father to a family. Nigeria is indeed a fatherless nation as it stands right now because of the issues the people are going through, even though it has leaders. So for these 5 key terms I like to look at for fathers, I look at them from the perspective of a nation also. One is adoration. That's when you have deep love and respect for your children, for your father, for your children, for the family. You have deep love and respect for them. When those who have major faith in Christianity, when they pray and they talk about the Lord's Prayer, these 5 key words come up: adoration, concentration, protection. So when you are adored, it means someone has deep love and respect for you. The question is, does our country have deep love and respect for us? Secondly, concentration comes up from the Lord's Prayer. The Lord's Prayer, consecration. This means to have or to devote irrevocably to the worship, or by a solemn ceremony to devote irrevocably to the worship of God by solemn ceremony. This is part of what the one-time president of the United States was saying when he gave his Gettysburg speech, which is one of the greatest presidential speeches ever given regarding the concept of democracy, which we claim we practice. And in a paragraph from his speech, he said, but in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate and we cannot concentrate. We cannot hollow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have concentrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what the men did. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to their unfinished work, which they who fought here have those far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us. From this honored dead, we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave their last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that this dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Very great speech. And it highlights the key terms of fatherhood in itself, which is consecration, and how he consecrated those hollow speeches in memory of the term democracy in itself. Also, when you pray the Lord's Prayer, Father, supplication is a major aspect of that prayer. We say, give us our daily bread. It's a prayer to God or a respectful request to someone in authority for help. Nigerians are crying out for help on a daily basis, and it seems no one is hearing their call. We call to God for help. A child calls to his father for help. All these things are kind of connected in a way. Also, within that is the terms intercession. Is the term intercession in our Father's prayer, which is we expect your Father to intercede on your behalf, to put forth a petition or an entreaty in favor of another. This is another key term that comes out when one says the Lord's Prayer, and it relates to fatherhood. We pray to the Heavenly Father, spiritual, and in the temporal sense, the Father on earth to a child, and the father to that father is the spiritual being or super being, whichever one you believe. And the last aspect of that comes out from being a father is the key term of protection. Protection. Lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. It is a key term which is a preservation from injury or harm. On a daily basis, Nigerians are being injured, they're being harmed. They have no protector. Their government doesn't really play this role properly, and they're being harmed. So there's a connection right there between nationhood, fatherhood. There's a key connections. Also, today's topic will be dwelling most likely on labor union who are currently backing on a strike and are making demands. The strikes are results of employees calling for livable wages and better benefits while they deem it essential throughout. They've endured immense risk as workers, and they're saying that they need help. They need help because the rising cost of living is affecting them, and their take-home pay cannot even take them home with the rate of inflation that's going on heavily in Nigeria. So what are the roles of labor unions in the life of a nation? Unions are an essential safety net. They exist to hold employers accountable. They advocate for livable wages and fight to protect workers from unsanitary or dangerous working conditions or long hours, unfair benefit, and other risks. So unions help workers. They help workers have a sense of community and strength, and they have strength in numbers. So collectively, they hold power. They have power, and they could hold those in power accountable. So unions will be key to most of our discussions, but the presentation for today is going to take a little different tone before we start adding people to join us. The key aspect would be we have a presentation in form of like a mini small PowerPoint where can the labor union save Nigeria? And under that, after this brief introduction I've just given, we will be looking at the weekly news event that has occurred over the week, the current strike, what the news are saying about that, and if the labor strike is a very viable tool to changing the Nigerian context. Then we will be asking key questions, and we require your voice in these answers. We will be asking the question, what is Nigeria to you? We want to hear your view on what your perspective to this is. This is have your say. We will also be asking down the line, if we have enough time, in Nigeria, where everybody knows the problem, why is there no solution? Why is the problem been there over 40, 45 years, 24 years, 60, 64 years, and the problem is still there? Personally, from my own experience, everybody talks, when I went to go serve about 30 years ago, everybody talks about Nigerian problem, and it amazes me that that nobody has a solution. I remember when my uncle came to pick me up from youth service. After my youth service, actually, I served with the likes of Dimeji Bankole, who was a one-time speaker during this political dispensation. My uncle asked, so what's your experience in this, your youth service here? I said, oh, I noticed that everybody seems to know the problem. How come there's no solution? And that was 30 years ago. And he smiled and gave me a quiet response and said, well, Nigerians are politically naive. That's why there is no political solutions to their problem, and they keep doing the same thing over time. So the goal of most of the discussions we have, although some people see our discussions as a kind of form of therapy, is that we hope we could educate people, enlighten hearts, and change minds. The only revolution Nigeria needs is the revolution of the mind. So on our agenda also, we would ask for your help to help us in highlighting what is Nigeria's major problem. We will give us a list of problems, 1 to 10. We want you to arrange it from the highest to the lowest. If you were suddenly made president today, what are the top 10 problems and which one, how would you address them? That should be on our agenda for today. And of course, we want you to have a say in telling us who is going to help us fix the Nigerian problem. And also what we call democracy today. Is a real democracy, or is it just a fallacy in our head? These and various other topics we hope to cover, and also we would proceed and say, so we've talked, so where do we go from here? This so basically highlights our itemized agenda for the day. So the first thing I want to do now is to go into what were the weekly news that have occurred in the last week, what has been happening in Nigeria, and I will do a quick rundown of a few that came to mind. If you come on board, we want you to help us join and add the ones we might have missed out. Of particular note is the Reverend Father Ehusani on national minimum wage debate, on the statements he made. I will be showing that video, even though we showed the video yesterday, but I will be showing you that video and what he says about what we practice in Nigeria being a form of apartheid. Apartheid is just, it might not be, it's an apartheid system of government, but not based on race. It is based on class, on economy, and it's still apartheid. And we all know how the whole world gathered collectively together to fight apartheid in South Africa. Nigeria even contributed an enormous amount of money to fight apartheid. But unfortunately, over the years, we have planted a seed of apartheid in our community, in our society, in our country, and that apartheid persists, even though a lot of people don't see it like that. So that's in the news. Then also we would talk also what's been in the news was the over 20 trillion was added to Nigerian debt in a year. Wale Edun announced this 2.2 billion loan, additional loan. The government been borrowing since inception for almost a year now. They just keep borrowing. Also in the news, Nigerian president jokes about him falling down. Falling down is not really a major issue, but I don't think this is even an issue worthy of discussion, but that's my opinion. Also in the news has been 8 months after the federal government commenced payment of 35,000, a wage award in addition to the 30,000 minimum wage to workers, and urged state government to replicate it. 15 states are yet to do so, while 7 paid briefly and then they stopped. 7 states, 15 are yet, 7 paid briefly. That is the 35,000 that was promised to workers. Also in the news is the issue of a minimum wage. The labor union saying they're not going to accept any unfavorable figure. They will not accept it. And then in the news also is the fact that Nigeria is deploying troops for peacekeeping in Gambia. 197 personnel have been deployed to Gambia for peacekeeping, and you wonder, while bandits are destroying farms across the nation, people are internally displaced within the same country, we still have time to send some of our troops outside the country. The other things in the news is Nigerian dropped tax charges against the Binance executive. They were arrested, previously blamed for the fall of the naira to the dollar. Then eventually they escaped, and now Nigeria is dropping their charges, claiming they probably have nothing against them to start with. That was also in the news. Also in the news was the issue of Democracy Day. Nigerian unity cannot be traded, says Tinubu. Customs intercept 4 billion illicit drugs at Tinkan Island. A lot of people spoke on Democracy Day, both for and against. Most of their speeches would be highlighted during this course of this program. Also, what are we doing wrong? We would ask that question with a few video pointers. And also in the news, and additionally in the news, is the following stuff that I added. Falana says that recovered loot can fund minimum wage. Femi Falana is insisting that stolen money from the country could be used to fund minimum wage. Also, in the past 25 years, Nigerian political class have failed, according to Professor Oke Ikechukwu and Professor Abiodun Adeniyi and Professor Baba Yusuf. What we should be celebrating is state captured, not democracy. That's from Peter Obi. Also, the FBI director visits Tinubu in Abuja. Nigerian 50 airstrips have zero radar coverage since 2021. David Udeyin gave that from News Central, that the airwave in Nigeria do not have radar to detect airline. This is a very dangerous situation, but according to David Udeyin and his sources. Also in the news is that was the fact that Tinubu lists heroes of democracy and unveils a huge portrait of himself. Further down in the news is the fact that people are saying the 60s, the 80s, and 90s, Nigeria had a better quality of life than they do presently. And they've listed a few people as the heroes of democracy, and we want to question that fact, if these people are really truly heroes, if we get the time to discuss it. Also, if we have the chance, we want to discuss two Nigerian actors with respect to issues with both of them in the political scene. That would be what Showore is doing wrong and what Peter Obi is doing wrong. Focus should be on the government, not on those who are not in government. However, those who are claiming to find a solution must also come with the right strategy. What else did we get from the news over the week? That's basically it that we covered, and hopefully we would have some insight from you as you join us in this show. It's going to be an interesting show. We urge you to come, share, and join us in this interesting conversation that we are going to have. We had a slide presentation for this show. So let's get started. Before I start adding people to the list, let's go to the video by Father Ehui, Reverend Father Ehui, and view that. In the meantime, please join us for this chat, and also like and share this page. Like and share this page, and so that we can keep maintaining this program. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to post the link for people who want to join the program to join us. Yeah, I'm going to post the link so that those who want to join us can join us for this program. And welcome. That would be, I can see the name. Hold on.
Henry Gabriel.
Morigi. Yeah, thank you, Henry, for joining us. Is that Righteous Man, I believe? Yes. And Tone, I thank you, Tone, for joining us. I've been clamoring to host the show. I thank you all for joining. And we're going to post the link so that more people will join us. But in the meantime, I'm going to go to this Reverend Father's a speech whereby he talks about us operating a system of apartheid that is not based on race, but rather based on economic class. Let's listen to him speak.
I have been sick of this problem. I have been sick of this controversy over living wage or minimum wage. And I believe that something is seriously wrong with the heads of many of our leaders. How can anyone who earns 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, not to talk of people who earn 1 million, 2 million, how can they go to sleep in good conscience every day? How can they go to sleep in good conscience and come out to sit down in a boardroom to discuss the sustainability or otherwise of paying 60,000 to the poorest of workers? How can we go to bed and sleep, all those who belong to the elite, who earn 2, 3, 4, 500,000, 1 million? How can you go to sleep in good conscience, I say, if you still have any conscience? How can you go to sleep in good conscience and come out to be debating? I hear people on TV, I watch people on TV, experts, economic experts, corporate executives, government officials, who are taking home more than $1 million in a month. And they are there arguing that 60,000 or over will destroy the economy. It's not sustainable. How wicked! You give 60,000 to a poor worker a poor worker who may have a family of 2 or 3 or 4, for his feeding, for his accommodation, for his house rent, for his medical care, for his children's school fees. How wicked! How blind! How can we do that? And we think that God will bless our country? We think that it is by bringing a new national anthem for God to bless our country. How can you commit this crime against humanity? For me, this is a crime against humanity. Because the poor people who cannot afford to buy gari, I'm not saying they will buy that they are to buy sardino. I'm saying buy gari, poor people who cannot buy gari. I'm not talking of meat or fish. Poor people are dying because they have no money to cure malaria. How can you go to sleep in good conscience? Those of us who belong to the elite, how can we go to sleep with good conscience and we are debating and we are discussing and we vote 500 million naira to meet and debate about paying 60,000 to the poor? My dear friends, I see this as a new form of apartheid. Nigeria is one of the most unequal societies in the entire world. A society where it's like the animal farm. A society where we have conspicuously rich people, people who are living in conspicuous consumption, and others who are in deplorable, dehumanizing poverty. If you have somebody in this country that takes home 1 million naira, I mean 1 million, I'm not talking of 30 million naira, 1 million naira in the month, and he can open his mouth to be part of a discussion about the poor getting 60,000 naira. I say anyone who earns up to 1 million naira in the month should keep his or her mouth shut when he hears them debating about taking 60,000 for the poor. More than 60 years after independence, we are running an apartheid society. This time it's not racial apartheid, it's economic apartheid. We are running an apartheid society of people of conspicuous consumption, flying in private jets around at government expense, people who are riding 4, 5, 6, 7 SUVs with pilot vehicles, chasing the poor out of the road, and poor people, you are debating, you are discussing, you are over 60,000 for the poor. You insult the poor by saying 30,000, and later you say 48,000, and now you say 60,000, and you pay more than 60,000, you come out with 62,000. You insult poor Nigerians. I say there is hardly any society I know that is as divided as the Nigerian society. And a society that is so divided is just sitting on a keg of gunpowder. I have warned here before that the revenge of the poor is at the corner. The revenge of the poor is at the corner. I am not calling for it, but it will happen as night follows the day. Because when you so reduce people, you reduce people to this dehumanizing level. Nature does not allow a situation of islands of affluence amidst a sea of poverty. Nature does not allow it. And let me warn those in the elite. Let me warn those in the tripartite committee of government. Let me warn that it is in the course of nature that when a predator continues to devour the very resources that the predator needs for his own sustenance, nature will take out the predator in order to have equilibrium, in order to have a measure of equilibrium. Nature is about balance, you know. All of nature is about balance, and human beings are part of nature, and Nigerians are part of nature. If the predator who needs the animals in the kingdom, it needs the animals to survive, if it is recklessly devouring the very animals it needs for its own survival, if it is devouring it recklessly and senselessly, nature will step in and remove the predator so that there can be balance in the system, in the ecosystem. Let me warn that all those who are in government, I hear, I have not confirmed, that there are people taking home almost 30 million naira in the month. And you have the guts, and you have the temerity to sit down, and your conscience allows you to sit down to discuss about 60,000 naira for poor worker for the whole month, and you are the one that has all the opportunities of ex-Esther code and all kinds of perquisites of office. You sit down to discuss about 60,000, and that is all that the person will have in the month. You sit down to discuss this and come out and say, this is not sustainable. How is 30 million naira sustainable in that economy? How is it sustainable that the leader has 100 SUVs going with him to the airport? How is it sustainable? How is it sustainable that government leaders junket around the world? How is that sustainable? I say we are committing a crime against humanity. And if we do not repent and retrace our steps immediately, the revenge of the poor is at the corner. Do not hold me responsible, because while the devastation was on, I did not keep quiet. Do not hold me responsible, because while the madness was on, I did not sit on the fence. I kept on shouting that the revenge of the poor is at the corner unless we change our course. And if we do not change our course, we will end up where we are headed. And where we are headed is devastation, is destruction, is violent revolution. I rest my case.
Okay, that was that. I want to share two more. I want to share two more headlines, and then I want us to start discussion, or at least greet each other on the panel and start discussion. But I want our discussion not to be on the headlines shared specifically, but on the key question: what is Nigeria to you? What is Nigeria? Is Nigeria a crime scene? Is it a shithole country, like Donald Trump said? Is it a geographical contraption? Is it just a business PLC, or is it just any other idea that you believe? And this is the direction I want the conversation to go. But first, I want to share 2 more headlines, and then we can start conversation based on that. And again, please like and share the broadcast. Okay. Some people in the comment section said I feel a little bit nervous at the beginning. Well, this is my first presentation. I'm not nervous, not I'm scared to speak in public, but I'm just struggling with the technical aspect of dealing with the show. But all said and good, I think I'm still going to give you guys a very good show. So let's go to this next article. Okay, let's see what that has for us. That's from The Guardian, and let's see. It's the topic. It's on from the Vanguard. Sorry, the hardship. Let me see if that is showing. Can you all see it? No, that's not showing. Hold on. Close that one. Yeah. Yes, like I said, struggling with the technical part. I'm going to share that Vanguard headline about how Labour kicks against 20. Let's see, present. Share screen. Okay. The hash kicks against 20 states refuse to pay the promised 35,000 that Labour was promised. This is the headline from the Vanguard. It says hardship, Labour kicks as 20 states deny workers wage award, and 7 states started paying, and even within that 7 states, they stopped paying. 8 months after the federal government commenced the payment of 35,000, a wage award, in addition to the 30,000 minimum wage to workers, the state government to replicate it. 15 states are yet to do so, while 7 paid briefly and stopped. Okay, that's that headline. And one more headline. The other headline I wanted to share with you before we commence the discussion is the one on, let me see. Yes, the one by Labour, in which they're saying they will not accept unfavorable figure, and that's from The Guardian. Let me see if that can be shared, and then we can start discussion of what is Nigeria to you. You know, is I still want to welcome all of you still, and I'm going to add more people to the panel in a few minutes. Okay. Yeah, that's from The Guardian. I'm still trying to see if the headline is not showing properly. Okay, we're going to leave that for now. But the key topic on that headline was that Labour is saying that any figure they give them, they are not going to accept it. One other addition to this Labour issue is that most of the Labour leaders are currently out of the country. They've gone for a conference somewhere outside the country, and they are not in there. So let me welcome to the panel Olumide, regular, and Henry, Tone, and Olumide. So we're going to start with Forefathers. So we're going to start with you. You're the major host, and you're also assisting me in the background there, I believe. Because I know all those people we are added without me pressing a button, so it must have been you doing that magic for me. It's like, okay, where's the button to add them? So let's start with that conversation. That's the key thing. I gave 4 options there. What is Nigeria? What I mean, when you sit down as an adult, what is that country to you? How do you view it? What is it? Over to you, Forefather.
What is Nigeria?
Yes.
I think Nigeria is a as somebody won't describe a kind of geographical expression, but in reality, it's about the people that is on that land, and it's a nation. We may not always like it. It's also a place where you have the different groups of people, nations, if you want to describe them like that. You have the Yorubas, you have all those people, and it's a people that are under a lot of stress. From what you have read, it's clear that we are experiencing a lot of difficult periods, and Nigeria is a nation, just a nation that is not performing to anything close to its full potential. And I think most of this conversation is about that, really trying to get us to get to a position whereby Nigeria can manifest its full potential, or anything remotely close to its full potential. That's
Yeah.
what I.
Okay, do you believe it's a nation within nations, a multitude of nations? Do you agree with those concepts that calls it a shithole, a crime scene, a geographical contraption, and what was the other last one? A PLC. Does any of those concepts?
I think all these things can all be true. All those names, the negatives and the positives, can all be true, and it's the same for any place, any nation. You can call any nation, anything. Like America is like a den of gun violence and drug takers and all kinds of stuff, violent behavior. But at the same time, it's still a beacon of freedom and the superpower of the world and one of the richest countries in the world. So the truth is that Nigeria is all of these things, and we want Nigeria to be more of the positive ones. And it's something that we are all pained that it is not there yet. And that's why we are here. And whatever we can do to get the country back on its feet, we'll talk and campaign and push, donate, whatever you need to do to get the country back to where it is. Because in the end, it's about survival. And I always go back to that, the basics. It's about survival. If you are in this world, you want to have a situation whereby your people can thrive, so that the next generation that comes in can also be stronger. Otherwise, you are just signing off. Sooner or later, you're all going to be gone. I don't want Nigerians gone. I want Nigerians to thrive into the distant future and do great things. So, thank you.
Yeah, well, Forefather, you had 1 minute left. Well, should I save your 1 minute or just throw it away? I didn't tell you exactly how much minutes we had for that. I budgeted 4 minutes for that, but
thank you.
So, Omar, Henry, your turn. So, what's your take on this?
Good evening, everyone.
To you, I want you to give us your individualized perception of it.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
It will take time for this technical issue. Anyway, you are doing a good job at the moment right now.
Yeah.
So good evening, once again, everyone. I would say at the moment now, the way Nigeria is now, Nigeria is a public liability company with different CEO.
Yeah.
Few CEO. Because we are the main CEO, but at the moment now, few CEO is taking care of the company. But the company supposed to belong to the people of Nigeria. But now I'll call it PSC, Public Liability Company. Because if we call it, if you say it's a nation, do Nigeria government care about the Nigerian people? That is the question. I'm a foreigner in this country where I stay. I'm a foreigner. But if I go to the embassy of this nation, anywhere in the world, they will attend to me without me having an appointment. If I'm in trouble, if I'm in distress in any country, if I go to Swiss embassy, German embassy in Switzerland, in Nigeria, I don't need appointment to go there. If I say I'm in trouble, I'm a foreigner, but they will attend to me because I have their passport there. But Nigeria was born there, they're living there, they're in distress. The government doesn't even care about them. I don't see any nation we neglect their people, their citizens, the way Nigerian government neglects Nigerians. So when you say it's a nation, you don't call it a nation at the moment. It's a public liability company. Because how can your citizens be hungry? You are celebrating. How can people be hungry? Sending billions of naira to those lazy people who want to go to Hajj. How can your people be hungry? You'll be buying SUV for your so-called sleeping allowance, who call themselves senators. How can people be hungry? They are building your vice president who said don't need he said use this word, structure my foot. When they told me about Nigeria needs to be structured, he said restructure my foot. Your vice president, he said this word. The same people now they spend billions of naira to build his house or renovate his house, where people are hungry. I cannot call that a nation. I remember this country where during June 12th, we were working. We were working in home care. We were working. They share money to citizens. Every workers, every human being. I got two. I got my salary and I got some money too. They pay to my account straight ahead. They care about this. They care about people living in this country. But Nigerians are suffering. Common basic community. Nigeria don't have it. Social welfare, nothing for the citizens. You call that a nation? The poorest country in the world take care of their citizens. Do Nigerian government care about the people? No, you don't call that a nation. It's not yet a nation. Then we have some people who are patriotic, who prefer Nigerians to be happy, sleep with stomach full. Then Nigeria will be a nation. But not at the moment now. Nigerians are hungry. They go to bed hungry. Some people cannot eat 2 square meals a day. Do you call that a nation? Go to the street and ask people in the street. It's not a nation. We should not deceive ourselves. Because people are suffering. I went to Nigeria. I came back to Nigeria this year. I saw people suffering. But now it's getting worse now. It's not a nation. It's PSC. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Next would be righteous, righteous man. You have 4 minutes. Unless you want to tell us the prices of food in Nigeria, be partial a little bit. I'll give you 5 minutes, righteous man.
Yeah. Good evening from here. I'm in Lagos City, the Center of Excellence. Happy Father's Day to all fathers and intending husbands to be, because I learned there are a lot of great bachelors among us. Happy Father's Day. We are all men. Ferrari, good evening. You are doing a good job. Jego, good evening. Henry, good evening. And my precious anchor man, forefathers, good evening. Yeah. Back to the issue. What is Nigeria to you? Now, if I'm to answer that question, I will answer it this way. Nigeria is a public limited liability company owned by the Western world that have hired the weakest among Nigerians to be their general manager. Hello. Somebody's interjecting. I'm not.
Meet yourself. Who's there? Hello, hello. Meet yourself.
Huh? Yeah, he was stoned. I muted him.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Father.
Okay, so it is a public limited liability company not owned by Nigerians. It's owned by the Western world, and the Western world hires general managers and managers and supervisors who do not have the rest Nigerians in their mind. And so as they get into office, their primary focus is to make a living for themselves, for their family, their acronyms, and maybe their girlfriends, you know, their dogs, their pets. They find it very courageous to attend to the needs of these people I mentioned, including animals that are their pets, than full-fledged Nigerians who are humans like them. So it has not, the public limited liability company called Nigeria has not advanced to a statehood nature. And that is why we are having what we are having today. And it's quite unfortunate that the rest of the world, the black world, are looking onto Nigeria to lead, to emancipate the black world. But here we are, we're in a jungle, we're in a place where madmen and mad women have been drafted to rule those who are not mad. Because when you listen to that intro you did by that reverend, you will discover that we are not considered as legitimate human beings that deserve the best in this life by these assembled criminals who have ascended into offices in the name of democratic settings being voted in. As I speak to you today, as I closed from church service, I went into the market to get what my family will eat. As I speak to you, a bucket of paint Gary, that custard paint Gary, I bought it at the rate of 4,500. Against, during Buhari regime, it was 1,200. Today is 4,500. 3 balls of tomatoes, 500. 4 pieces of pepper, 500. Small tuber of yam that we were buying maybe 800. This today I bought it 4,000. Very small. A bag of rice 93,000. Long gray 93,000. Short gray 87,000. Nigerian breed. I think it's 79,000. I'm not hearing you.
Sorry, you have 1 more minute that was donated to you by forefather.
Okay, thank you, forefather, thank you. So generally, there is nothing to write home about. Education is 0. Security is 0. Infrastructure is 0. Medicare is 0. So we are just left to wander in the wilderness. And we believe one day something unexpected will happen to take Nigerians out of this mess. Thank you.
Thank you very much, righteous man. I think the next person is no, I think it'll be Tone. Sorry, is Tone there? I don't see his face. That's why. Tone, your next. What is Nigeria to you? Personalize it.
Okay, hi. Hello everybody. Apologies, I never realized earlier that I was unmuted. Okay. Nigeria is just a joke at the minute. It's just a heap of rubbish, a joke. And the only solution is they just buy everybody, buy all these idiots. It's just as simple as that. Because this rubbish will continue. We just read and heard that they took yet another loan. What are you doing with all this loan? See, I'm starting to believe that this man Tinubu is sniffing part of his market. That is why he's so out of touch. If that man is not on drugs, he won't be doing all this. He's sniffing. Trust me. He's just out of his freaking mind. And all the people that are there. So Nigeria is just a big, it's just a big town. And Alaba, before I continue, can I just say something? Please be yourself. Do not come under the shadow of forefathers of electricity. Do your thing. Now, I want to point you out to a gentleman. I won't call him a gentleman, an idiot, goat in the comment section. Every time I come on, he just insults. Whether to get me on, I don't think that is it acceptable? And this is the sort of thing that you and I were dealing with. And I'm telling you, Motown, I'm telling you now, I'm going to moderate very soon, and I'm going to ban you in heaven and on earth. When I'm on that moderating stage,
listen,
no. You can't be calling me a drunkard. I never spoke to anybody.
It's okay, Tone.
You cannot.
Let me make a point on that. Be the Teflon Don, someone that nothing sticks on. Ignore them. Look, if it matters, you respond. If it doesn't matter, you ignore. Listen, Tone. Because let me tell you about the people on the comment. Let me tell you about the people in the comment section. They add flavor to the show. They are entertainment on itself. So if it's personal attack, don't highlight them. Just ignore. If it's misinformation, address it.
No, if it's misinformation, but you can't be throwing personal attack at somebody. You don't know me, I don't know you.
I understand. I'm not encouraging it, and I'm not saying they should do it, but I'm saying for the purpose of us focusing on what... If it was brought up properly, I got you. I'm on your side, Tone. Let me speak. Give me 1 minute, Tone. If I'm on your side, I'm not encouraging it, and I'm not saying they should do it. You understand? But what I'm saying is that for the purpose of the reason we are here, if you dwell on it, then it becomes what we talk about. And that is not what we want to talk
continue.
about. Your best job you can do for us is to ignore the little
I have conveyed my message. Today I'm going to moderate. I'm going to ban him in heaven and earth. It's just as simple as that.
Because they will be
let them throw all their tantrums.
They will be doing it again and again. Try to ignore them,
Just ignore them, because it's important that we focus on why we are here, and people learn, people get educated, people, if they are brave enough, they'll be on here talking to us. So just leave them alone. Don't make little people big. Keep them little.
So going forward, what I just advocate is, if people do not rise up and take back their country, it is going to be the same story. Peter Obi is just playing, with all due respect to him. Although I support him, he's not winning 2027. This is a grim fact. Let's tell ourselves the truth.
You have only 30 seconds left, Tone.
Judiciary is in the hand of the APC at the minute, so nothing is happening. The Electoral Commission is in their hands. Nothing is happening. That is just a grim truth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tone. Jagun, I believe you're next. What is Nigeria to you?
Thank you.
And how is your brother doing so far?
Oh, my brother, I'm very happy to see you in correct garments on your first representation as a compere of the show. I congratulate you for that. I think you've won your position very well. I would like to reiterate what Tone said, which is to be comfortable in yourself, in the position that you're in. Where is Forefather? I saw him here earlier, and I know he's assisting you, and I would like to salute him for assisting his number one enemy. Yes, so I would like to assist it. I would like to salute him for that. I don't believe he's all that you say he is, and I believe that you can see that as time goes on. What is Nigeria to me? It is somewhat unfortunate, I would say, that Nigeria is still politically a mere geographical expression. Having said that, the expression, the shape that Nigeria takes, I've always liked that beautiful shape. It's like the heart of Africa. It's like, it's even with if you know what Y fronts are, it's like the actual pant that contains great balls of fire. So in many ways, I won't take the political stance that most people have taken here to call Nigeria this or that. I would say that Nigeria is a piece of many wonderful nations and tribes. I would say that Nigerian people are a great people. I would say that what Nigeria represents for the whole world, not that it's met its merit precisely, but I would say that it has a lot of pull, drive, and influence. I would say that over the last 20, 30 years, the people of Nigeria have made their mark on Africa, have made their mark on the African diaspora. I would say that Nigeria contains a lot of greatness. I'm not just wanting to be positive. I'm wanting to understand Nigeria, not politically. We know the political mess that we're in. However, the country and the people of the country, me personally, I love them. And I love Nigeria. And Nigeria to me is home. It's where I was born. I recognize the place very well. The smells, the sights, the ambition of the people. Meanwhile, our political class hold us back. Somehow, we have such a spirit that continues to drive us forward. We can take a negative point of view, but we're asking an open question. And the open question is, what is Nigeria to us? If it's just rubbish and it should kill everyone, and I don't take that kind of point of view. I think that's a very immature point of view, because these things we know already. We know how terrible our governance is. I pray for Nigeria that we will be able to turn things around and provide leaders that we can respect, leaders that we can believe in, leaders that will drive us forward. That is my prayer for Nigeria. This channel that we're on, for me, the people that come on and express their views, whether I agree with them or not, I know that they're coming from Nigerians who have a heart for the country. And this whole energy, I would want all Nigerians to be positive with the energies that we put out there, even if we're critical. Positivity is a big thing when Nigeria is concerned. What I know is not just what Nigeria means to me, but how Nigerians make other people feel. And what I'm aware of is a black or white, Chinese or other. Once they come across a Nigerian, they know they've met a real human being. And I want us to maintain our ethics. I want us to maintain our culture. I want us to grow into a nation. And that's what Nigeria means to me. Thank you.
Okay. So Just a Maker, is that King a Maker or Just a Maker? When did they crown you king? I thought you were
I'm always
just
the king now. Don't you know I'm a prince now?
I see that you're trying to address me for this show, and
no, not that.
Don't worry, bro. You already won. You won.
Knowing that me and you always get into it, I even have some of my commentators from the comment section. Don't let Just a Maker talk.
I saw you hosting, and I said, my very good friend Alaba, the DJ, let me come down to his music. You understand?
I will get to the music section. I will
exactly. You know, when you come with your lyrical content, let me move in and come dance with you. All right, let's go straight to it. What does Nigeria represent to me? Nigeria is
people, different multinational and multi-tribal ethnic people, right, coming in together to form an entity called Nigeria.
No.
It's a beautiful country, beautiful weather. It has its challenges just like every other country in the world. There's no country in the world that does not have its own challenges, right? While the Nigerian problem is peculiar, we can still find some similarities with other countries. Now, we will start from 1960. Okay, let's just start from 1958, where we all decided we wanted Nigeria to become a country. We had several regional geopolitical zones coming together to say, okay, let's form a country and let's pursue our destiny out of the hands of the colonial masters. Yes, we've made certain mistakes, even right from the First Republic. Power can be intoxicating. Power can be can drive people differently. So, but what I would say is, we have a separate class, the political class, and those who follow. There's an expectation gap, right? We've been on this platform, several platforms, yearning for good governance, criticizing the government, speaking a lot of stuff. But leadership is hard. We must acknowledge that. And how do you know? If you have never tested power before, you will not know. For those who have responsibility, it comes with a lot of accountability. And that is where our leaders also miss it out. We've not been blessed with visionary leaders. We've not been blessed with thought-minded leaders, leaders who could sit down and craft out a plan for the country. We've been I won't say blessed, we've been punished with selfish people. And I would say also, we Nigerians, we do not also love our country. We could complain for all we care, but once we go into power, we become who we complain against. We become the same people we are fighting against. I can call names, but it's not the need now. But what I would say is, we hope Nigeria takes a different turn, right? You see, when we were talking about local government autonomy, if the president or the federal government begin to stifle state governors and control them the same way they are controlling local governments, things won't work. These governors do not want autonomy for local government. Now, how would the dividend of democracy get closer to the people? How would people feel the impact of democracy? We are talking about wages. I listened to that Reverend speak. He's partially right, he's partially wrong. Now, he said economics are all speaking, are all talking. Economy should speak. Because once it's a minimum wage, I myself, who has a business back home, I must pay that amount. Is my business going to be sustainable for me enough to pay that amount, 100 or 250,000? If I want sustainability, I must increase my price. And with that price comes with inflation, the same inflation that we are fighting against. Because I have to obey the law. I must obey the law. So for me to pay that amount, I must increase my price. And if I increase my price, what does it happen? It impacts everyone consuming my services or consuming my product. Now, for the government, they might not have some leeway, but let's not forget, they are borrowing to pay salaries. I think, was it Tom who just said, oh, we've gone to borrow. And he's right, we went to borrow $4.2 billion from the from World Bank recently, because we want to resolve our poverty issues. So when you are borrowing to pay salaries, what are you doing? You are only borrowing for future purpose, and you are bringing it down to present terms, and you will pay for the pains of borrowing. So I'm not saying we shouldn't increase the salary of Nigerians or the wages of Nigerians. Fine, we deserve a raise. Everywhere in the world, everybody deserves a raise. But What happens for every action we take? There will definitely be a consequence.
Your time is
Thank
up,
you very much.
Emeka. Yeah. Emeka, I have a follow-up based on two things you said. You reference the video we showed earlier about the referend. You said he's right or wrong. I want
It's
to ask you,
partially right, it's partially wrong.
yeah. Also, your comment has raised a possible discussion question. Every time we say Nigeria has a problem, educated Nigerians always come up with a rebuttal saying that a rebuttal that, well, other countries have that problem. I have a video to show on that. I might show that video, like the Aisha Yusuf rebuttal on a journalist that attacked her when she sat down for the national anthem, and the answer she gave to that, I felt that was solid. But when educated people say that pushback, well, other countries have that problem. Also, do you agree with the pastor saying that we practice an apartheid system? Some people have other names they call it. They call it feudalism. I like to call it big manism. But I think we should still search for a real name to describe our system.
I think to answer your question, right? I think he's making a big issue. Look, we can't compare for an apartheid. Let's be very realistic here, right? It's close to slavery. So where you put people.
Which one is close to slavery, apartheid or the Nigerian system?
Apartheid.
Well,
hold on. Let me explain. I like to stick with facts, right? Where you say a certain class of people do not deserve to enjoy specific services, you put them at one corner.
So is that not what Nigeria has done to its people? I have to be hard on you, Emeka. I got to interject you on questions.
No,
is that not what Nigeria? We provide our own electricity, we provide our own road, we provide our own judiciary is not there.
Those problems. See, what we are doing now is we are not taking cognizance of the fact of the several types of government we've had. We've had coups. We've had military governors. We have people who do not.
Emeka, excuse me. You've had your 4 minutes. What I do now when I do a counter is that when you're pushing a position that I have a counter for, I'll push you so that you can address that. Okay, you said we've had several types of government. I beg to disagree. Since 1966, since the coup up till now, what we have is collaboration between the military boys and the civilian collaborators they overthrew. Do you agree with that? They are the same people.
That's a fair thing, but we do not have. That's fair. We never. Wait. Can I land first now?
Okay, land.
So that we can have a civil conversation. But we've not had a fair representative during the military time. The military never invested in our country, and we have deterioration.
A fair representative now.
We have representative in the House of Rep and Senate,
and they represent the people.
We can talk about that, but we do now. We have people who are making laws that needs to be abided by the citizens. If you are going to take your bias out. I have my own bias. Let's take your bias out, right? Please. Let's take your bias out. We have House of Representatives. We do have House of Representatives that were voted into power, right? Now, but during the military time, we never had those. We only had certain people who were state administrators and making decrees. Whatever they want to do, that's what they want to do. They never invested in our country. They were only taking, and taking out. So when you don't invest in your business, what do you want your business to do? To fail. It's going to fail.
Emeka, what you are eating on is the main topic of today, but we are not there yet. I think some members of the panel have a counter. I don't want us to go back and forth because a lot of people still want to speak, and we have to move on to the next issue. So we're going to come back to you, Emeka, on that issue of whether we truly have the people's representative. That means we have to. It's part of the video I have for today. What do we really have democracy? Do we have, But on a positive note, I have some other positive videos, but I want to hear Paul, All Politics, and KJ on the Nigerian issue. What does Nigeria mean to you? I'm cutting the time so that everybody can go around and Forefather can rotate as many people in the background as possible so that everybody can have their say before we move on to the next one. But Emeka, we are definitely coming back to that issue. I thought you've spoken. I'm so sorry. Olumide is next, so Tobalo Shigo for me, koni funny.
Hey, Omoya.
Omoya. Go ahead, brother.
Olumide, can you sit up, please? Can you sit up?
Olumide is next.
Okay, thank you. Kudos down. Well done, Malaba, on your maiden presentation on Dimeji's platform. More grease to your elbow. Like I said previously, and in some time on this platform, like I've mentioned previously, I'm in my my 40s, mid to late 40s, and you know what? I'm not unlike some people who are probably older than me. You know, I don't have much time around. You know, my clock on the face of this earth is ticking on, and I'm not going to come here and fool around like some people would do. I'm not going to come around and fool around and pretend that things are fine. Like what our past our leader, our power has said, Nigeria is just a mere geographical expression. We are not a country yet. We've not met that criteria. We were on that trajectory shortly after our independence, with the start of the regional government, until things took a turn for the worse. We all know that history. We don't have to bore ourselves. But so all of a sudden we plateaued. Now we are sinking down very, very, very fast. You understand? And right now we don't meet a criteria for a country. I don't know how many of us living outside of that country can boast that, you know what, I want to go back there today and resettle and start living there. One reason out of many reasons will prevent you from doing that. Is it electricity? Is it security for your life? Is it the way they manage the economy? You know, so everything is just upside down. You know, and I don't doubt the fact that there are not good people in that country. You know, even as much as we call it a shithole society, you know, it's a slang for shithole society is a slang. It's an American slang for a place that doesn't work. Period. It doesn't work. A system that does not work. That is opposite what they have in their system. So it's not just Nigeria alone. It could be any country anywhere geographical place in the world where things don't work. It's a shithole. So unfortunately, a place that I should call home has met that criteria in all ramifications. And it is not surprising that somebody like Emeka, just Emeka, can say that hopefully Nigeria will turn that corner at some point in their history. After 1 year of the man you elected here, you are still saying hopefully Nigeria will turn that corner. So when is that corner going to happen? You see you are kidding yourself. But like I've said, let us assume that this constitution is the perfect one, even though we know it is nothing but full of crap. The minimum requirement for people to make their leaders accountable is a free and fair electioneering, which Nigeria has not met. No wonder it will keep remaining a shithole. There are good people there, like what Jagun has said. There are wonderful people there who want to make things happen, but they will never get the opportunity if people who we want as leaders are not elected there. You keep having criminals forcing themselves.
Thank you very much, Olumide. Thank you. We're going to reduce the time from 4 minutes to 3 minutes so that we can get as many people's opinion on what Nigeria is to you. This is a very vital question because we have to also move on. So I'm going to Paul, KJ, and Ovie, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. So, as of today, the question that you asked, if I will use one word, Nigeria as a country don't mean nothing to me because Nigeria has failed me. If I want to call Nigeria today, I'll probably call the memory that I know about Nigeria. And it trickled down to just individual things. My classmates, my former colleagues, my family members, and the likes. But that geographic zone called Nigeria, I can't say I'm saying anything that makes that country means a lot to me. The answer is just no, except I want to lie to myself. You understand? Things is going bad, bad, bad. Every memory that I have in that place called Nigeria today, is it just hard? Just imagine if I tell family member now that I'm going to Olumorok here, the word that everybody will tell me, be careful. I'm going to this place, they tell you, be careful. You are going here, be careful. It's just hard. Nigeria is not working. And one of the ways I say Nigeria is not working, very many of us here, we all live in the West. Just imagine I brought a 70 years old, my 70 years old mother to this bad weather that I live in the West. Do you know what will happen? Everybody will be happy for me. Say, oh boy, Paul, you try, you don't carry your mama come up for that suffer place. I'm taking my mother from a very good weather where she's supposed to eat good and healthy food. And I will bring my mother here and everybody will be happy. And that is true because good percentage of us that brought our parents here for us. They have that good health sector and the likes and every other thing, which they don't have in Nigeria. And it makes me, I feel bad when I think like that because I know the right place that belongs to our parents is to live in a place like Nigeria. Fantastic weather, everything. But nearly everything is not working. If my parents going to be comfortable in Nigeria today, simply mean we're going to get all this, what I call slave labors and everything. In the name of so many people are hungry, we'll pick this one children to take care of my mother, we'll pick another one children just because of they're going to eat, they're going to sleep in a house where there's electricity and every other thing. You understand? Modern way of slavery indirectly. These are the things that some of us that is doing well, a little bit, not even doing well, we do to our own parents at the detriment of others. You know, it's that is Nigeria. I cannot bring my brother's kids to the US today and say, go wash plate for my children. You understand? They're going to enjoy what my kids are enjoying here. I cannot bring a family member and say, go and do these things for me. No, they're going to enjoy what I'm enjoying here. But in Nigeria, we will literally use other people to make our loved ones much, much comfortable. So Nigeria is not working for today.
Thank you, Paul.
That's my take for now.
KJ, you got your 3 minutes.
Thank you, every one of you on the panel. Thank you, Ferrari, for taking your first shot. Yes, for me, Nigeria. I would like to tell the part of Jagu. Nigeria right now is a mere geographical expression of a location somewhere in the West Africa with numerous nations, amalgamated. Okay, let me not say conbeefed into one with different thoughts, different understanding, different approaches. And those whose desire was to create this conbeef, or can beef, as they call it around where I live, have refused to allow its stew to become a proper stew. And then they have recruited agents amongst this geographical location to keep, playing, dancing to their rhythm. If not, there are many opportunities that Nigeria have had to start all over again, but it was always foiled by certain powers beyond the shores of Nigeria. Am I giving the leadership or letting the Nigerian people escape for that? No, because you will always be, you will always reap what you, even if you didn't sow it, but you're in the periphery of that location, you reap what is there. And so our people have refused to come out like the Nigerian spirit, which is can-do spirit. There's a spirit in Nigeria or in that geographical location called can-do. In other words, nothing is impossible when a Nigerian is concerned. But we have refused also to apply this when it comes to the governance of that space. We have refused to apply it, or we have not found it worthy to fight for those who will come to the stage and apply that can-do spirit of a Nigerian. That can-do spirit that have kept the nation going until one of our leaders once said, I don't even know how this economy is surviving because from our own estimation, it should have collapsed many months ago, but we are still going on. So that spirit is still there, very much around. But who is going to generate it and bring it to the limelight and make it a stream that can flow from the north to the south? I don't think if we can be able to achieve that in this time that we see. Looking at if Nigeria was to be a human being and he is 65 years old or 63 or whatever as it may be, and he's still crawling on the ground or still trying to learn how to walk, I think we'll have said the person is a misnomer. Would not have given. Okay, so I'm rounding up, sir. Therefore, I think in conclusion that we are not yet where we're supposed to be, and I don't see us getting there in the near future. Thank you.
Okay, before Ovie speaks, and one man went to the moon. Who speaks? I'm glad he's here with us. I want to hear him speak. I want to just say a few statements about educated people. I actually got this from Aisha Yusuf when he tackled that journalist, Yinka Obembe. Said was that we are at a stage where our children are stateless, looking for a home. That means Nigeria is no longer a home. He said educated people are the worst kind. You know, he was referring to that journalist standing ground for something that is obviously wrong or bad government. I said the educated people are the worst kind, mentally abducted people who put up a persona of intelligence. They think they are intelligent. He said this country is as dead as it is because we have people who decided they are not citizens but slaves and allow people to walk over them and still want to force others in that line. In light of that, they said no Nigerian is more Nigerian than anyone. Ovie, what's your view? What is Nigeria to you? 3 minutes.
Thank you, Alaba. I think you're up to something. I mean, you choose the Father's Day to talk a topic like this, even though some of us are not as responsible of a father as much as we want to be. Anyway, that's not a topic for another day. Yes, what's Nigerian to me? That's like me, my children asking me, what are we in this country, or what is country mean to you? I think to me, Nigeria is not special. It's just like every other story that is being told, or that has been told, that has still been told, however we want to phrase it. Just like the idea of money, the idea of God. So the nation state is not special. But however you want to say it, if it's a story that you believe that it has been handed on to you or you inherited, however you want to say it, I think to me the question 9 is that all of us here are adults. We have a story in our hand. It's called Nigeria. What next? So it's a story that is unfolding. It's our time to continue that story. Do we want to end the story? Do we want to continue? Do we want to add? Whatever that we want to make it, it is now up to us. So I see as Nigeria, just like every other nation state, is a story. If you pay attention very well, the United States of America is a story that started in 1876. And many people will argue that is at its climax and is declining. So Nigeria is no special. But most importantly, it's in our hand now. How are we going to continue that story? Thank you.
Thank you, Ovie. Your time's up. Before I hear one man went to mow, I would also want him, if he can, to stay for the next round of topic, because the next round of question is on each of us going to list Nigerian top 10 problems from the lowest to the highest.
Each of us. That's going to be our next lineup. But before I do that, there's a video I want to show. So I'm saying this out so that I want to view one man went to more, because I know he's an ardent supporter of the APC, of the president, and I want him to. I would like to know what his top 10 Nigerian problem.
Let me say that, not you. Don't speak on my behalf, but carry on.
Oh, that's a point. Valid point taken. Perfectly taken. I love that. That's good. So I want to hear his view on that. But first, I have a video to show. So one man last tomorrow will be the last person we take on this. What is Nigeria to you? And then I'll show you the video, and then we'll start on the top 10 Nigerian issues. Let's say you become president today. All of you talking here. Least, I mean, you don't need an advisor. You walk into an office. What are the top 10 from the least to the most heinous? And then, like I said, I'm here about elevating the conversation to the highest level. So one man went to Mo. What's Nigeria to you? You got 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alaba. You're doing a good job. So well done. Good day to the audience, to the people assembled. I see Emeka there, Ovie right there. I see Soji as well, and everyone else gathered. So good day to you all. So you're asking what Nigeria is to me, and by extension, let me speak to what Nigeria is to all of us. Nigeria is all we have. So I don't think you have beyond Nigeria. You know, you can claim you were born in XYZ and you've lived in ABC and you carry whichever passport. All you are is a Nigerian. You know, so essentially getting it right is to your advantage. I'm not sure what your lived experience is wherever you are, but the lived experience of the Black person in diaspora, the African, that space that we occupy, the lived experience is that as soon as you step out of your house, you are interacting with the society as a Black person. So you're in a space alien and foreign to you. No matter how indigenous, no matter how much you've adapted to the lifestyle, or you switched your tonality over, whatever it is, you are in a space that is alien and foreign to you. So you ask what Nigeria is to me. I'll say what Nigeria is to all of us is everything. You know, because we have nothing else but Nigeria.
No, to you, not to all of us.
No,
to
guys,
you. To you.
Please don't interject.
Please speak on your own behalf. What Nigeria is to you is not what it is to me.
Please, guys, I need us not to interject. It's got his 3 minutes. I'm going to stop the time. Interjection not allowed. Please, if we have follow-up questions, you can put it in the private chat or the general chat where I can read it out.
Let me just round it off in a minute.
I stopped his time, and I'm going to continue his time. He's got 1 minute 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I don't even need more than a minute. But let me just say, it's getting a little bit passé. Anytime I come here, all this heckling voice from the cheap seats. You don't have to do that. What I'm doing is I'm voicing my. Oh, don't do it again. Just settle down. I'm not even talking about you. So just give me what. And I'm just in and out, by the way, so not really hanging around for the next round, so you can do the abuse when I'm gone. You don't have to heckle every time I come on. What I'm expressing is my view, which I'm entitled to. You disagree. You can disagree without being disagreeable. I'm not sure that's a concept that... But what Nigeria is everything, not just to me, but to all of us. Because there is no other space that we're indigenous to other than outside of that space. So no matter how badly you think of it, no matter how fantastically you think of it, there's no escape outside of that paradigm that the indigenousness of your being is in that space. So get it right, get it wrong. What you always will be is a Nigerian. So thank you, Alaba. Let me bail out because
I don't want you. From one man to more, I don't want you to. I don't want you to bail out because the next question is very important.
If they can't have a civilized conversation without...
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. I'm moderating. Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
You already know I have a contrary view.
I have a follow-up.
You correct Alaba when Alaba talk about woman, hang around. If Henry goes to correct himself, what is wrong?
Woman, hang around.
You correct Alaba to speak for you. So if Henry just says something, what is wrong with that?
It's okay, Henry.
What is wrong with that?
Paul, let me undo this. One man wants to move. I have a
Do I have
follow-up
the
to your
floor? Can I
comment.
speak? No,
Let
can
me-
I
You don't have the floor.
Listen,
You're done with your 3 minutes. You don't have the floor.
Forefather, can
You're done
you
with your
help me
3
mute
minutes.
Paul for
So you
now?
don't have the floor.
No, you don't need to
Please,
remove
okay.
Paul. Tell him to keep quiet. Yeah. Don't remove Paul.
Alaba, move on.
All right, Alaba, move on, as they said.
Okay,
But
one man, I have a follow-up for you. You said Nigeria is for all of us. I agree. But do you believe Nigeria is equal for all of us?
Yes,
a
I do.
straightforward answer, no sentence, please. And I need you to talk your top 10 Nigerian issue when we go on that next round after the video. So don't go. So the youth believe in their heart of hearts that Nigeria is equal for all.
Well, I do one, but just a 30-second to. But Paul, you don't have to.
Don't address Paul. We're not here to discuss Paul. Please don't address Paul.
I believe that Nigeria is. You see, Nigeria is an equal.
Alaba, one man meant to. You correct Alaba. If Henry do the same thing, he didn't do anything wrong. How about that?
All right.
You correct Alaba. It's Alaba shouldn't speak for you. So if you speak on behalf of Henry and Henry tried to correct you, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Okay, Paul.
I don't see anything wrong with that. Do you learn English just to use it to curse?
It's okay. It's okay,
Is that
Paul.
the purpose why you learn how to speak English?
Paul, I want us to stay focused,
guys,
please.
please come on now, guys. It's okay. Let's just hold on.
It's
So
okay.
that other
One man
it's good to have other people come into the platform.
Yes,
it is the right thing to do.
Away. Let's just calm down.
It is the right thing to do.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why many of us don't like coming here. We need. Let's calm down. Moderator, please control this. Moderator, please control this.
One man went to Mo. So, do you believe that Nigeria operates an equity system? It's equal to all and sundry. That what a big man, let me be emphatic in my question, what a big man will get from a Nigerian legal system, a poor man will get, or from the Nigerian system, in your view? 30 seconds, please.
Well, you vaunt yourself to be a man of learning, but you've clearly not read George Orwell's Animal Farm. You know, so there's no such thing as an equitably balanced right across this. Which society exists in that format? You know, there's no society that.
I read George Orwell's Animal Farm.
Well, therein lies your answer. Then therein lies your answer.
One man went to Mo. Listen up. I read George Orwell's Animal Farm. I believe it's an abnormality that Orwell was trying to emphasize on man presenting equity in the books, but in reality, not presenting equity when it comes to living it. So Nigeria is an example of George Orwellian state. So do you agree Nigeria is a George Orwellian state? Meaning that some are more equal than others. That's all I need from you. You read George Orwell. Tell me, is it an Orwellian state? Yes or no?
I wouldn't. No. You can't ask me a nuanced question and require a yes or no answer. That's not how it works.
Okay,
you know,
is Nigeria exactly like
life
George Orwell
exists in
described?
shades of gray, not in binary options.
Okay.
So don't yes or no me. You know. Actually, go on, and then I'll loop round back to me.
Okay. Now we're moving on to the next item, guys. I want to show you this video. And let's see how we take it off from there. Go to share slide. Okay, let's watch this. Okay.
Democracy of Nigeria will only begin to have meaning when Nigeria provides leadership. The time is now. As we celebrate democracy in Africa today, I'm calling upon Nigeria and Nigerians, rise up to the occasion. Rise up so that your politics will be a point of reference, so that when we watch men and women in the Senate in Nigeria and in the House of Representatives in Nigeria, and we watch them debate, they'll be debating about the things that relate to Africa. They'll be debating about Africa Agenda 2063. They'll be debating about Africa Continental Free Trade Area. They will not demanding of anybody that anybody who wants to come to Nigeria who is an African must have a visa. No, Nigeria, being as big as it is, should be the welcoming big brother, because when you do that, we'll follow your leadership. We want to see a Nigeria that is economically dominant, because if Nigeria is strong, then the rest of Africa is strong. So when I hear occasionally Nigeria saying that is the third largest, sometimes the second largest, sometimes the first largest economy in Africa, I'm not impressed. Because when you have a GDP of 500 billion, I'm not impressed. I think you should have a GDP of 10 trillion United States dollars, then I will be impressed. And you have the human resources, you have the intellectual wherewithal to ensure that that happens. When I hear Nigeria saying that they generate anything between 5,000 and 10,000 megawatts of electricity, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed because little Denmark generates 35,000 megawatts of electricity. And if Nigeria is to earn the dividends of democracy through industrialization, Nigeria must now get and embark in the serious business of ensuring that Nigeria has energy to propel not only her and her neighbors, but the continent of Africa into the fourth industrial revolution. Those are the dividends of democracy. I want to hear that Nigeria is successful because Nigeria can be the defender of democracies in Africa. I want to hear that when the leaders of Nigeria go to different parts of the world, they are treated with respect because Nigeria has demonstrated economically, politically, and diplomatically that they are the dividends of democracy. I want to see that when one carries a Nigerian passport, but I hope that there will be an African passport, that that passport will be respected throughout the world. I look forward to those days.
Okay. Okay, we move.
Before you go to bed tonight, drink a glass of this to help clear out eye floaters.
Did Harvard University Air 2020 vision without glasses, contacts, or surgery?
Okay, still struggling with this technical aspect, but I'll be fine. So
1
our
minute,
next
Alaba,
question.
30 seconds, please. Is it
Okay.
allow somebody to sleep there and play with the kids in the program here, like woman is doing? He's laying down. He cannot sit.
Must you complain of every fucking thing?
Come on, come on,
guys.
Can't a man be a father again? Can't a man be a father again? Can't a man be a father?
Can you help me with this?
Today is Father's Day. Oh. Today is okay. You can imagine. What kind of behavior is this? Can't a man, today is Father's Day. Can't a man be a father on Father's Day?
Leave that issue here. We have
Yeah,
rules here.
must
Leave
you
that thing
complain
about
about everything?
Okay, it's okay.
have to
It's okay. It's okay. We got this under control. Guys, if you have a specific issue, instead of interrupting the show, please put it on the private comment. Then we can address it right there. That way, I want us to be focused. I don't want us facing distraction. Nigeria is a country of distractions, and we are here because we care, and we want to make sure our time is equal. We should be with our children right now having dinner, lunch, but we're here discussing Nigeria. Let's make that time more valuable for each one of us, please. Okay. The next question is top 10. It's only 2 minutes I'm going to give you because I don't want you going into each topic. Top 10 Nigerian problem from the worst to the last. Just give your list. I will pick down, then you just become president. But I just see Chim coming in. I don't know if he has 1 minute to give on the what is Nigeria to him, 1 minute, and then start us off with
I'll pass that one. Don't worry. I'll pass that one. Let's just go.
Oh, you passed that one. Okay. So let's who are we starting with? Who is starting
The
with?
person next to you.
Or Chim? Should we start with Chim, right? Chim, you ready
No,
for the
the
topic?
person. Yeah, okay, you can start with Chim. It's not bad.
Let's start with Chim, and then
But
I'll
give
follow
Chim,
this
give
thing.
Chim a chance to think about his 10.
Yeah, let him think. Omarege,
No,
you go
don't.
first. Why don't you
Okay, it's all right. All right, no problem. Thanks.
Yeah, let Omarege go.
Yo, what's the
Top
next
10.
topic
You only
now?
have, I want to say 1 minute, but let's give it 2.
Alaba, what do you mean? What is the next topic you say? We move to the next topic. Are we the
Next
next
topic is, what is Nigerian top 10 issues? You become a president today. The first top 10 you want to deal with, from the least to the most severe. So your
First of all,
severest one would be number 1. Your least one would be number 10. So go count down. 10, top Nigerian issues.
First of all, if I become the president today, I will build more prison home for our corrupt politicians. First of all, those corrupt politicians, first of all, they have to go there with their families. Just keep them.
Please don't expatiate because you have too many. Say if it's corruption, let me give you options. Hold on, let me go to my slide and give options so you have clarity. You can add your own or take out from mine. I think in my slide presentation, I have some list of possible Nigerian problems. Hold on, that I listed. I don't know which one you're going to list, but don't go with mine.
Bros, if you can, just go to the next person so he gets an inkling.
Yeah,
that's better rather than you giving him the question.
Be fast, yes, that's right. That way we can be fast. In my own list of possible options that I listed, I had corruption, tribalism, injustice, born to rule, constitution, impunity, insecurity, hunger, bad leaders, horrible followers, right of self-determination, lawlessness, lack of infrastructure, centralized government, inequality, my thief is better than your thief, religion, slavery, some are more equal than others.
That's more than 10.
Educated people, illiterate, poverty, big manism, add your own. So those are what I just jotted down, but I want it in hierarchical form. You know, one man more just confirmed that Nigeria is an Orwellian state. Some are more equal than others, but let's get our top 10 down. Quickly, it's a top 10 thing. Who's ready?
First of all, I make my opinion now. Jail the corrupt politicians first.
Okay, corruption.
Then make social security for all Nigerians, all citizens of that country.
Okay.
Infrastructure. Security. Social welfare. Electricity. Good education. Yeah, education. Good healthcare system.
Healthcare.
Minimum wage for all political office holders.
Minimum wage for office holder, political office holder,
including the governors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that your number one?
Yeah.
So the most important one.
I have to jail the corrupt politicians first. That's my
jail corrupt politician. Thank you, Omar Ige. Thank you. Who's ready to go? Righteous Man, you're there. Or Tony is ready. Who's ready? Top 10 Nigerian issues.
From top 10. Okay. Is it Tone going or me?
Is Tone going? Tone, you ready?
Then okay. I don't think there's
ready, but if Tone is ready, you should go.
I do not think there is any top 10 because all these things you listed are subsection of the main thing. The main thing that is a problem with Nigeria is tribalism.
So your number one is tribalism. Okay.
Tribalism.
Do you have a number two? Don't explain on it. If you have any other one apart from tribalism.
Yeah, followed by religion.
What religion?
Religion. Yeah.
Okay. But you are a strong religionist yourself, you know. You could catch yourself in that trap. I'm just kidding.
No. You see, listen, I, for one, I believe in respect.
Okay.
I disagree
Don't
with
expatiate, Tone. This is the point where we're just
No,
you I hit back on you on that one. I know.
Yeah, you hit back. I'm trying to explain where I'm coming from. I do not support any. See, there are some religious bigots. Anyway, that's not the subject. Let me not veer away.
Okay, we got tribalism, we got religion.
I think tribalism and religion, and if we can sort that out and all that, every other thing will fall into place.
We'll be fine. Jagun, do you have your list?
Yes, I've got 5 here. 5. Okay. I can mention many more. Are we mentioning this in that we're going to go into it like?
No, you can mention it in whichever order. Just tell me your number one, most important.
Did you hear me? I asked if we are in order to speak about it in the next round.
Someone is trying to enter, but the studio is full.
No. Okay. What I've got is infrastructure, electricity and power. I've got education. I've got accountability and responsibility. I've got the political class, political observation, and I've got corruption. These are my main 5.
What's number 1?
Can I also say, I don't like one man. I don't like him for a second. However, the way you guys handled him is poor. You're very poor in the way you're so angry in when you are speaking to people.
Very rich. I am very rich, and you are very tribal.
Okay. Oh, okay. Fair enough. But again, I don't understand it.
You're a tribal bigot to say that.
We'll leave that for the backstage.
I spoke about tribe. Wait. No, wait. Please.
To say that.
Well, what did I say that is telling you that?
What you just
I'm
said,
going to have to mute
that is the
both of
meaning
you.
of what
I'm
you
going
just
to mute
said. You're
both
a
of you
tribal
because that's not
bigot.
related to the topic.
What are you talking about?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. What I'm saying, if I may,
You
Alaba,
don't make any
please,
sense.
Yeah.
please allow me, Alaba. All right, shut up, you idiot. Now, what I'm trying to put is that I don't like this guy, one man for a second. However,
I don't like your judgment
Paul,
towards
allow him
me.
to speak, please, Paul. Please, let him speak, please.
I don't like your...
Well
Okay,
done.
go ahead,
Thank
Jago.
you. Thank you. All I'm trying to say is that there must be a way that we communicate that doesn't just show our anger. Look at Paul just now. He's telling me a tribal bigot. It doesn't even balance.
As far as I'm moderating, I'm not going to let the issue of personality take over the issue of
sake of Alaba, who is doing this for the first time.
Stay focused. We're not going to be here throwing
I know.
tantrums.
I'm just saying.
That's why we
I'm
don't
just
move
saying, if I
forward
may,
or anything.
for the
Okay, there
sake
won't be room
of
for that.
Alaba, doing this for the
So
first
it has
time,
to be
I
about the
think we should
topic,
all
the
try
subject.
and assist him
Oh my
in doing a
God, I
good job.
just said not
And
about
all that
personality.
facade that
Let's
Paul,
go
the
to the
idiot,
issue,
speaks
please.
on
To the issue,
doesn't allow us
please. To
to
the
do that.
issue.
Okay. Jagu, what one was your number 1? I didn't hear you.
What a breaking fool.
Jagu, I didn't hear you. Which one was number 1? Which one was number 1? Okay. Okay. Next person, top 10. KJ, you ready to go?
Yep. My top 10, starting from the order of importance: 1, electricity; 2, security; 3, infrastructure. In that infrastructure, I mean, I'll pay attention to agriculture. What my intention? To move everything that can move, bring in money and development, and push the economy forward. So 4th will be economy. Everything that needs to be done will be done. Whether it be just to get the economy moving, jobs and all. So that will be those ones 4, 5, and the 5th one will be dealing with national reorientation of minds and sets. That's it. I'm going to repeat that all over. That is my 5 major points, and the intention is to get the economy moving and people's mind reoriented. Whether we want to be a nation or we don't want to be a nation, people have to get to understand that, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we go to? I don't want to mess it up. I'm like the sequencing. Can we go to Chim, since we're giving him time, and then after Chim, I do Paul. I see John Naba. John Naba has put me in a tough situation because I really didn't invite John Abba for this, but he came anyway, and he has the right to be here, and there's nothing I can do about it but laugh and say, welcome, Pastor. Chief, go.
All right, thank you very much. My perspective to it is differently. I have only one problem that is plaguing Nigeria, and that problem is ethnicity. The subset of that problem of ethnicity is electing unqualified people as political office holders. So solve ethnicity, let people be able to relate with each other very well, and then stop electing morons into public office. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Chim. What about you, Paul? What top 10, if you have any?
Well, my top 10, number 1, the first thing I'm going to do is to first of all take land from the people and give it back completely 100% to government, because that is what fuel more over this tribal issue that we're seeing. So take land from the people. It don't make any sense why one family will say they literally own all the whole land in the community, in the state, and the like. That is cowardness. That is barbaric. That is the first form of crime, as you can think. So take land away from the people and give it to the government. It will reduce tribal sentiment tremendously. It will going to help very well. Then the second thing I will do, I will merge education and National Assembly into one sector. So while they are reviewing payment and everything, what a congressman, a House of Rep man make is what a primary school teacher will make. And what a senator make is what a secondary school teacher will make. I will put them together and everything, and that is what I will do. And I believe strongly if I put those things together, it's just going to help. Then
So
my third one that I want to do, you see, when common sense is not common, this is what Aisha Yusuf will say, educated people is our problem. When somebody choose to talk, you spoke, Alaba, about one man said, don't speak for me. And one man spoke on behalf of Henry, and Henry said, don't speak for me. Where do I go wrong for me to quickly remind one man that you just did the same thing with Alaba, and Henry did the same thing with you? It is called conversation. You understand? But old man like Jago couldn't understand it.
I got it, Paul, but it would distract from our discussion. It would have been nice if we put that in the private chat, which I rarely check.
I don't know how to type.
Let's do that future time. Let's put things like that on the private chat to address it so that we can stay focused, guys. We're grown men. We're here. This is business. This ain't child's play. Let's stay focused on what we want to talk about. There could be a child listening to us. They can learn something from us. Okay. But when they see us back and forth, there's nothing they're learning there. Okay. Yeah. Who's next? Is that Chim?
You've been to Chim.
Father, can you rotate the panelists so that more people can come in? He said there's about 15 more people.
I think it's King Emeka's turn. I've spoken already.
I told you they didn't make him king. He's not
I've not spoken. I've not spoken.
Go ahead, Righteous Man has not spoken. Okay, let Righteous Man go because he's in Nigeria before NEPA takes light.
Yeah, you said top 10 Nigeria problem, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, number 1, Nigeria founded on a faulty foundation.
Faulty.
Number 2, constitution that governs the people is completely not the people's constitution.
That's right.
Number 3, freedom of speech and freedom of information.
Okay.
Number 4, religion. Number 5, illiteracy. Is one of the problem of Nigeria. Then number 6, tribalism.
Thank you, Righteous Man. Keep going. Number 7.
Number 7, dealing with politicians.
Okay. Number 8.
Yes. Number 8, who is a Nigerian?
Definition of Nigerian. Okay.
Yes.
Number 9.
Then number 9, strengthening of our border. We have porous border. Yes.
Number 10.
Number 10, social welfare stroke infrastructure.
Social welfare. Okay. Which one was your number 1 of all this list? Do you have a specific one that's the most important? Faulty foundation or constitution? Which one?
Faulty foundation of the country called Nigeria.
Thank you. Forefather, can you help us rotate panelists so more people can have their view on this important topic? Emeka, you're next. I like the way Righteous Man did it. I mean, straight to the point, no explanation, no, just, number 10, this, number 9. That's professionalism, man. Let's do it like that. No story. Yeah.
Thank you, Alaba. Number 1, I'll pursue an expansionary economic policy. Number 2, address terrorism, insurgencies, and all insecurity concerns. Number 3, enable states to pursue their own power generation. Number 4, address unemployment and improve the quality of education. Number 5, embark on a radical infrastructure improvement. Number 6, a new state for the Southeast region and address the concerns of the Southeasterners. Number 7, I believe so, state and local government autonomy and state policing. Number 8, embark on resource control and regionalized government. Number 9, carry out a massive campaign for citizens who disregard law and order. Number 10, electoral reforms. Thank you.
Okay. Electoral reforms. Okay. Next person, John Abba, you ready to go? You got 1 minute to mention what your view of Nigeria is.
Why are you
and
giving
another
me
1
time?
minute.
Say 1 minute like that. Do you give
Because I
the
can't give you the first 4 minutes, and you know I don't like you, so we're not going to get into personal issue here.
No. Let's say no.
I love you, John Abba, but
no, I
you
don't
know.
have a problem, but I don't have 1 minute, and I'm not even going to talk about the 10. I just want to remind you, to whom much is given, much is expected. You have come this far. We have our differences, and we will continue to do that. It's a unique of life. The way you took one man, whatever, down is unfair because
no, one man left. One man left.
Down, no.
He
Okay,
left.
Listen,
Yeah,
no,
they didn't want him to take care of his baby, so he decided to leave. And I think that behavior is disgusting.
I didn't take him down.
Okay,
He left.
wait. I'm going to the point. Your friend or brother, Olamide, was lying on bed. So when we're gonna die, I don't know these people. I don't have the
I got you, John Abba. These are the issues I want us to address on private chat so that we can stay
No.
focused
It's on because people are listening to us. Our brain
yeah.
is beyond one thing, and people see if they see that injustice play out here.
I agree with you.
It's not just about the injustice, right? It's about the bias here. That's why sometimes many of us don't like to come here, right? You guys don't. You see, Alaba, you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
I didn't take him out.
I know you didn't take him out. No, I know you didn't take him out. But it is those who made him feel uncomfortable. You understand? And that's not right. This place
I did address it. That's why I did address that point, and I told them issues like that, they should help us put it on private chat.
No, you did your job, but people should stop making other people with different opinions.
I passed that message across.
Make I don't change
it's
anything
wrong.
here. They have rules here. Don't try to bring your
this man is ignorant man. This ignorant man that is always talking.
Nigerian issues.
Okay, now your face, I'm not going to stay too long because of your face. Your glasses, it look nice, but you are doing well today. I can give you a credit, and I hope you develop tough skin by doing this. And Paul, nobody drink your gogoro. Calm down. Waiting. Why you come here so mean with these glasses like one of
If you want to buy me a gogoro, I'll be happy to give you my address. Today is my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, brother.
Yeah, if you want to buy me a gogoro, I'm happy to give you my address and I'll drink it.
Will deliver it. Okay, thank you all. You are doing well. I just want to remind you to just keep it civil and we are talking about Nigerians.
I still don't understand what is civil. If I repeat what one man
guys, we're not going to do that.
Let us make common sense. Come on.
Paul,
I still don't understand. No.
Paul,
I will answer you when you.
I did not talk to you.
John Abba, go straight to the point.
You can't be a jury and a judge at the same time now. You can't be a jury.
To the point.
Abba, go straight to the point. I don't want trivialities during this program. We're not here for that.
You caused a lot of confusion before, so don't relax. Thank you for having me. I will be here watching. If I have to come in, I will join. Let me, you can put me behind. I will leave for now. I just come to remind you as a good servant and a good citizen of Nigeria that we sure should turn mirror on ourselves. If we're going to talk about issue, let's see what have we done as a Nigerian for Nigerian than whatever we are expecting politically. And I hope we all.
Father, can you help me put John Abba in the background?
Somebody said me and Kulata look alike, right? Why won't we look alike when we think alike? So why would me and Kulata?
Okay, now we're going to get straight to the point. I'm going to be putting some people in the backstage because this is getting crazy. I don't want us to be doing frivolities. I want us to stay focused. Top 10 Nigerian issue. Please, let's hit the nail on the head. All this side talk is not going to get Nigeria anywhere. Let's see if we agreed on what our top 10 problem, maybe we'll agree on what the solution is. Let's move. Come on. Is Augustine next?
Yes, I am. So I am beginning with my top 10, with mentioning Kulata, my brother, is number 1. So I just have 2 lists.
I'll put that under educated Nigerians. Is that fair enough?
So
educated
okay.
Nigerians. Is that fair enough, Augustine?
Yeah, so Kulata is 1. So my Nigerian challenges is 2. Then you can multiply it to get 10. Nationhood and the system of government. Nationhood and the system of government we want to practice. Thank you.
Okay. Kulata, well, oh God, you still look ugly even with the hoodie. God help us.
Alaba, Elton John.
Just talk your top 10, make we leave. I beg. We don't want the women in the chat.
Alaba, you like your own voice too much. Okay, keep quiet.
I do. We don't want
okay, ask your question and keep quiet. Ask your question.
Top 10, and then 1 second to say what's your view of that. Don't do that. That would waste our time. Just your top 10 Nigerian.
I'm not the time waster. I don't even know why you're asking for top 10. Because it's kind of
because I'm going. Let me tell you, I'm going somewhere with that. Once we list the problem, we talk about it, then we start talking about why everybody knows there's a problem and we're not having solution.
Okay. So the way are you taking notes of what people are saying? Are you taking notes? So what's the commonality so far?
Look, I'm taking notes. Those that I can decipher. The commonality so far has been, I would say, tribalism, religion has been very common. Constitution has been very common. Infrastructure has been very common. Those are the few commonalities I've picked up.
Okay, let me give it a shot. So I'm not going to list 10. I'm just going to list the obvious. The very first thing is lack of shared common goals. We don't have that common sense of purpose as a people. We're different nations, different ideologies. We don't think alike. So
can I give you a follow-up on that? Lack of common goals. Do we give room for us to discuss the fact that we don't have common goals? Do we ever give?
Yeah, you guys can discuss it now. I think it's a topic of interest.
I'm not saying on this panel as a country.
No, but Alaba, sorry, Alaba, you're going off track. Let him list his issues. You said nobody should explain. So
that was why I gave him a follow-up.
Okay.
So that's number 1 in my opinion. The next one is ignorant followership. Ignorant followership. There's a lot of people worship, no ideology or no sense of ideology, just kind of like everybody wants a hero. I think it's the Pentecostal mentality. Not like I'm attacking religion or anything, but I'll just say ignorant followers. So yeah, so the third one, it's going to be the obvious, insecurity. But when you look at both of those 2 I listed initially, that's kind of like the source of it. And the fourth one is incoherent economic policy. Incoherent economic policies. Like there's no follow through. We can't decide if we want to play orthodox or if we want to, go the left field, and we're not sticking to any one of that. The fifth one, well, it all begets from all the stuff I said. There's political instability. Without political stability, there's no going to be growth or prosperity. Then when you look at other things, like the obvious ones are transparency. There's no transparency in the system. And then I will say, there's the external influence on us, both the Eastern perspective and the Western perspective. So it just kind of like creates this dichotomy, and which also goes to the first one. So to me, out of those ones, you probably can farm out the individual ones everybody is listing out. So if you guys can discuss that's going to be my top 6. I don't care about the rest.
Let me repeat that top 1: lack of common goals. Correct?
Yeah, no shared common goals.
No shared common. Okay, I got you. Who's next? Wale, I think you're next. Forefather, please help rotate. I heard there's a lot of people behind the stage who wants to come in. Let's rotate. Everybody has a voice. And then there's another video I wanted to show you all regarding, I think I'll join it before we go to the next topic question after we list the top 10 problem on why we all know the problem and yet we're not getting any movement towards a solution. I would talk about that. And I'm noting all the problems down. Wale, go ahead. Top 10.
Okay, my top 10 will start from selfishness. I think every single one of us, one way or the other, we are very selfish. We always want to think about our own,
So,
either
me,
directly or indirectly.
me, and I.
But the selfishness is different level. Some people's selfishness is very minimal. Some people are just too high. We have a lot of educated illiterates that they think they are educated, but they are stark illiterate if they look at it very well. Then ignorance is one of the problems we have. Greediness, religiosity, and tribesmen. We have a lot of idiots that we have some citizens, but it depends on where and how each one of us will classify ourselves into. Am I an idiot who doesn't care about others? I just care about my own tribe only? Or am I some kind of person that sees how the country will move forward? What do I need to do for others to enjoy life? Let's live and let others live. So I think that's what I can pen down for now.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, Wale. Straight to the point. Ken, can you hit it? Top 10 Nigerian issues. Wale, before I go to Ken, Wale, what's one-liner? Can you give me a one-liner? What's Nigeria to you? One-liner. When I mean one-liner, Shito, PLC, give me what is Nigeria to you?
Nigerian to me.
Kulata, I forgot I didn't ask you to that too. Can you guys do you have a one-liner of what Nigeria is to you? No two sentences.
I think I would say it's PLC.
PLC, okay. What about you, Kulata?
Nigeria to me is a landmass.
Landmass, okay. What about you, Augustine? I didn't hear you say that.
It's a country struggling with identity.
Identity issue, okay. Ken, one-liner, what Nigeria to you and your 10 top issues?
Failed contraption.
Failed contraption, okay. It's funny enough, we all have a commonality in description, and I wonder why we're not having solutions. Anyway, move on, Ken. Top 10.
Yeah, thank you, Alaba. You're doing a wonderful job here. Yeah. So my number one on the list is insecurity and insurgency. And number 2 is corruption. Corruption. We are all corrupt. Nigerians are very, very corrupt. And we have economic instability as well, and especially when we have an entity as the president right now, you know. So the economy is really, really going through some sorrowful, journey. Now we have infrastructural deficit, right?
Infrastructure.
And then number 6 on my list, number 5 on my list is education. Wale said that we have a lot of educated illiterate that think that they make sense all the time, but you wonder what kind of education that they have. And they always try to make sense when there is none. Then we have healthcare problem. The healthcare system is a mess. I don't even think that we have healthcare system in Nigeria. I don't know what we have right now. Then we have number 7, ethnic and religious tensions. And there you have, in this number 7, the ethnic and religious tensions, there's where you find a lot of educated illiterate that always think that they know or think that their person should be the one in the power, whether the person knows what he's doing or not, provided they are of the same ethnic group. Whatever he does is making sense. And
tribalism, basically.
Tribalism, tribalism, very bad illness. I don't think he has therapy. Number 8, political instability. We have political instability where one will grab power by force because power is not given. Is it by a la carte or whatever nonsense he spoke that time? Then we have poverty and inequality. The gap between the rich and the poor is just too much, man. And we have few rich people and a lot of poor masses. Then number 10 on my list is environmental issues. Environmental degradation, we have erosions, we have just unorganized system, unorganized structure, very bad thing.
So which one is the most important thing you will fix if you were president? Top one, just one-liner.
The most important thing is education. Okay. Education, education.
Pastor, you're next. Pastor, I hope I'm not going too fast. I hope we're doing it right.
No, you're good. You're good.
Not even checking the private chat to see if there's
So,
any comments.
Alaba, sorry, if you can speed it up after Pastor, so some of us we need to go. But
Okay.
I came to support you. I mean, as funny as that sounds, but if you can speed it up, thanks.
Okay.
That's so
Pastor.
funny.
So one line now. What is Nigeria to you and your top 10 issues? The Nigerian
Well,
problem.
Nigeria to me is always love.
It's love.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you say love.
That's to me. Yeah, I always love that country, no matter what anybody says or think about it. I recognize the obvious troubles and challenges we have, but to always remain love. I don't have top 10. I only have one, which is number one thing that Kulata mentioned, which is no share common goals. I don't have 10, only one. And if we have one common goal, for example, if we want to say we want to go for IPOB and all of us say all the way for IPOB, we will achieve it. If we want to say we want to take out our elected representative and we have that common goal, we will achieve it. The others will fall into place. So it's just one. That's all I have for you. If you don't mind, may I approach the bench? Kulata, my apologies. I know you want to leave, but if you don't mind, can I be indulged a bit to approach the bench, which is Ferreira? Do you mind if I ask
go
that? If I stand to be corrected, you asked Paul to be put
Go
on
ahead.
backstage. Is that correct?
Go ahead. Sorry. Electricity.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Ferreira, you asked Paul to be put on backstage. Is that correct?
Not for
Am I
long,
correct?
just for him to calm down.
No. It's a yes or no. Is that correct?
Yeah, because I didn't want to distract from the
I would like
conversation.
the record to reflect my question and your answer. I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, lawyer Pastor Ibro. My learned colleague. Thank you.
Ferreira, Ferreira, 1 minute. Yes. I believe in equity here. It seems forefathers and electricity have got some favorite people that they recycle. When we say recycle, it means recycle. It doesn't mean leave some damn people there. Recycle properly. No, Jim, leave me alone.
Can you handle
I'm not holding you. Let's not
help
do
me
this.
out now.
If you want
to
can you just rotate? He has made a point. Let's move on.
Okay, so while I'm here, I want to leave space for people. I want us to go to the next topic. And I believe my perception about the next topic was to go deep into some of those things. We can't just list things and not really talk about them. That's why I'm hanging around.
That's right.
Sorry, can I make a suggestion? Can you just do 2 topics? Everybody do 2 and then bounce. You don't have to stay here now. Yeah.
Okay, we're done with listing topics, but I have a comment to say about what everybody has listed.
Ferreira, sorry, before you go there, you ask people to be doing something on the private chat. Sorry, somebody made a comment. I listened to your introduction. So somebody is asking you, is Dr. Dimeji still in hell?
Actually, he's listening to us now. He was with us earlier in the background. He wasn't just. Is he still in? What was the question about Dr. Dimeji?
Is he still in hell?
Oh, he's in good health. I mean, and him spoke this morning.
Hell.
What would the man be doing in hell? You can't call the bosom of New York hell now. And that man is really resting his head on the bosom of something, I tell you. That's not hell, no. If I get hurt my head where that man is resting his head, I will be a happy man. No. He's doing fine. He's not in hell. Forefather, they blame us. So you supposed to assist me in rotation. People say you get favoritism. Waiting be all this nonsense now.
Let's do quickly. Then all of us here will go out. New people can come in. No problem. Let's just move on.
Okay, Forefather, your own top 10. I know security is number 1. I already jotted down.
Yeah, I guess the new aspect is that I seem to find what Kene and Kolata said compelling. Clearly, for me, security is always number 1. Most of the other problems that are listed is present in most countries, but they're all doing just fine. As a matter of fact, some of them went on to conquer the whole world. And so security, transparency, It's something we don't have. They remove subsidy. They even tell us how they spend the money. They just share it among themselves. And there's a lot of dark spots. We don't know how much oil they are taking. Nobody monitors anything. And they come into office, they don't even itemize what they are going to do for the people. So there's no transparency there. And the rule of law, very important. And the kind of democracy I would prefer would be slightly different. The democracy we have now is a little bit too restrictive and disempowering of the people. You have to put the people in the middle of the democracy. And I agree with the point, Kolata made, which may actually be more consequential than them all regarding a common purpose. And that common purpose often implies that the people themselves exhibit a higher level of collective intelligence. If you have collective purpose, you exhibit collective intelligence and you tend to accomplish far more things that you accomplish even with one individual intelligent person. So that's my list. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to say a few points. Of course, people could give me a quick rebuttal before I go to the next topic. Let me list the next topic so that we know, and then we'll conclude and move on. So I have said that I've repeated this, that I served about 30 years ago. In fact, what's his name? Former Speaker of the House during Obasanjo, Jonathan, Dimeji Bankole.
We served together. He served with me too.
Yeah, we served together in Epoma. I keep saying, what was that concern?
Abuja, Kubwa.
Alaba, keep the biography snappy. So some of us want to leave. Yeah.
Kubwa.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, but about that time, but everybody knows the problem, but we're not having traction towards solution. So the issue is that the next question is a one-liner also. Who is going to fix Nigeria? Do you think it's God? Do you think it's a one strong man? Do you think no one? Do you think it's the people? Do you think it's the politician? Or I just don't know. Let me see if I can get that slide up for that particular question. Who is going to fix Nigeria? So where's that slide? Where's the present? Where's my slide? Oh, technical. Anyway, leave the slide alone. At least
Can I go first so that I can yield the floor and then someone else can come in?
Yeah, who's going to fix with Nigeria? But I was thinking it would be unfair if I address the issue of who is going to fix Nigeria without showing a video. But I guess let's just address that question. I'll show the video on our next question, which is what we call democracy. Is it real democracy? I'll show the video then, and then that way. Who's going to fix Nigeria? We all know the problem, because I was going to say my own comment on the problem listed. They are very straightforward commonality in all the problems we listed. I don't know if you all were paying attention. For example, if you listed corruption is linked to insecurity. If you list lack of rule of law, lack of rule of law is linked. So all the problems have like a spider web connection. But there was the primary thing that most people did not mention, which is the one that leads to all that problem. And it has its roots in our understanding, our miseducation, our educated, I don't want to call them educated, miseducated literates who their interpretation of things, all the problems are linked, they're connected, everybody. Then the fact that we don't have a common purpose is also it's arguable. I don't want to say it's wrong. Think about it. Every human being wants a comfortable life. That's a common purpose in itself. I don't think somebody comes from this world and believe that he wants to suffer, or he doesn't want water, or he doesn't want electricity, or he doesn't want a good road, or he doesn't want a house. I don't know, but it's subject to debate. I see Kulata shaking his head like Shakespeare, but I don't know. But I think we have a common purpose. We want to be human. If you dispute that, this is the time to raise that objection. Of all things, we want to be human and be treated human. Am I wrong on that? Every night,
you're wrong. You have a common purpose in your echo chamber. You've not reached out to see what other people think.
So we have other people who don't want to be human, who don't want to enjoy human enjoyment, human life. That all this that we might not have the concept of all are created equal, but we all want to be human. Whether I want to be more human than you But we are
Alaba,
one of the
let me add my one coiner on what the point, sorry, the views I made and leave. I want to leave so that some other person can take the space, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, who's going to fix Nigeria? That's our next question. Yeah. Why are you
Okay,
leaving?
so
We need your views.
I want to go and watch. I want to watch England. I'm not lying about it. So let me just be straightforward. So when I mentioned that Nigeria, when I mentioned that Nigeria's problem is ethnicity, I do agree with all the other points with me. But there's always a starting point. Who's going to fix Nigeria? As much as I'm not looking for a Superman, and as much as I agree that every society has its own issues, most societies, whether you call it ethnicity or you call it racism or you call it favoritism or some form of clannishness or whatever, it exists everywhere. However, what you notice is that in most places there is a deliberate effort towards galvanizing the people towards what Kulata referred to as that shared common purpose. If I am still seeing Ofe Mano, or I'm still seeing I don't know, all the derogatory words we use for each other on an ethnic basis. If I'm still in that cocoon, there's no way I'm going to be able to galvanize people towards a common front. If somebody is still saying Yashinedu, stay away from an election, and then the person he is doing it for says he wants to be president, I don't know how that person is going to galvanize the Shinedus that he has already put by the corner. So you see, and we keep repeating this mistake. I give you a little example. I read from history that at independence, in the old parliamentary system, they were discussing how Nigeria's power system will be structured. Should we go hydro? Should we go gas? Should we go coal? And predominantly, politicians from the north said, let's go hydro. That's where Nigeria's problem started when it comes to energy. And I was of the view, as little as I was then, to say, why would you, push for one subset when you had the opportunity of gas, you had the opportunity of the hydro, you had the opportunity of coal when coal was still allowable? Why not diversify Nigeria's energy, for instance? Why not say, okay, if coal is strong in the east, can we have a coal process where we generate coal in the east and use that coal to power the east? If we have gas coming from the south-south and gas can be used for the south-south and extended to the southwest, let's do that. If hydro is predominant in the north, as it is, considering where Kainji is, let's do that. But we boxed ourselves in a corner because of ethnic baiting. So consistently, we keep repeating this mistake. Lastly, I just watched the National Assembly talking about ranching, and I saw two northern elites saying, we've all seen it. Let's not pretend. We've seen that video where the former governor of Zamfara or Kebbi was, making some very unintelligent arguments around the ranching process and trying to stop open grazing. But he's doing it because he feels he needs to defend his Fulani brothers. And these are the issues that are making us not achieve the kind of thing Kolata just mentioned about a shared common purpose. But assuming you see somebody, for instance, say, you know what, even though I come from the east, but we have a huge propensity of sunshine from Maiduguri, can we go and put up a alternative solar system to generate power to help us liberalize our electricity? I don't care that it's from Borno State, as long as at the end of the day we generate this thing and we use it for Nigeria. So until we begin to have leaders who, when they go to office, they are able to separate to say, you know what, even though I'm a Yoruba person, but guess what? I need to take care of the people from Niger Delta. If I clean up that place and we're able to generate more gas from that place, Nigeria will be richer. I'll have enough more resources to be able to manage and do all the things I want to do economically. Unfortunately, our parochialism doesn't let us see the larger picture. And that's why I'm saying, when we solve these ethnic issues, yes, I'm rounding up. Once we solve these ethnic issues, then the other things we're talking about will begin to fall in place. But for so long as we're not able to solve it, then it's going to be difficult for me to say I'm supporting somebody, because at the end of the day, all I want to do is to support the subset of which is where I come from. That's my view. Thank you, guys. I'll talk to you guys some other time.
Tim, before you run, let me give you a rebuttal on what you just pushed. You're just taking us from high intelligence conversation down to the to the mud. We've just moved. I'm dead serious. I'm validating your point. Don't get me wrong.
No,
Don't get me wrong.
sorry. The
No,
choice
no,
of
no, 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 don't worry, don't worry, that is easy. Don't worry, don't worry. No offense taken. No offense taken. Let him go ahead.
Augustine,
let him finish.
Yeah, you've just taken us from a high intelligence level conversation to the rougher fight, which is the Nigeria we know. We're not going to go there. We're not going to go rougher. You started your argument saying that tribal led to choice of electricity, if I paraphrase you rightly. Then you blame the leaders, and then you blame education. Now, Chim, let me put it to you. When those tribal issues came up to choosing what type of electricity came up, you have people from your tribe there. Why didn't they stand their ground? You understand? So if they failed you, don't blame it on tribe.
Okay, Alaba, sorry, let's make it quick.
I'm not finished.
Okay.
Then
all right,
the
okay.
key points you hit was the fact that education, people just don't know what is right for them. And that's where we're going with this question. That's why all the point of this list, our top 10 issue. I really believe you just taking us from the high level straight into the rougher fight, and we're wearing white, we're going to be stained. And once you put us on that stage, this platform, we ain't going to achieve anything. It's going to be bad.
Okay, so are you done? Are you done? Are you done?
And the likes of, we're not going to go nowhere.
Alaba, are you done?
Your complaint is valid, but
Alaba, no, don't go that direction. Don't worry. Are you done? Are you done making your point? All right, okay. So it's quite unfortunate. I'm not going to join issues with you in throwing slurs. I won't do that.
Oh,
No, Alaba, I listened to you. You saw the gentlemanness in my listening to you. I didn't take offense. And to be honest with you, I haven't taken any offense. So what I would like to make a point very clear. You see, when you call for a national conference, that's what you just did. This is a confab you called. When you call for a conference of this nature, you must have an open mind to listen to what everybody wants to say. If you have a preconceived notion, then don't call me to come and have a conversation. That's number one. Number two, I did not blame anybody. What I said is because of the numbers, and we all know this. You see, the problem with us as Nigerians is sometimes we live in denial. At some point in the way we vote, we've seen it happen, unless we want to be in denial. When it comes to National Assembly where decisions are made, it becomes an issue of numbers. And the MPC in the North, as at 1950, 1960, had more population in terms of members of the House of Representatives or Parliament. So when you're voting for something, people will generally vote along the lines of ethnicity. And because they had the numbers, whatever they have voted is what is going to happen. If this has nothing to do with what my politicians from my region did or not. No, what I'm talking about is people should be transcendent and grow beyond, because I come from the East and this will favor the East, therefore I must vote that direction. That, if you were listening clearly, that's what I was advocating. I'm advocating a situation where I come from the East, but a policy that will favor the North. And I can see that if I push this policy that's going to be predominantly from the northern side, it will still generate benefit for the whole country, then I vote for it. That was what I said. If anybody here is going to bear benefit of that towards me, I wasn't saying, the northern politicians have. No. The point I'm making is that even the Easterners sometimes will do the same thing. But why we're doing it is because we have not grown beyond this ethnicity. Tiwantiwa, as Yoruba people will say, or whatever. Once we grow beyond this.
I don't want you to drag us in that line. The question was.
No, but you're the one dragging us in that line.
Listen, the question
you're not accusing me.
Yeah, because now somebody would not want to give a rebuttal. Even I have a rebuttal to what you've said. Because
Alaba, ask anybody here. Does anybody have a rebuttal excluding you?
That's why we listed 10 top issues.
No, Alaba, you're listening to yourself. Somebody said here, you're just talking.
Sorry, Alaba, can I use my time? And I listened to what Chim said, but it does as if you have already made up answers to the questions you're asking.
Exactly.
Because exactly what he said is what I am going to give you. So if you don't buy his opinion, then my opinion will not matter.
Finish.
Okay, can I group what you've just said under ethnicity as under the top 10 list? Is
No,
that
that's
fair?
not what he said.
What did
All
he
right, you know
under
what, guys?
education?
Let me go.
Put it under an
I've made
umbrella.
my point, guys. Don't
Okay,
worry. Bye bye.
Tribal. Okay, what about tribal? Can you put it under tribal?
That's not what he said.
What under what category can you put it on?
Nationhood.
Nationhood. Okay, let's leave it at that. And the question is, who is going to solve Nigerians' problem? Is it God? Is it the politician? Is it, you see, I don't want us to go into that. They did this, they did that, they did. That's not what we're here for. We're not going to go anywhere with that.
Please,
Sorry,
are you talking some people in this panel today?
Alaba, excuse me, sorry. Excuse me. Can we quickly go through, because like I said, I have stuff to take care of.
So can I jump in?
Sorry, who is doing this turban today?
I'm going to put some people on the backstage for now.
No, Alaba, hold on. Excuse me.
No, before you do that. Before you do that, you're supposed to address.
It's a sign of protest. It's a sign of protest, please. Don't do that to them.
Okay, let me bring them. I want to hear I said they should put it on the private chat. Why is nobody doing that?
It's a sign of protest, please. Allow them.
Private chat first.
What are they protesting? I wonder what they're protesting.
Yeah, they will come up and talk now.
You, Kulata.
Why? You don't like my face? You don't like my beard?
They said you're blocking everywhere. They're not seeing you.
What is there to block?
It's on the private chat, please. You know.
Okay, so let me go on.
Go on.
Okay,
so the question is, who's going to fix Nigeria? God, this, that, and then we went into the 1956. They did this, and then we're going to go into that tribal mudsliding, and we're not going to get anywhere. Because the reason we're asking this is that our next conversation will lead to how we govern or rule ourselves, how we pick our leaders. That's why we're going there, not to say this tribe did this, that tribe did that, these people love its tribe more than I love my tribe. I don't want to get into that kind of conversation. That's redundant to me.
So Alaba, it is nationhood that will save Nigeria.
Yeah.
And I'm going to stand with what Kulata said about, he muted it little, external influence. Now, because when you look at what is happening in Nigeria, you will realize that when Nigeria strived, when Nigeria was excellent, was when we had regional government. And I am believing that it was external influence that brought the idea that regional, which we know that the coup that happened in Nigeria, military taking over, was external influence. So it was the external influence that gave us the idea that it is bringing in unhealthy competitions. So if we go back to nationhood, where every nation in Nigeria will be proud to be member of that nation and build their nation and contribute to the general, but go to the general head as a block, Nigeria would look different. If you go back to, when I mean nationhood, I mean to the regional. Every nation in Nigeria has so many nations. So if those nations can be identified and be given the legitimacy to take care of themselves, to take care of their responsibility, just like the bill that came up that ranch should only be the places.
Don't talk about details so that I agree with you. Yeah. I think you're on point on that. Yeah, let me read this part and then we go on the next topic on why we got here. Look, personally, I feel that what has happened to us since independence, apart from our historical perspective, is this salvagery in our politics. The hindrance to national development is the salvagery we have allowed to exist in our politics. Now, the faulty political practice, emphasis on the word faulty, as the primary cause of our failed economic development. Now, where am I going that? Even I'll quote the words of Ibori. My worry is that we have not done anything collectively to seek the advancement of Nigeria. We have not. So, if you want it from an historical perspective, let me give it to you. Political practice on the platform of political parties as a route to political power started in its present form in Nigeria during the last 2 decades during the last decades of the colonial era, with the formation of the AG and the Northern People's Congress, right? Events that made these political parties rivals to the National Council of Nigeria, NCNC. Now, politics and political practice in Nigeria rapidly acquired the characteristic of parochialism. It was parochial on the basis of tribe. You're right on that. I'm not disputing that fact. Now, let me continue. Now, planned electoral rigging, fraud, corruption in government and the public service, you know, where that was the parochialism that are attributed to our politics of the first era. Are you with me? So now, these features are adversarial to economic development. We have to agree on that. You understand? Now, a project that should rightly be the objective of any group that goes into government, that is, development should be the project of any group. But because of these problems of tribe, electoral rigging, fraud, corruption in government, that was as far back as the First Republic, right? Then we now continue. Listen to me very carefully. Then we continue in our history with the departure of the colonialists, right? The military ravenously invaded the political terrain on January 15, 1960. In spite of the regular claims to the objective of cleaning up the political field at every successive overthrow of constitution by successive military dictators, they didn't do that. What they did was that they collaborated with the same politicians. They collaborated in the politics of exploitation of the people and kleptocracy. That's what happened. That's our history. Anything short of that, we're fooling ourselves. Now, that now continues up to when we now again in 1999, the same collaboration between the military boys and the same kleptomania to exploit the people. That's our story. All these side effects of tribe, ethnicity, electricity, security, all these other problems we've listed is as a result of our failure to be able to pick the right political system and rule ourselves. Now, we say we have democracy. That's where this topic is going. That's why I'm pushing for this. What do we have? Is it real democracy? And I have videos to show you that professors and people who are knowledgeable in political science are saying what we currently have is not what we should have. And we should watch those videos and come up with our answers. That's why these questions were designed. They're not designed to drag us into that mode of tribal this, tribal that. We're not going to get anywhere with that. Yes, we know it. I'm a proud Yoruba man, and I want you to be a proud Igbo man. If I don't want you to be that, then something is wrong with me. I want a proud Hausa man to be a proud Hausa man, to get all the benefits in life that he deserves. If we don't want that, if we want to cheat, and the way we are cheating, we're not only cheating each other in terms of tribe, we are cheating our own people. The Yoruba political thieves, they are Yoruba now. Are they giving the money back to their Yoruba? No. The Hausa political thieves, they are Hausas now. Are they giving the money to their Hausa brothers? No. Your Igbo political thieves, are they using the money they've stolen from Nigeria? Are they giving it to your people? No. So why are we going to engage? That's where they want you to go. And I don't want you there.
So you know
I've said what I have to say, but I'm going to move on to the next question. If you have a comment, let me
Alaba,
hear it.
We've not
Alaba,
gone
why
round.
don't you go and watch match, please?
Let's round up quickly so
So
that
you stopped me when I was talking. So let me conclude.
Conclude.
So in 2005, 2007, I had a cousin that was a local government chairman. So he told me one thing: you can rig election anywhere. You can't rig it in the local government. But today, the case is not the same. So once we talk about tribalism, tribe is the gift we have. So you can only go back to it and use it in a better way. So if you move back to nationhood, you will cure every other thing. You will cure insecurity. You will cure election malpractice. Because if every nation is building their own, if every nation is building their nation, they will choose the best. They will bring the best. But because Nigeria is a country where there is no ownership.
I want to understand something. When you said nationhood, you mean the regional system?
Yes,
Is that what you mean? Okay, good.
Yes, yeah. So that's what I mean by nationhood. So when you do regional, they will choose the best because they are now going to look at, oh, Yoruba people are doing better than us. What do we do to measure up? Hausa people are doing great. What do we do? So there will be a competition. So it is only a myopic person who see that competition as unhealthy competition, just like what is happening between America and China. Both of them are all competing. So it's only when you don't look at it well, you will see the development going on there. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you with your submission. I totally agree. We can ready to move on to the next topic. It's on our democracy, and I got these videos I wanna share with you, and then we'll go on.
Can I add something very little on this?
Yeah,
so, when you were making your submission, you stated that a lot of professors have proven that what we have at hand right now is not what we're supposed to have, right? But on the same vein,
well, let me correct myself. You see, it's not that all of them get sense, so not all of them get sense.
Okay. Yes.
Not
So
all of them, but
actually,
there's some.
that was where I was trying to come.
Not all of them get sense.
So some of these professors are actually mercenaries that are being used to rig the election. Some of them are very tribalistic, and we've seen that a lot of them support nepotism in that country. So, and that is why I stated that my number one from the top 10 is a faulty education. And I find it difficult to interweave faulty education, tribalism, and religious tensions together.
Right.
So these are on the same horizon, right? So we have a problem of education. The educated ones are not well enlightened. Some of these educated ones are tribalistic in nature. And then we have the religious bandit, both the Christianity and the Islam, where they tend to deceive and confuse the followers believing that they are on the right because it's coming from a so-called imam or so-called man of God, right? These are our problem. If we have this sorted out, then we now come to what Augustine is saying. This is when we'll have that leverage to now say, you know what, let's really sit down and discuss the way forward. Are we going to move with this one Nigeria thing, or are we going to go on that regional system, which I believe will be the last solution to our problem? Move to the regional system of governance. Your cultural and religious belief, you can practice it the way you want. If you want to practice Sharia, so be it in your own region. If you want to practice terrorism, so be it. Just take care of your region, right? I think this is the best solution that will move that country forward.
Thank you, Kane. And that's where I'm going. That's the point of this program, education. Thank you. Because I believe that since what we've been informed as
Alaba, let's move to the next point now. Let's move to the next item, please.
The next point is where we're going.
Ferrari, please, can we take a moment to acknowledge Prince?
Yes.
He has been donating heavily to the channel for the last couple of sessions, and he's coming on the panel. And Prince, I really have to
donate.
Okay, fine. Please, I have to thank you for the support that you have been giving to Dr. Damages. Anybody that donates, they come on the panel too. They will be acknowledged. So it's not like I'm trying to. And he's been donating heavily. And the thing today already $30. So we appreciate the work you are doing, Mazi Prince. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I only wanted to come on board and tell you, forefathers, thank you for all you do. You do a great job. Alaba, you just fall our hand big time. I'm telling you. I was supporting you earlier, but you really fall my hand.
Because I pushed back on the tribal argument?
No. You kept on arguing with panelists and all that kind of thing. Jesus Christ.
Because, and that is the reason, because I don't want them to push out the miseducated narrative.
Mazi Prince, I tried to reach you with the number you gave me yesterday. It was not connecting. Mazi
What is
Prince.
here?
I
Righteous
tried
man.
to reach to yes.
Did you use that
Righteous
plus
man. Just give
one?
me 1 second,
It's plus
please. I
one.
beg your indulgence.
Yes, I use
Prince, I
plus
beg
one,
your
yeah.
indulgence. Gentlemen, Alaba, I beg your indulgence.
You
I'm
sure?
going to say
That's
this
my
to you,
number.
Alaba.
Go to
Mazi
private
Prince,
But do
chat.
you have my number, right?
Let
I
them
don't.
finish their number
I don't.
issue.
If you can leave, if you
Go
can,
to private chat.
Can you do that to
yeah,
the
put it
private
in
chat?
private
Send each
chat,
other
and then
message
I'll
on
take it
private
from
chat,
there.
please. Alaba,
Okay, let me put it there now. Okay.
Alaba, Alaba, take this from me. I want to leave now.
Yeah.
Learn to accept constructive criticism.
I do.
Just for I'm giving you this as a moderator, a fellow moderator. Learn to accept constructive criticism. Oh, my share lore in a long run.
Yeah.
So you say I'm speaking Yoruba now. Okay. Oh, my share lore in a long run. Learn to accept constructive criticism. If
I
not,
agree.
you've not elevated the discussion. Let me just put that on the record. I will leave it as it is because I like I told Dr. Rudolph, I wish you the best. You may be able to
Too early
change
to
the
judge, I
trajectory
would
of
say, but yeah, you're right. Too early to judge, though. But let's keep moving on. Let's move on.
Okay, Alaba, talking about what Ekene said about education, I think I support Ekene when it comes to education. And this issue is already there. So it's not like something that we're about to do. So we just want to put everything in place to mitigate any unforeseen issue that will come. The issue is already here. So how do we go about it? That's why I said, if I become president today, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to take land from the people. Because the first place, it doesn't even make sense why you just pick 10 family in a whole large community. You understand?
Paul,
Maybe
can
that
you refocus your comment on the next question, which is the type of democracy we're practicing now? Because that's the next topic we want to discuss, and I want to show you guys this video and about what our democracy is. I have two videos.
So why do you ask for those 10 and for us to elaborate on it?
Yeah,
Again? We can't even elaborate on it.
Because after the problem have been highlighted, when we go back and see how we've been addressing it, we will see that we probably need a rethink on how to approach them.
Okay, so even if we still
Not
talk
just
about
not just to regurgitate problem. Like I said, we all know the problem, and there's commonalities in all the problem, and the problems are linked. And that's what we do almost every weekend. You understand? You understand? I just want us to go a step further than that, and that's why I'm going to show a few videos. Going to ask the panelists next what is democracy to them? What I mean, not to them. What is it we are practicing? And I have a few people describe that on the video I want to show, and then get your feedback and think that if that was adjusted.
Do you want me to continue my comment now or after the video?
After the video.
Okay.
After the video. Thank you.
Please put me on the backstage, please.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
No, he's backstage now. Go ahead.
Okay.
Alaba, you can go ahead.
Okay, let me hide the video now.
Okay. Okay, let's use this thing to do
Hold on,
the
I'm getting it now.
Okay.
Gods are right.
Good.
In saying that we have suffered in many ways and continue to do so, and that therefore the post-independence African country or countries are bedeviled by many things. That could be a reason. It has also been said that part of the reason why we have not realized our potential is because we make the wrong choices. And that could very well be true. And my brother who spoke about choices so very well told us that it all rests on the choices that you make. And you who are Christians will remember that at critical moments, even in the Christian tradition, it has always been a question of choices. If you read the book of 1 Kings at chapter 18, when there is conflict in that little place called Israel, Elijah summons them and says, choose you now. If Baal is God, bring the 450 disciples of Baal and the 400 of Asherah who dine with Jezebel. And if God is God, let him be worshipped. If Baal is Baal, let him be worshipped. Perhaps that is the reason why we are where we are. We never make the right choices. We choose Baal when we should be choosing God. There are those who have said possibly, and you see this choice if you read the book of Joshua chapter 24, when he calls the Israelites and tells them, choose you now. Do you want to worship the gods whom your ancestors worshipped before they crossed the river, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you dwell? As for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. Perhaps we are not serving the gods, and that the gods are angry. And in the anger, they continue to visit pain upon us. So there is a sense in which all and many things have been talked about. But Africa sometimes judges ourselves very harshly and with a jaundiced sense of history. The post-colonial African state, the oldest post-colonial African state is Ghana, 66 years only. Nigeria, 63 years only. And we often forget these very important and immortal words of John Henry Clark, when he said that all African countries, upon regaining independence, started to conduct their affairs on the basis of systems of governments that were borrowed from Europe, and that none of them will ever succeed on the basis of borrowed systems. And as if he were a Jewish prophet, he is being proven right on a daily basis. Because whenever we in the African countries think that we have identified the problem and that we have identified the antidote, when we apply the antidote, new wounds appear. That has been the state of Africa. Agreement of African and European and Pacific countries. And when that did not work, they sat again in Cotonou here in Benin and came up with the Cotonou Agreement. They are never resting. We must never forget that. The neo-colonialist is alive and well and is always trying to frustrate what we do, because Africa is their hunting ground. And we did not stop there. When we are doing things, you tell me what Africa has not tried to do. In terms of the airspace, we agreed in Yamoussoukro, in La Côte d'Ivoire, that we will open our airspaces in 1988. We sat in Abuja here in Nigeria in 2001 and said we were going to spend not less than 15% of our budget in the health sector. We sat in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea in 2014 and said we were going to focus on agriculture. We sat down in Maputo in 2013 and said we were going to ensure that our women were mainstreamed in the activities of Africa. We sat down in Abuja in 2013, in 2014 and said we were going to have free movement of people, and once again sat down in Kigali, Rwanda 2018 and said we were going to eliminate visas. We sat down in Abuja and said that we were going to silence the guns in 2013. We did not. And we sat down in 2020 and talk about leaders, but we never talk about the followers. The followers must also style up. Africans on average are for some reason attracted to thieves. Africans are for some reason attracted to men and women who cannot serve her. And when they are not served, then they complain. When Africans are told, choose you now whom we shall release, Jesus of Nazareth or Barabbas, they say release Barabbas. And when Barabbas behaves like Barabbas, they say, why are you not behaving like Christ? It cannot be done. And this is what we must do. And I am submitting to us that it can be done and it should be done. I know a number of African countries, and I traveled this continent sufficiently to know that there are African countries that are doing well. They are trying. There is no nation without trials and tribulation. We are fond of talking about the United States of America as an exemplar of that which is good and bad. When they said in 1776 that they held certain truths to be self-evident, that all men were born equal, that they were endowed by their creator with certain unalienable right, that among those who are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, were blacks included? No, they were not. Did they not fight a civil war? Yes, they did. Are they not frustrating people until 1963? Did George Floyd, was he not killed only recently? There is not a single nation without trials and tribulation. Bible, sometimes those who are saying the right things think that they are the only one, thinking in silo. You remember Elijah going and saying, but Lord, I'm the only one who has not bowed to Baal. He was told, no, there are 7,000 others. And as I travel across Africa, there are 7,000 others. Today, I've seen many of them. Today, I've had the honor and privilege of listening to many of them. One enlightened more than the other. One more passionate than the other, talking about what we can do and talking about the place of Nigeria in that space. Times without number have talked about Nigeria and reminded Nigerians that the day you become great, that is the day Africa becomes great. When I hear Nigeria economists and politicians telling me that the GDP of Nigeria is 500 billion United States dollars, and that therefore it is the biggest economy in the world, I am reminded of the words of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, my friend, when he says, in a debate between dwarfs, what is the value of one dwarf saying I'm taller than the other dwarfs? You are still a dwarf. This Nigeria is capable in 5 years of becoming a 3 trillion GDP economy. The fundamentals are there. Talk of human resource. And I think it is my sister, you go to anywhere in the world, tell me, engineering, artificial intelligence, space.
Okay, so let me stop the video. So yeah, the next question I wanted to ask was the fact that what type of democracy do we have now? It's a real democracy, or is it just a false pretense democracy? That's the next question we were raising up.
Thank you. Let me just take my turn first. I didn't know what happened because I was doing something else when I was backstage, so I don't know what people are going on about. But that said, regarding the democracy, our democracy is a little bit it's not very good right now, is it? And to be fair, I always say to Olumide, because he is very passionate about this, I always say to him that the thing that you are thinking that, you are seeing this as every time it is rigged, is Nigerians that are rigging it from the top to the bottom. They are all rigging the whole thing. And so if in terms of as a solution, personally, I would say you have to engage people, because when people have a stake in something, they tend to be more galvanized to care for it and nurture it and make sure it succeeds the right way. Because the way Nigerians are engaged is similar to the way we are in terms of our democracy, is similar to the way we are engaged in terms of oil wealth and all our national resources, even our security. It's almost like we're just expecting those magic makers, federal government, to solve the problem. We don't know that we are part of the reasons why either they can solve it or whether they can't solve it. If the people refuse, they will solve it. If people say we are not going to take this anymore, they will have to. They don't have a choice. They will have to solve it. So the same thing goes for democracy. If you want to change democracy, you have to give people a stake in it. One of the things I'll say is that I think we should have a more advanced democratic system, not this halfway house where you are like, oh, you give people democracy, but the people that are controlling the people that are selected are the elites. You have how much they pay to even get selected for governorship now? It's million in Nigeria now. You have to put the power in the hands of the people. If we are going to, they call it a direct democracy system. There are different types of democratic system. I think there are at least 4 or 5 of them. But the direct one is the one where the people know they can decide anything. Like all this nonsense the government is doing now, they can remove it.
Father, what you've just said now is what the Professor Ikechukwu emphasized in the next slide that I'm about to show on what exactly is wrong with our democracy. And that's what he said to Arise News. And that's in the next video. What you just said just now about what is it, for example, what is the price of the form for the democracy? So his own argument, I don't like to paraphrase him, but more like he was saying that the democracy is only those who can afford it that can participate in it, and when they pay, you understand, then they buy those that will vote for them. I'm not saying it's right in this, but what you just said now in that next video about so he was saying that our democracy is not democracy, but it's democracy of the rich, for the rich, and something else. So he kind of described it in that term. And that was why I included that next video on the key issue of our problem. You see, everybody mentioned a tons of problems that we have, but nobody mentioned process of selecting leaders. Didn't you find that funny?
And it's like everything else. It goes back to that same point. The thing is beginning to coalesce in my head more now. Like the point Kulata made about no common agenda. The idea is that people have to be galvanized. If people get galvanized into anything, that thing gets smarter, because the people themselves, they will react organically to make sure that thing works well. It's like when they were talking about taxing people, that cyber security tax. If the government went ahead with that, they went ahead with that, and people are being taxed, and they say they are going to use the money for something, and they don't do it, you see how angry people get. Because now people feel like they have a stake in what is going on, and you're taking my money, you're not doing anything with it. When they steal your oil money, they don't feel connected to the oil money. It's far away from them. You have never seen any Nigerian pay somebody to fix their house, and they don't fix their house, and they say, thank you, go away. No. Like, I paid you to fix my house, fix the house. I paid you to repair my car, repair the car. And that is how Nigerians are going to be. And I don't think this is about whether it's Oyibo or black. If we get, like Oyibo people, they are taxing them too much. So, can you imagine if the government of Oyibo people now say they are not going to deliver good healthcare, they're not going to deliver good road, they will kill them, because they are paying a lot of money every week, every month into those systems. From their paycheck, they are seeing it. They are seeing it from their council tax, from their business rates, buying petrol. But in Nigeria, we don't see it. Everything is so removed from the people. If I was advising for a democratic system, you have to drag the people into the middle of it. Remove all these powerhouses, all these rich people from the front of it, so that the people take charge of their country. And if they do that, I believe that Nigerians are some of the most energetic and creative people, and Nigeria is going to do very great things if we can change the rules so that the people take charge of the democratic system. If the government pass a stupid law, the people can change it by themselves. They don't even care about electing anybody. They can just carry a vote, call for a referendum, and they'll get it done and remove that law immediately. That is how direct democracy works. And if you give people responsibility, they are more likely to fulfill that responsibility than you just tell them, sit down there. We are the ones controlling it. You don't have money to pay to get elected. And when we pass a law, you don't have a choice. If you say anything, we'll send Olokpa to come and deal with you. That kind of system is what you get now. I believe that if you want to move Nigerians forward without bloodshed, you have to take the power and give it to the people where it truly belongs, because they are the true sovereigns of this for any democratic system. That's where I will leave it. I don't know what our chief Paul thinks. What is Paul wearing today? Paul has dressed up heavily today.
So if there's any Nigeria today, it should be me. You understand? You see the way I cut across state line. You understand?
That's true.
And
That's true.
every
You
other
know, I
day.
wanted to say it because it's the outside look different from the top. I wanted to say that, yeah.
But
Exactly.
your cap is not going with your cloth, man. So
It's not to match. It's to match to Nigeria, not to match to Hausa or to match to Igbo. It's to match to Nigeria. This is Nigeria. This is Nigeria. How about that?
KJ doesn't get it now. KJ doesn't get it.
Well, let me hold my peace. Can I comment on the democracy itself?
Yes, KJ, go ahead.
All right. Now, here is my personal view. And I will take my discussion from the last video clip which you played. I want to use an example from the Bible. David approached the king Saul to go fight Goliath. And after interrogating him, he said to him, okay, since you made up your mind to go fight this great warrior, go with my spear, go with my sword, go with my shield, and all that. And when David wore his shield, he couldn't even move with it. And he had to be humble and said to the king, King, live forever, but these things are not going to help me win this war. And so let me take what I know and use it as my weapon. And that did the job. I see this thing every time I take a look at the democracy and the system of governance in Africa and what it has done to our own people. Sometimes I begin to think that it may not be the weapon that we can use to deliver our people. Now, if you go back into history before the coming of democracy in Africa and then Nigeria as a whole, you find out that our people were being governed with less issues in their tribal circles. They didn't have democracy as a form of governance, but they lived in peace with their neighbors, and there was prosperity in other words. But we are now told that democracy is the best form of government, and I'm not doubting that. It could be the best form of government. But when democracy comes to Africa, those who are practicing it do not necessarily accept that the people who have put them in those offices are their masters and should listen to them to do what they want. Instead, what has happened to democracy in Nigeria as a nation is that those practicing it in those offices now turn the apparatus of state against the citizens of the nation. And consequently, because they have been sitting on these tools, they use it to manipulate until they can no longer manipulate the system and their terms run out. They look for their stooges and put to follow. Consequently, you find out that in the last 20, 25 years, same set of people have been ruling Nigeria, recycling themselves over and over again. When they are out of power, the major choice jobs, construction jobs, government jobs are given to their cronies and their friends, and even to their children. In fact, right now, some of them have already recycled themselves too much. They can no longer hold offices. They are now recycling their children in the process. This couldn't have been possible if they were running the traditional system of government, which the Europeans met when they got to our nations. It wasn't possible. For instance, as an Igbo man, you couldn't have that's why the people mistake to say Igbo Enweze, that Igbos don't have king. No, what the Igbos believe that is only God that is king. And any other person who should rule will be in a committee of rulers. In other words, age grades, autonomous communities. You choose from each age grade, they who come into the circle to take decisions. So you don't take decision that nobody can get out and say, okay, today I take decision on behalf of everybody. Consequently, it was believed that Igbos are the first Republicans known to man. But that is a debate for another day. I don't want to digress. So what I'm simply saying is that looking at democracy as we have so far seen it, it has not helped Nigeria. In fact, if you go back in history, especially in Nigeria, every major institution sitting today that Nigerians are benefiting from didn't come from democracy, apart from the 3 years that was done when we were a regional government. Okay, every other thing you see today was, one way or the other put in place by the military dictatorship to the way that it may suit them. But I'm simply saying, if democracy is that progressive and able to deliver for us as Nigerians, we will have seen the result by now. But so far, and you can see what is going on. In fact, let me further push this narrative. The last June 12th, you saw what happened. In the June 12th, you saw the portrait of a man raised at the Eagle Square. That is, democracy is shifting now to individuals who didn't, rightly or wrongly, didn't even play any important part. Nobody mentioned Humphrey Nwosu, who stood his ground to declare that Abiola was the winner of that election. They didn't bring him in. They didn't even mention him. Okay? If he had done what Mahmoud Yakubu did, we wouldn't be having that June 12th celebrated today. But a man stood and put his life on the ground, on the line. So what I'm trying to say, so that I'm not misunderstood, is simply that maybe it's time for leadership, Nigerians, to look again at the system of governance we are using. It may not just be able to deliver us. Thank you.
KJ, before you go on,
can I just don't worry, you're gonna go out. Let me just say something. I think what KJ said towards the end about Humphrey Nwosu. I think I was listening to the Democratic video the other day, and they mentioned him, how he declared it, and I was like, wow, that was brave, because that was a military regime in office, and he defied them to release that result. That is an Igbo man that did that. And at the same time, the stuff about the South is not having rulers. They do have Ezes. Ezes are kings, isn't it? To an extent. So I just thought I should add that. But nice submission.
KJ, there's a lot of people that were not honored for that democracy day, but the point you made is very correct. What the next video was trying to argue is that since we have made democracy about the richest among us, you understand, it is normal for any person who goes into business to buy, to buy the office, buy the person who will announce the result, buy the people to vote, and do whatever he wants in office. So the people in that next video that we will show is trying to argue that point, that is the key problem to this thing we keep calling democracy, and that's why it's leading us nowhere. That's why it has produced a state of
Alaba, if I can comment on that.
Yeah,
I understand it's so painful, and because they deprive the ordinary man to aspire for a position in Nigeria, which is not good because it's supposed to be for everybody. But let me take it outside Nigeria. Let me talk about the US now. The US has the most corrupt electioneering system in the whole world. You understand? Where you see the NRA, you see APAC, they will bribe people. Today, you see the way they gag senators, they gag congressmen, they give them money and everything. If you don't do their bid, they're going to vote you out. They contributed. As we are talking right now, APAC is contributing almost about $800 million just for primaries alone. For the people that they don't want, that they want to campaign against, to vote them out, they give you money. Joe Biden collect money from APAC. And guess what? Trump is also collecting money from APAC. You understand? But just imagine if you can see somebody like, say, from Qatar, want to bring money into the US to support a candidate. Oh, all head will lose. So there is corruption in the system. In as much as their ideology is different when it comes to Republican and Democrat, I still see development in a red state like I see development in a blue state. This is what we don't have. You understand?
Yeah, you're right about influence of money, but it seems in their own case, it's more organized. For example, in the US, you can't go straight and buy the Supreme Court or buy the election body or buy the...
Alaba, you can buy the Supreme Court. Like now, as we are talking now, Republican have 6 Supreme Court justice, while Democrat have 3. What do you think Republican is doing? They are winning everything from the Supreme Court. So you can also buy. That's the most luckiest president in mankind today is Trump, who was lucky enough to have 3 Supreme Court judges. You understand? So I don't understand. So you can buy. Why is not a problem so much like that? Apart from some of us who love politics, who want to follow politics to the nitty-gritty, you understand, will complain. You know why the ordinary man don't complain? It's not affecting them, their day-to-day life, so much like it does affect us in Nigeria.
Yeah,
That's
that
why
means
the
our
ordinary
own has
man in the
no
street
boundary,
in
which was
America don't really
also
complain. Yeah.
that
So
means our own. If you're saying that money still plays the same influence in those
so
we are
money
copying.
money is not only the problem. Our biggest problem, to some extent, which some of us said it. Chim said it. KJ said it in his own way. Ekene said it more and everything. Tribal, it's a biggest problem. You understand? People will vote more on tribal line. People will take interest based on tribal line. Like one question that I will ask, let me be a tribal god. How much revenue does the Nigerian government make from this cattle that everybody is speaking about? At least we know that almost 70% of our revenue is coming from oil and the likes. How much revenue the Nigerian government is making from this cattle that they discuss everywhere? You understand that you can't discuss anything. We can't discuss the cocoa in the Southwest today. We don't discuss so many things. You understand? We don't talk about coal. We don't talk about so many things. But we want to talk about cattle. This cattle ranching, whatever, nomadic, whatever, that is causing problem. We are losing lives and everything. Businesses is going down and the likes. How much revenue does the Nigerian government is making? What is the percentage of revenue we make from cattle? Know to some extent in Nigeria, if not 100%, it's almost an individual business. That good percentage of these people, I strongly believe that they don't even pay taxes. You understand? Just among the community, they probably give people money from the local government in a little bit, not here and there. I don't see them pay any taxes. Or we discuss that issue. Because of their number, they have influence.
Paul, I was thinking if we are arguing that money is influencing the US election as much as in Nigeria, but why is there impunity in Nigeria? Why can, like, I've seen a governor being arrested here in the US while still a governor here in Illinois. They knocked on his door. So what's the key difference there?
So the difference, we see that even though with Democrat, we see New York and everything, the governor who supposed to even be the next president during the COVID time, you understand the life. But what I'm saying is that these people might do anything to get to power. They still remember the people. If my kids can go to school, they get all the basic thing that they needed in school, infrastructure, everything is working. That's why
so
people
you're saying
don't really...
it's based on sympathy, right? I'm just trying to understand.
So in our own case, in Nigeria, they only preach sympathy. But in the West, they do empathy. They also understand that, oh, my great-grandfather is a poor man. My grandfather is a poor man. I inherit poverty, but I don't want my children to live in poverty. So they try to put all these things in place, but that is empathy. You understand? They empathize even when they're up there. But in our own case, we only come back to come preach, to talk politics with sympathy, not empathy. We never empathize with people. We never do anything. Like I will want to blame the labor, like I will blame the government. When you look the labor don't drive the so-called
explain the rule of law aspect. That's just the only part. This one they spend money, this one they spend money, but one has rule of law, one doesn't have rule of law.
Not really rule of law. They go back to work and they are working. The other one stop working, immediately they get power. So it's still like a military. The US go back to work. The US go back to work. The Nigeria, they stay far away from the people. That's why you see a Yoruba man will use an OPC to protect himself while he's campaigning. But the day he becomes senator, it's an Hausa Godo will protect him. He want to be far from the people.
You see again, I didn't want to comment, but the thing seems to be moving a little bit off. But let me take it from the example that Paul has given. I follow a lot of the legislators and the senators here. And one that I follow a lot, her name is Kate, Congresswoman Kate. Okay, let's leave her name out now. When she took office and came into Washington, she was not originally from Washington. They didn't have a place. It was their office. They didn't have anybody waiting for them with the government house. It was her husband that drove her to the DC. It was her office that they slept until they were able to find a house. where they now they rented with their not government money. Okay, and even till now, it is still her husband and one of the person that drives her around. No official government car, no siren, no armored what do you call them? Police people 10 following them. So what am I trying to say? The democracy we took from the West came to Africa and became a chieftaincy title, with paraphernalias given to it. So once you are elected into government, when I used to be in Abuja, I used to say something. Look, let me give you a personal example. I won't call a person.
Before that, but that's not what Paul is saying. Paul is saying they don't spend money.
I'm going to the reason why we don't have results. Why we don't have results? Because when you filter all the money that you're going to use for development, for your personal use and accommodation, then which one will you now appropriate for the people? There's none. Because we have how many 300 and something legislators, and all of you are driving SUVs on government loan, on government money. You are maintaining it on government money. Your drivers are paid by government money. The tires and everything is done from government money. You fuel it from government money. You even get allowance for maintaining it on government money. You live in government house. Your wardrobes is financed by government. You have allowance. These people you copied it from, is that how they do their own? Is that what they are doing?
That's what I'm saying. But Paul was saying that they also spend money. That the money.
You see, I don't want to get into that because I don't want us to divert into that.
Yeah.
But here's what I'm saying. Because these monies, you cannot appropriate it yourself. You have to put it on what the people will see. And you see, the people have come to the point where they can ask you to your face, look, we are not seeing your this thing, and I'm not voting for you again. And nothing, you can't do nothing. They can even tell you are stupid for doing that, right to your face. And there's nothing you can do. Because when I go to the US, I have to adjust myself because, my friend called me and said, here, we can insult you. It's not a problem. They can tell you to go to hell, man. You can't do nothing. They can even tell you the F word and put you. So it is, as long as the person doesn't hit you, he can say anything he wants to say with his mouth. So now, that is why the government still respect the people. Because you don't do well, they kick you out. Okay? But in our own situation, once you say, KJ, you didn't do well, I say, who's that? Get me the name of that boy. Orderly, what are you still waiting for? Arrest him. Okay? And look, my friend was marked out the other day. I don't want to call it there on this thing. A journalist, okay? He was marked out of this thing because he asked a tough question. They tell him, this boy, you are being to follow these American people, right? Take him. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. We don't have that accountability. Our people cannot bring that pressure to bear on these individuals who are occupying these offices. Okay? And that is a problem. But in our local way of organizing ourselves, you cannot be there forever. You can't even run a second term. Okay? Because every year, you ask, why did the Igbos go? We go home during Christmas to go and have community meetings, and new set of people are elected who will run the developmental community projects we're having. And if you didn't well, in that office, they will ask you there and then, oh, boy, this is how much we gave you. I remember one guy who they gave money for a generator, and he didn't buy the generator. When the meeting was held, they held him there. In fact, that's the last day he came to the village today. Okay? And said he must bring back the money for those generators he didn't buy, that was supposed to light up the village. This is what you think that person will ever get an office again? No. And that was the end of community because he had to retire to Lagos. Now, why am I saying that? Our people could hold those people responsible because they are living amongst us. We are seeing what they are doing with the monies that are given to them. If they are not spending it properly, we hold them. But these ones, we don't even put them there. And so we can't even hold them accountable. Okay? And most of them will tell you to your face, you didn't elect me. What did you do to get me here?
Yeah. KJ, let's did I pronounce it right? Ekme and Chim talk. After that, I will show the video. I think Electricity has a point he wants to make. So after
I think I was here before. I was here before them.
Okay, Electricity will go first, then Ekme and Chim. After that, I'll show the video.
I'm here before you. I'm correct. Yeah.
Ekme, did I pronounce your name right?
Yeah.
It is where KJ for this one.
KJ.
How do you pronounce your name? I think I got it wrong.
Actually, it is Hey Me. Okay, but
Ache me. Okay.
Not there's
Yeah,
no
go
K there.
electricity go.
Hey Me. Simple.
Ache me. Did I don't know. It's been hard. That one is hard for me. Actually, when you first put it there, I thought it was Chim. Then I realized that was my glasses not reading right. It looks like CHMI. Okay, go electricity.
Thank you. First and foremost, there was this comment by Adama. Adama says she's scared coming on the platform because of the way I question. Please kindly come on the platform. It's a normal thing for me to ask questions. Anyway, KJ, you say you are one of those that hold the view that we did not elect those our representatives. You say the democracy is, as we simply define, government of the people, by the people, for the people. So if the people, which is you and I, are not seeing the dividends or enjoying the dividends of democracy, it is now up to the people to now change it. If we are going by the argument that we did not elect these people, that means we can what? Unelect them and re-elect somebody else. Or that we can re-elect somebody.
In that video, for electricity. In that video, I just want to make a point. In that video, was it the questioner, somebody questioning or the person responding, counter that part that is because the people have collected money in advance, so they've lost their. I don't know. I'm paraphrasing them until you all see the video.
They've lost their senses or whatever, whichever way we want to put it.
Yeah.
So they've lost that power. But
exactly,
I still will not. Yes, it appears they've lost the power, but they've not lost the power. It's something happened, made them to sell their vote. So a re-education, which has been what we have been preaching here, which is what he's doing, but an active action needs to go with our talk. So until the people come together, which is the number one thing I said. The only thing I said, shared common goal. For example, if the Yoruba people, the entire Yoruba people said they want a Yoruba nation, and they pursue it through what? Through due process. Following due process, they will get it. Because why? Because they have even Yoruba people in the house there. If the Igbos say they want, the IPOB say they want the IPOB nation, and they have that common goal, they share that common belief, they will get it. If the entire Nigerians will come together and say, okay, this is what we want, will we get it? Yes, due to poverty, hunger, people have sold their vote or their right, but they still have it. If we did not elect those representatives, Section 68, again, I repeat for the record, and 110, we don't have to wait till 2027. This is where we often get missed it. We are waiting for 2027 to invoke Section 68, but the Constitution did not put it that way. The Constitution says it can be invoked at any time if you look at the list there. And this is what we've not done. So if we keep arguing here that we did not elect them, when do you think you are going to elect them, KJ? When do you think you will ever elect them? You can't say you didn't elect them because they are telling you that they are representing you. So if we are saying that they are not representing us, if, like, for example, this is a platform. If all of us here kick against that we don't want Alaba, we did not elect Alaba. We don't want him. We don't want him. It will be removed. That is democracy because he's not representing us in the way we expect him or want him to represent us. It is not the politicians' problem.
Electricity, after the video, I would explain to you how your recall process can work in the current Nigerian situation and what needs to be in
Whichever
place
way it can work, Alaba, as long as we have that shared common goal, whatever we choose to hold on to. And that is what the broadcast is all about. Anything we choose to hold on to. So far, we have what? one shared common goal, and we pursue it. And if we fail together. If we succeed together. We will go back, we will recoup, and we will go back again. I yield the floor. Thank you, and everyone have a good night. Before I go, I know a lot of people have been giving out to me in my way. I address you, Alaba. Like I said again, and I will say it all over again. Admonition in private, in public, it is what? It is
It's
encouraged.
welcome. It's welcome.
Yeah, so
Let me, you're next.
So
go ahead. Go ahead.
I cut salute to you. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
All right, thank you. So please, I don't know, where should we start? Where do you want me to start from? I think maybe you should ask the question again because I'm kind of lost in all the
Lost. Okay. It's on the issue of the type of democracy we currently have. Is it real democracy, or how would you describe it? Is it fake? Is it, I have a video after you and Chin speak to show regarding it. What's Professor Ikechukwu and Professor Alabi, what's the man's name? I gotta check. And another Professor Yusuf, I think, said on how our democracy differs from what the real democracy is. What we're practicing said is government of the rich for the rich and something like that. But I don't like paraphrasing. I don't do that pretty good. So we'll see the video later after your speech. So it's about democracy and what type we have now. And we've had other questions before you come, but we don't want to go back there, unless you want to. You want to know?
No, I think we have the floor. We have a lot of time to talk, and I just want to know.
Okay, yeah. The other questions were the first one was, what's your view of Nigeria? I mean, what's your own personal opinion of what is Nigeria? And then the other one was list 10, if you have 10 Nigerian major issues we have, and that if you're lucky to be president, you would address immediately. Those were those questions previously.
Okay. Thank you for the bringing up of all those things, at least to bring me up to speed on the discussions we have. Well, what is Nigeria to me? Nigeria is my country. Yes, I think I'm proud of the country, even though there are lots of denigrating issues so far. But well, that's just the country I find myself. And there's nothing I can do about it for now. But that doesn't mean that I am happy with what is happening, and that doesn't mean that I support what is going on at the moment. And that doesn't mean that maybe I want it to remain that way. Sincerely, for me as a person, I think I'm kind of fear-minded. I don't want to hold on to any particular opinion too long if I see that there's a better argument around something different. But as at Nigeria that we have this time around, I think I will appreciate that maybe we should all go our ways one way or the other. And that's just because by doing that, we'll be able to manage our problems far better than what we are doing at the moment. I am of the advocate that it's like because we are together, the problem is now huge, that the systems we have can't help us solve this problem. This system includes the democracy itself, the kind of institution we have, the mindset of this large population we have. All of these things put together into that equation can't help us solve a problem as we have at the moment. Why? Because not a good leader can come from this system. And if we can't have a good leader, then there's no way we can solve it. I don't see us solving this problem bottom up. The best way to solve this problem, the more proactive, what am I trying to say now? Practical way to solve it is top to bottom. But how can someone who can get there and change the story get there? the system won't allow it because of the kind of mindset we have as a nation. We have then you have a tribalistic mindset, and which is also fair. I don't blame anybody that is tribalistic at this present time. But the truth is, these are the things that will also cut us back. And there's no way we can grow above that level now. I think it's too damaged for us to grow above. So for me, Nigeria is my nation, yes. But I think if there's a way we can just manage our differences so that maybe we remain a country, but we go regional way, fine. And let us solve our problems at the region, such that those who will be at the central will have less power. And then going to the central won't be too competitive. I would prefer that anybody that goes to the central maybe should be zoned. We should have a formula for it. It shouldn't be that anybody can go with north and south. I think that's too large, north and south. No. We have too much of a division within the system that it's better we should have a planned zoning. Let it touch every corner of the country. If it means we divide to fire and to presently I think we have 6 geopolitical zones. But I think I'm hearing we want to try and make sure maybe we can bring in one more. If Tinubu can do that. But if it means we divide the country into 10 zones so that even the ones that feel they are minor can still touch it, all fine and good. So that we can have a sense of oneness in that regard. There won't be any form of cheating. Because as we are running at the moment, some people are playing the game of numbers. It is also fair, yes, because the system wants numbers. But the truth is that if we want a system that stands well, it shouldn't just be numbers. It should be equity. It should be equity, and that is number itself. It should be equity. So I think that's just what I would say we should do with Nigeria at this moment. And that will also guide us to what kind of democracy we should form. We should practice. What we are doing at this moment is a democracy for capitalists. And when you have capitalists running the system, you already accept the loopholes. And trust me, there's no way in this world where you have a pure capitalist system that there won't be a kind of cheating, there won't be this sense of I own it, you don't own it. And that is what is happening right now in Nigeria. So for me as a person, I would rather accept that, okay, we want to practice democracy, yes. Let the general ideology be democracy, because what else we can't just go autocratic again. It's also late. So let it be democracy, yes. But let us put equity into this democracy. Let us put it into the foundation of this kind of democracy we want to perform. Let this thing go around so that there won't be too much competition. Like, you all know when it's going to get to you. When it now gets to you, bring out the best of your system then to come and lead us. So that is the kind of democracy I want to see. By doing that, it's going to it's going to make everybody believe that, okay, now it's going to get to me. I'll be patient. It's going to get to my turn. When I'm in my turn now, I'm talking about that group. I'll be patient about it. And there will be too much of dragging and buying, and because after that time, it won't be needed again. At least it won't be needed, like this kind of system that everybody just have to buy and do a lot of things together. And when you go to regional system, then you are talking of managing your resources. So at that time, nobody, even at the central, you don't need to shine your eyes into too many resources of a particular state and ignore the others, whereas some other states are enjoying themselves and their resources. And funny enough is that it's not even those states that are enjoying it, it's simply the elite, like 10, 15 people, just the one enjoying those resources. So you can see the way the system is made to cheat the populace out of the wealth of the nation, and to make the populace feel like you are not part of this system. Anything that gets to you is simply by chance or by privilege. So you don't even need to question it. And that is what has affected this even to this point. The general person can't even question. There's no feeling of, this is mine. This is ours. The people at the top make it look like we own it. And you guys have nothing to talk about. You can't even argue it. So anything that gets to you is simply by grace. It's by privilege. And from there, enjoy it that way. And that is why an average Nigerian person sees himself as the government of himself. The democracy is the government of myself, for myself, and by myself. You provide your water, provide everything, and you can't even question the government too much. And the government still leverages their power to levy you till you get to the ground. So, but that is just where we have found ourselves. And it's painful. Because when you look at the system we have, when you look at the resources, in terms of human resources, natural, you question yourself that, okay, why are we now where we are? Even if you are corrupt, even still, there should still be a sense of living. I said something that if you look at the way we live as a collective in Nigeria, we are like the base of all civilization in the whole world at this moment. Individually, yes, we are up there, but collectively, look at it. Go and see. You question what is happening with the healthcare, what is happening with the education. You question a lot of things, and what's happening with the mindset. So all these things make me just question, how do we solve the problem? And I think the best way is, let us go regional so that this problem can be divided. Let the regions solve their problem the way they want it. If the Hausas feel like this is the way they want to address their problem, fine and good. This is the way the Middle East want to solve their Middle Belt wants to solve their problem. Yes, let them go. And I think that is just the way we can. And let the central power move around. If it is that we divide our nation into 10 so that, okay, it's going to take 50 years before it got to, but at least the law is there and everybody abides by it. All fine and good.
Do you think that the corruption will go to the regions if once we do that?
Let the corruptions go to the region, no problem. But at least that time is going to be a regional problem and not a national problem. Because this national problem we have now is making the elites, and which are like the worst of us, because they are kind of bold and rugged and evil enough. It is easy for them to snatch these powers. And once they get these powers, at that level, there is no division, there is no dichotomy. They are one, and they make decisions that will affect all of us. Okay, for example, how do you explain buying of cars, 140 million car for each of the senators? In an economy where the president is saying we are all going to tighten our belts. How do you explain that? And yet we can't even talk about it. Now they are talking of buying aeroplanes for the president and the vice president. How do you explain that?
Do you think if we have a death penalty for corruption, it will help situation?
Look, I don't care the way we want to judge corruption, but let it be regional.
Yeah, regional.
That is because we can't solve corruption on a national scale. Forget it; it won't work.
Try and round up. You got 1 minute more so that Chim can speak and I can go to the video.
So that is my submission on how do we move forward. So if now talk of what are the things I think are necessary at this moment, I think food is important now. It is 1 year. I don't know how Tinubu, in all his almighty wisdom, couldn't see that in 1 year he wants to solve the food problem. 1 year is more than enough to solve the food problem in Nigeria, as we are talking about. If it means putting 60% of your resources to get it, I don't know how you want to do it, especially when you came with your first statement that subsidy is gone and you have enough economic team to know that there's going to be problem, because everybody knows there was going to be a problem. The solution should have been, how do we solve the issue of food? If it means opening the borders so that food can come in, because at least when there is food on the table, problem can, your problem is half solved. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, it's just that it's the statement you made just always make a question pop in my head, and I'm trying to get you to so that Chip can speak. But don't answer that question now. But I was thinking, do you think they were not thinking? Do you think they can solve the problem, or they just don't have resources to solve it, or they've just used the resources elsewhere? That was just popping in my head. But anyway,
they use the vehicles.
Yeah.
And built the vice president's
but who's
house.
going to stop them? It's because they paid. Look, if I'm Tinubu, I'm sorry, whether you all like this or not, I paid for this election. I have to, I'm sorry, guys. Why should I have to get my money back or more? I paid you all. Think about it now as a businessman. I'm not trying to be offensive, but
Just
the
think
thing
if
is,
you're these people,
look,
I
the problem,
paid
my issue
you.
with that is this.
So
My
you're
issue with
now
that is
saying I shouldn't get my money back. I don't know. KJ is laughing on that one. Let him speak. I'm just thinking, you're right. Do you think they really can solve it, or they just can't, or they're just facing their own business? Which one is it?
look, the problem is that they have the power to solve it. But if they are not thinking about it, that is where I'm scared. That is what scares me even more. That they are not thinking about it. And now it takes Tinubu 1 year. Now you're now talking of opening the borders.
Let
Something
Chim
that
talk.
even
Chim
Buhari
is
has
getting
done.
tired. It's just that
Right,
anytime I want you to, we'll keep continue. We'll come after the video. We'll still have more to say. Let Chim talk so I can show the video and then Pastor can talk.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you for giving me the floor. Happy Father's Day to Pansat. I just seen him here for quite a long time. So on the issue of democracy, there's no problem with democracy. You see, guys, I want us to be let's move away from the realm of idealism. The problem with us as a people is we are very idealistic people. We are never real. And it's that reality that frustrates me as a person. Is that reality that makes us sweep our problems under the carpet? Is that reality that makes us dwell in the realm of self-denial, which we do all the time? Even in trying to say we are solving our problem, we dwell in denial. That was the point I was trying to make the first time. Our leaders are not transcendent. We see the Americans after at least not up until recently, you see Americans during election, they go at each other because by nature, politics and elections are competitions, and it entrenches cutthroat competition and fighting, and struggling, and people calling people names, blackmail. But guess what? As soon as the elections are won, you will hear the loser will congratulate the winner. And then you hear the winner start calling to nations to say, listen, we're no longer Republicans or Democrats, we're Americans. And the person will be working to make sure he provides. His policies may slightly differ from, the other person. Maybe he's a Democrat who will include more socialist type policies. The Republican will come and cut costs, cut taxes. But at the end of the day, the central principle on the way they are governing is the same. Go and check it. What I am saying when it comes to democracy is not our problem. The problem with Nigeria and democracy is how we're operating that democracy. For instance, you've mentioned the election being rigged. We all know that in America, at least, there's no perfect system anywhere. Don't think I'm here to say American election is. No. But you see, okay, before I forget it, I think something that he said that made me remember Cameron. When Cameron was the Prime Minister of the UK, I think when he took over from the guy he took over from, who I think is it Gordon something that he took over from. What did he do? He cut down on a few things. One of the things he did was he even told his members of his cabinet that they would no longer ride first class coach because the economy was bad for the UK at that time. He said no minister in his government, these are parliament, that will ride first class coach. What was he trying to pass on to British people? That as much as I know that the economy is bad, and we need to start with those of us in government. And that is where our democracy is wrong. Our people operating our democracy think it is their, what's the word now? That it's their turn. So when they go there, all this, like when we're saying cutting costs, they don't believe in that cutting costs. Why is it now that it's me that I'm senator that you want to cut costs? But you see, so until we start doing this, and then someone mentioned that, I think it's you, Alaba, I said the people, and then Pastor said so. Listen, how are you going to get the people to remove people that the system does not look? The recall process. Have you seen how the recall process is?
I know.
So how are they going to do it? And then the issue of so that's why I'm saying let's not deal in the realm of idealism. Let's deal on reality.
I agree with you. The suggestion I was going to give after the video was that the only way you can get people to recall is after you've educated all the people. 1, 2, you have good, strong media. You have all the things they have in the States.
Alaba, even before then. Okay. So on this recall thing, let me give you an example, if you permit me. I live in Calgary. We did a recall of the mayor of Calgary, and although it failed, but I'll tell you what, the woman got scared. she got scared. When she came in as an Aluta mayor. She was picking up issues that had nothing to do with Calgary. There was in Quebec, they were talking about hijab, and she sent $10 million to fight a. Kagina said, "Madam, we elected you to be our mayor, not to be the mayor of Canada. Not that when you see any minority diversity issue anywhere in Canada, you're not going to be throwing our own taxpayers' money to go and solve the problem there." So when she thought it was a joke. From nowhere, recently, one man just woke up and said he was activating the recall process. And people started signing it. So, but they needed 500,000 signatures to be able to do that recall. Unfortunately, it fell below that number. But guess what? Guys, you won't believe it. The woman invited the guy who triggered the thing while this thing was going on and sat down with him to say, "What have I done wrong that is making you want to trigger this thing?" And then she heard from the guy. The press went and asked her. She said, "Yes, I've listened to him. I feel concerned that, the allegations against me are weighty, but it's painful because I know I'm doing my best, blah, 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 blah." But guess what? You won't believe it. Even though the recall failed, the woman has become humbled. Go and see the way she's suddenly leading our she has changed because people have put fear in her. At least, even though the recall process will fail, but let the people see that at least it was allowed to start. Same thing when I say this referendum thing. Biafra wants to go. Let the process run. Allow them, call for a referendum to say, you know what, you have heard this noise about Biafra for too long. Let's even test the waters and see if the so-called Biafran people really want to go. Let it run. And if it fails, it fails. If it succeeds, it succeeds. That's what happened in Scotland, between Scotland and the UK. You understand? But what we have a democracy in name that is not allowing the tenets of democracy to be practiced. And that's where our problem is. You mentioned how your governor, Begovic, was removed. I watched that happen. It was in my lifetime, not a story I was told.
They knocked on his door like this.
And served him.
Governor, you're under arrest. He said, you asked his towel on, said you must be joking. They said, no, we're not joking.
And guess what? I think he was a Democrat.
Yeah, he was a Democrat.
And who was the president that time? A Democrat also.
A Democrat, yeah.
Did you see that nobody protected him? That's the point I'm trying to make. See, our democracy.
I'm going to need your view after we watch this video on what this Professor Kechuku and Yusuf and the other Yoruba Adeni would say. I'm going to need your view. They are saying something about why.
Okay.
It's not. I'm not good.
All right. Let me round off so that Pansa will talk.
Yeah.
So for me personally, I don't think there's a problem with democracy. While I agree with what I think it was KJ said about when we were in our old system, and then someone said going back to, I think Hima is one saying going back to parliamentary system and regional system, literally. See, Nigeria has evolved though. We can't go back to those processes. The challenges we had that time are child's play compared to what you have. So if we go back to regional system, remember that Cross River State, Rivers State, Akwa Ibom State, all used to be part of the Eastern region. Are you going to go bring them back? Would they agree to come back? So there are some things we're not thinking of when we're saying let's go back to those regional processes. So I want to end it there.
There's a man proposing regional. I don't know whether they would accept it.
It can't work. It can't work. Let's just make what we have now work. We can make what we have now work if we want to. So, but let me leave it there so that Pansat will talk and then we can watch the video.
Okay. Your Pansat wants to talk before the video or after?
I don't know how you want to go about it. I don't know.
Let me do it after. So Pansat might have something to say about the video. Okay. So let's go to present. Share screen. This technical aspect, I've not gotten full hang of it. For the entire today, I wasn't the one hiding or taking people out. So
it's very easy now. You click on that thing and you shade it, the person goes off.
It's just been tough for me. That's the major one. Let's say play, then voice.
That's become a symbol of this country's democratic aspirations.
Yes, that is true. On June 12, Nigerians went out to vote. The two candidates contesting were both Muslim candidates. Nobody paid attention to that. So if somebody were to speak with a sense of history, he marked the day when Nigerians voted as Nigerians for a man they believe represented their best interests. Unfortunately, that election was annulled. And if you recall, it took quite a lot of struggle and protest. The most informed, the most patriotic, the most devoted Nigerians, some of us then, younger than we are now, I was at that time on the editorial board of The Guardian. We wrote, there were riots, among other things. The point to note is that not only did June 12th mark a major indication that Nigerians are capable of being objective in their voting, it also laid the foundation for a precipitous decline in patriotism, in national cohesion and national integration, because with the decay of that victory, cannibalized by the elite and not the people who voted, faith in the Nigerian state declined, faith in those who were behind it declined. It began with a lot of people saying on June 12 we stand, very respected individuals. After a while, it turned out that on June 12 they sat instead of standing. Eventually on June 12 they began to feed because they were then settled and given positions, and all of a sudden they were speaking in tongues. So that was something. And no, anybody who wants to reciprocate June 12 should go and check the profile of Abiola, who won that election. He was known all over the country. There sadly was a Muslim, but in the most remote communities, you find that he contributes to the building of churches, to the welfare of people, etc. So that's that. That marked a period. We lost that opportunity and spiraled downwards. Now, coming to 25 years after that, some of the commentators say that democracy is for the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Some would say that no, you see, it's not government of the people in Nigeria, but I disagree. If you look at the inception of this democracy from inception in 1999, and you look at the cost of forms, that's what do you call it now? If you want to contest, you pay for a form and collect. Who can afford it? Only the elite. Who can be around those who will contest? Only the elite. So it is actually correct to say it is government of the people. But most of the time of the people who can pay. Then for the people who can also pay, and in the interest of those who can pay. You made a reference in your opening remarks to the entitlements and privileges of those in public office. You can say they are not Nigerians. They are people who are feeding fat on the people, so they are benefiting from democracy. It's a government of the people who are part of a national conspiracy, who are having a good time at the expense of everyone else. So the question of definition of people is central to the perception of the kind of democracy we are having. Right. And is it their fault? You come to me, elections are about to take place, you give me 5,000 and I vote for you. I have sold my life up front, which means for the next 4 years, I am worth 1,250 naira. I've already collected the money up front. So you see that by the kind of electoral behavior we exhibit, we also sold off our right to demand accountability up front. So put June 12 on one side, the best of what we could demonstrate as Nigerians, speaking with one voice, 25 years of democracy, progressive deterioration at two levels. At the level of the fundamentals of democracy, which is democratic values, and at the level of incidentals of democracy, which is material welfare, security, etc.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And
okay, guys, did you guys hear that part? Hello, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you all see that part of the key point that we keep calling it government of the people for the people? That is not. It is not government of the people. It's government of the elite who can pay for people who pay interest for people. I thought I was writing.
But people who can afford it. Who can afford it?
People who can afford it, for the interest of those who pay. Don't you find that definition interesting?
Okay, I will contribute after Pansat has said something. So let's. I have some. I actually have something to say about that.
I would love to hear your opinion, and Ekme. I found that definition quite intriguing. I mean, government of those who can pay. Period. So why would you expect anyway? Pansat, go ahead.
Yeah, hello everybody. Let me first say Happy Father's Day to those.
Happy Father's Day to you, Pansa. I started with a Father's Day monologue. I don't know if it was catchy enough, if anybody catch it. I try to mix fatherhood with nationhood.
And
Happy
of course,
Father's Day.
you, congratulations to your new show here. And,
Except my new show, you're right. Electricity already marked me a failure, so let's not even go there.
I'm gonna touch up a little bit on as far as house cleaning thing on that on your show. Let me first though say hello to those on the comment section, and Nigerians at large. Right now, Ferrari, finally you get to sit on the hot seat like Rudolph and the rest of them that host the show here, and you and I will come here and we'll give them hell. So you get to show. So I'm on your side. I don't want you to disappoint me because they'll be looking at me as the same. They say I come here and I give the host a lot of hell because we have a problem in the country and they're not treating it with the seriousness that it's required. If everything is fine, we'll come here, kick it, and talk all day and laugh. But so far, let me say that you as an activist, a reformer, crusader, campaigner, radical, sometimes you say in your history you used to be almost militant to battle the Nigerian state. So there's no way that you're going to relinquish the control of this platform, who comes in, who goes, who speaks, to narcissistic individuals, self-absorbed individuals to be manning your thing that you're doing. There's no need to go into talking about what's going to fix Nigeria until you get this right, because I'm not going to come to your show again unless you are in charge of the show. I have been on a crusade to say to Rudolph that he has to pick better hosts in order for us to make an impact. We can, for example, have somebody hosting a show that believes that, first of all, our major problem is to have more soldiers, right? And no matter what anybody says, Nigerians come here from home and abroad and say, hey, look, we need that, but we have to have priority. We have to have some things right. So what a disappointment then that you come here and you almost tamed. That lion is tamed by the same corporates that you bicker at all the time here. So you have to have control, mastery of the platform. You have to be in charge, right? This has to be your show. And you cannot do it any other way, because then you're going to be, what they say here, all talk, right? You're going to be a talkative. You don't have any control. You're going to be all talk and no action. A big hat with no cattle, like we say in America. I don't think Nigerians will understand that, right? You be an empty vessel that makes all the noise in the world. You be all sizzle and no steak. So as far as your heart, I know you're a patriot. We've been on platforms. You and I went to Omoye's Corner the other day, and we 99% of the time we agree. I wouldn't say, I wouldn't want to make it 100 and then you're going to lose all your friends if you and I agree all the time. But what I have to, so why I'm talking about this is because it's very important. But in order not to make it monotonic, let me say that I've been listening to the show. I know what you want to, what your question is to give some insight into what we think Nigeria's problem. So let me just run through those quickly, then I'm going to return to the other one. I believe that we have to have election sanctity. Our elections have to be sacrosanct. It has to obey all the rules, all the laws, especially in that Electoral Act of 2022. A lot of people worked hard to get that done. So we have to make sure that Electoral Act is in order, our justice system. I mean, we're a bunch of animals if we don't have a justice system, a court system that's independent. It's an independent branch of government that's equal, co-equal to the executive and the legislative. So that is a very big deal. Now, we have to solve our separatist agitations, of which I'm one. I'm a Biafran, right? I don't think I'm breaking the news here. I'm a Biafran, 100% Biafran, 100% Igbo man, 100% going all the way back before Africa itself was organized. So those are a couple. You wanted more? The Boko Haram conflict needs to be resolved, because even if we're Biafrans, we're still, of course, Africans, we're West Africans, and we used to be Nigerians. Actually, we formed Nigeria itself, got its independence. So we still care that Nigeria is doing very well, and that there are no violence in Nigeria, and Nigeria economy is doing very well, and that entity is in order. So just exiting Nigeria doesn't mean then we're enemies to Nigeria. No, we exit. For instance, we're not the same thing with Ghana as far as a country, but we care about Ghana, what happens in Ghana. I like Ghana PCs. I love Ghana women, right? I may not like their jollof rice as much, but they're still our brothers over there. You see Maxwell that comes from there. He's closer to me than any other tribe in Nigeria. So now we have to stop the abuses of our security forces. We have to have accountability for those who commit crimes, especially white-collar crimes, the fraudsters in the country. We have to have freedom of expression. Somebody mentioned that earlier, so it's redundant, but I mentioned it's important. Freedom of expression, and then, of course, these are not in that order. Poverty and all that kind of stuff needs to be alleviated in our country. So I wanted to give you that. And I'm going to return back to what I'm saying about your show, because you're doing good and I know your capability. But you cannot have a show and then when I look into it, who do I see? Running it, pretty much. That pastor, Oyenkoro, and two Niger forefathers. Then it's indistinguishable from everything that you and I harp on when we come here. Don't let him even to be on the panel. Don't let him in. If you could ban them from the comment section, and you're gonna do fine. You saw me coaching what's his name here the other day, and he sailed. So you have to do that. It's very, very important. To Niger, we don't know his tribe. We don't know his. I don't know where he comes from. And so I'll take the rest of it backstage with you so that it won't be like gossiping here. So you're doing fine, but next time when you come on this show, don't laugh. I mean, if you laugh on this show, then you don't know what we're going through back home. We have a big problem. Be serious and take charge. Be in control. If I'm out of order, mute me, remove me from the platform. But don't let to Niger in your show. Thank you very much.
Okay, I would take that note and improve on the technical aspect, which I'm still weak at. He's
probably somewhere trying to remove me from the platform right now. He's a creep. He's backstage somewhere with the button. He would not do anything unless he has control of the button, because else he's inconsequential, you know.
I beg, who's turn next? Okay, you didn't talk about that man's definition of what he calls our. Anyway, you've hit.
Oh yeah. Let me take a minute to address that. Now, a lot of people get the democracy mixed up with republic. Now, democracy, like everybody says, oh, democracy is government of the people, by the people, for the people, and all that. And that's true. But a republic is what we have, where we have a system in which people are elected to represent us. It's a representative government, right? It's not it's a kind of popular government, constitutional government. So you have those kind of synonyms that go with it. Commonwealth, they try to attach it like democracy, but it's not. So let's just stop with representative democracy. This is where we give people our mandate. We should have a constitution, and then every role is assigned to the executive, to the legislative, to the judiciary, and then whatever is not assigned inures back to the people, right? Everybody should know what they're supposed to be doing. Did somebody say something here? So the education of this is something that somebody if you ever taught in a university, it's a very important course, and it's usually even in the low, like 101 here, the way the nomenclature is over here. I don't expect Nigerians to grasp it. We have a problem. Nigerians don't have style. They don't have class, right? Nigerians don't have class whatsoever. You see it on this platform every time we come. None of us have any class. So go on into the highfalutin things, democracy, yeah, everybody, democracy. But simple rights, just have, for example, I was saying last week, all I want right now to be, say, okay, I'm gonna be a Nigerian. I want the branches of government to be separate, adversarial, and then play the role that's given to them in the Constitution. That say, you cannot say, oh, this governor, oh, he's in, he cannot be, he has immunity. There's nothing like that. If a governor has immunity, it's from lawsuits and things like that. But if the governor commits a crime of moral turpitude, now that's a big word, but if a governor does something like that, that reaches to high crimes and misdemeanor, then he should be impeached. People think that once a governor or a president comes in, he has carte blanche. He could go out there and commit a murder if he wants to. They will have to wait till he leaves office, and then he could be held to answer. No, there are certain things that you do. If you miss that threshold, then there's an equal branch that has the power to check it. So the Senate and the House will impeach him, and then the judiciary would then get a hold of him and prosecute him. So you don't have anything where somebody could just go do whatever. If you go taking money, if you're caught in bribes, that is a crime of moral turpitude. It's a high crime. If he abuses power, he could be removed from office just for abusing power. So if we're not going to be practicing the tenets of democracy, and oh, by the way, I know I'm wasting my time talking about this, okay, because they're not going to do it. The Nigerians are not going to hold my accountable. So all that stuff will come here to talk. No, where we've gotten to now is there's been enough crimes committed by our governments from 1999 till now that we Nigerians have to take over that country. If you want me to be a Nigerian, that's what I'm going to be doing. We need to take over that country by force. Now, I wait when I have my own platform that I take responsibility for what I say. A lot of platforms have rules. I don't know what it is. I expected you, Ferrari, to be that type of host here. I got to be honest with you. I'm very disappointed. I want you to go back to Alaba, the one that talks here. Do what you say all the time. Be that guy for us, and then it'd be redundant for me to have a show. Thank you very much.
Okay, Panzat, I agree with you. I believe what we've been practicing is actually economic sabotage and treasonable felony. But people keep calling it democracy. That's their miseducational state of mind, which is going to be interesting for the next topic, what those who are participating in it are doing. We know the government is not doing right, but what about the so-called opposition, those who are participating in it, particularly Obi and Showore? I have a strong criticism on that next topic when we get to it. But for now, we're still on this that last video. And who was speaking next on that video I showed on Weatherman? I thought I wrote it down.
Okay, so maybe we can start from let KJ, then Ehime, then I go, and then we'll just go down that way.
Okay.
So
By the way, Alaba, I'm sorry, before you go on, I wanted to say two things. Number one, I want to say hello to my friend, Dr. Alexander Gomez, in the comment section. And then I wanted to I want to say to you, if I thought you were going to ask me, okay, so what's your number one? Or what is the summary? Because you did it with everybody. So I held the noun for you, ready to give it to you. But since it looks like you're not going to tell me, my problem with Nigeria is called Dangote. He's the biggest problem we have. Everything else permeates down to that Dangote, right? I would justify it when it's my turn again. We have a problem there. We actually have to solve that problem before we get anywhere else.
Yeah, so that means that man too is right. That saying it's government of the airlines who can pay for those who are paying and for those who they pay or whatever.
And the elite in this case is singular.
Singular,
right?
yeah.
They will have one guy that is the elite. One. Dangote.
So
That's
KJ, up to you. What do you think on that? The Professor Okechukwu's comment.
Yeah. Fortunately for me, I am one of those who listen to him a lot. He has always brought, a very fresh perspective to the Nigerian politics, discussions. I totally agree with him because if you notice, and just like I said yesterday, one of my biggest pain is that whenever these charlatans get into office, they say we all failed. It's our problem. We all led Nigeria into this. No, we didn't all lead Nigeria into this. You people who held the horns of power led Nigeria into it. You refused to listen and take good counsel. It wasn't because Nigerians didn't have people who were up to the task who could advise. We had some Nigerians who have been advisors to presidents around the world. In fact, at one time, we had a Nigeria who was advising almost 8 presidents at the same time, economic, around the world. So it wasn't that Nigerians didn't have the intellect to be able to, navigate ourselves out of where we are, but the people refuse to follow those people. They refuse to listen. So, yes, again, let's break it down. What he said. If you want to now contest, and I said it on this platform many times, the system is written in such a way that if you don't have money, you cannot run. You can't run because it says that for you to run as a president, you have to have offices in 774 local governments. And then if you just take just the number of those, the payment for rent alone, not to even buy furniture, alone, rent alone, you have already finished all the money that person has come to, use to, run for the
KJ,
campaign.
what about the argument of those who say they also spend money in America? I found that argument not fair.
Okay, here is the balance because there's so much mention of the American politics. I don't want to get into it, but here is the balance. The American politics is being financed by the people. It's the people. If you open the internet now, it's filled with every one of them asking the public to give. If you can give $1,
who is that? Somebody's hold on, let me check. Somebody's
I hear you.
OT, mute OT.
Okay, I got it. Yeah.
All right. So now, if you come,
is it my turn now?
Not yet.
Good.
Okay, if you go to the internet, you see Trump is asking for money, Biden is asking for money. Every one of them is asking, and they're asking for $1, $2, as much as to $25 to $30, as much as you can give. So they use this money to run their campaign. And you see, the good thing about their own is that once you no longer have money or the money that you have accrued has run out, you drop out. Nobody comes to, they don't come to go wait until they go to a good square and say, I now step down for Chim. No, you don't do that. You simply just say, okay, your money is gone. You quietly move out and allow those who still have the resources to go along. And then if you don't want to ask the public for money, that means you have your own money. You marshal it and run your campaign, as many other ones have done, in the past. So what I'm trying to say, but in our own situation, the money your cronies in government, or you who probably have held one government position or the other, you amass enough money because you know you're going to use it to run for the next election. And so you take from government the money for development, you put it aside in your own personal purse, and then you take it to run for government. Look at what they're doing to River State. Almost every resources in River State have been used to run for presidential campaign, right from the days of Amechi to today. It doesn't happen. It won't happen here. You go to prison, okay? But so, not to digress to that, I'm simply saying that the laws have been written in such a way that you cannot run if you don't have billions of naira. You can't run because you have those offices. You have staff in those at least 3 staff in that office. You have maybe 1 vehicle or machine to go around. It is almost impossible for a straight, honest guy who is not a Dangote to run for office in Nigeria and be able to make any leeway. And so I totally agree with him. And until we remove this, our politics on that hanger, that they put in, the hills, okay, and bring it to the place where the people can be able to hold on to it and decide who runs for them, or decide how we can all get into positions irrespective of how much we have. It's going to be difficult for the ordinary, nice, young guy, in our street corners to be able to come and make an impact that we desire. It will still be same old crooks. When they finish, their children will take over. So I totally agree with his submission. Thank you so much.
Okay, so that we can have everybody's view. How many minutes should we make it? This that man's comment on what democracy 2 or 3. What do you guys think? 3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes. So after KJ, should I go as it's on the screen? Ekme. Okay, Ekme, go ahead. You got your 3 minutes.
Okay, so yeah, I agree with what Professor K said, and I think that's also what we've been echoing since as well. It is not strange, or it is not a new phenomenon that we know. Basically, it is the politics of basically it's politics of money, not politics of the people. So there's nothing.
What about the party pushes that once the people collect money, they've sold their rights, so they can't hold nobody accountable because electricity keeps pushing recall. How can you recall somebody that has already paid you?
Well, of course, that is how life is. If you trade your values for money, then you lose the respect that attached to that
But
value.
when you call it value, though, you have to also put those people in consideration that they are poor already. Poverty has been weaponized, so they have a choice.
How did
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm just
I think
expanding your comments. I'm sorry.
My thinking as well. But my question is, how did you get to that point? And also, who are these people that we are calling that they sold their votes or they collected money? Look, it's still one certain generation of people, which I'm quite angry with, sincerely speaking. And that generation of these people, that generation, they are the sets. Maybe I'll call them the boomers. I think they should all sit down in their corners and be ashamed of themselves. Or of course, maybe some might say, "Oh, but some of us fought for this and that." But a large crop of them simply destroyed this country because they met this nation when it was at its infantile, let me put it, when it was at its virgin value. And now they are living in the desert. And it is that same generation too that has been collecting the money. They are the ones that they trade and barter themselves with that money, and it's crazy. So for me, my judgment might be wrong, but I think that is just what I want to bottle it down to. That it is not every Nigerian that collected money. It is one certain set of people that have been collecting the money amongst themselves, and now that's what they've brought to everybody now. And that is where I'm angry. That they let the Yorubas will say that anyone to get dodo, anyone want to call dodo, meaning that they've eaten the planting, now they can't speak the truth again. And it is a shame, because I don't think it is terrible the way it is now as it was then. So I don't understand what made them to make such decisions to collect money and do this things that they do. But no problem. But my point now is that once Professor K, because I see he's a professor of strategic something, I've forgotten. What is the solution? We all know this problem. Yes. So what is his own solution as a professor? What's he offering us? Okay, this is where we can go, and because for these are the set of people that I need to begin to speak to the crop of young people that is now the power to drive this nation forward. Okay, if you want to talk of Nigeria, okay, because for me as a person, even though I'm young, I will still say that I want us to still go that regional in our separate, but fine. Let us assume that yes, we want to make this nation one and move forward unanimously. We still need this set of people who have seen the experience and who are at least fair enough to make the right decision. Am I done?
Yeah. I want to acknowledge comments of people. Criticism is very welcome and is very good. Motown, stop that beeping. Motown, I see your comment. Your inability to master the aspect of the platform, the technical aspect, robs you of the credit you deserve. Please go back and learn it. I will. I'm not so vast in technology, but I'm trying my best on this, particularly adding and removing people parts, taking me a while, and then adding up my videos and things like that. But while we were discussing all day, a few...
I'm sorry, sir. Sorry. Let me mention the generation I blamed. I didn't quite catch that word. I was listening to him.
Hold on now. You come when it comes to your turn, so I will go in that order. I was supposed to speak next. Please, I beg.
I'm not talking now. I just wanted him to mention the word, and you carry on. I'm not interjecting.
Which word? Which one?
He said he mentioned a particular generation. Just that word. I didn't catch that word.
Those people
Which one?
The boomer generation. That's what I call it.
Oh, the boomer generation. Yeah. We're going. Ekme, we're going to go also into possible solutions. Also, that's going to be our next thing. But while we were talking, though, a few future topic of discussion came up. One that people put out there, and I write them down. One is, how can you defeat this APC with ballot votes when they've already captured all the system? Another one I saw was that I wrote down was, that one just came out. That, okay, this is the one we're talking about now. It is a culture that says you must bow to the status quo to survive or move up the ladder. How do we combat that? I'm just writing things down that could be possible questions we deal with in future when we talk, because conversation should lead to progress, not just us talking for the sake of talking. I think I must have got Chim mad earlier when I put him in the rougher fight. I didn't mean that.
No, it's okay.
I was just trying us not to go into that usual this tribe, that tribe thing.
I'm going to address it I'm going to use some part of my time to address it. So because I've seen some comments on the comment section where there's a Chris King and people who haven't understood what I'm saying. So let me first of all start with Dr. Okechukwu.
Okay.
I agree 98% with all he said. The 2% where I disagree with him comes back to the statement I made earlier when I said, let's move away from idealism. I'm not saying we shouldn't have ideals. I'm not saying that theory is good, but when you theorize, don't stay consistently on the realm of theory and not look at the practice. I'm trying to force myself, to become a practical person, not just theory. Theory is good. From theory, then we'll start building blocks on practical. But as a system, we often stay too long in theory. For instance, there is a myth that we have that democracy in the United States is not corrupt and that there is no money in it. That's not correct.
Yeah, but Chief, if we highlight those parts, these people who don't want to do anything or want us to...
Oh, no, I hear you.
Dwelling on that, because that's what I noticed. Hold on. That's what I noticed educated people have been doing. When we say, oh, these people are doing bad, they say, oh, but they do it in other places too. And that don't make us move.
I hear you, Alaba. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you. I'm careful. In fact, let me even tell you, when Joe Biden started misbehaving, I was like, hey, this is the wrong time for America to have a misbehaving president, because our political office holder was now saying, hey, Joe Biden not, this kind of thing. Which, like, when our president fell, everybody that pointed to Joe Biden fell too. You understand all those? So I know how our mindset back home works. We are people, a past my neighbor mindset is how we operate. That a past my neighbor mindset. You fail exam and your father asks you, say, but Jim also had 0-2 now. You know that you get what I mean. So, but the point where I'm going to when I say that the American system too, see, the truth about that is modern democracy and electioneering involves money. And it's also usually run by very rich people. The only thing is that because these people have built systems, it becomes difficult that even when there is some measure of loophole, the loopholes are not 100% able manipulated by the elites. The elites are still subject to the people. Take for instance, the Americans know that democracy, that how do we put it? It says the majority has their way in democracy, while the minority views are protected. That is what their electoral college defined. People don't seem to understand. When I hear people, sometimes people in Nigeria say, how can Mrs. Clinton won popular vote and then Clinton and then Trump won the election? That's why they did it was because they know that if you leave it to where the numbers are alone, California, Texas, and co, will be the only places where one candidate, if he has influence in California, has influence in Texas, those big states. You know what I'm saying? Those of you who live in the US, he will just go and campaign in those places, and once those people give him the vote, Otiton, he has won the election. So just to make it difficult, they have this disproportionate approach to their electoral college system, whereby it boils down to that situation. Otherwise, it will just be the person who has the number, which is what I was trying to state when I said our northern brothers had the number for a long time and still do. They were just using it. They know that at the end of the day, when you bring it to vote, they will carry the vote. Whether that vote was imaginary or real, whether it was a rigged system or counting cows, or having the process where you allow on little children who are not yet old enough to vote to go and vote, they were milking it. What a good democracy does is you set up proper checks and balances where one group of people don't just hijack the system. That is where the Nigerian democracy is failing. That is where our money bags are being able to use. Somebody will go and sit down and project for 10 years. Maybe he will go and be governor of a state, control the state, create a system, and then put his stooges there, so that as long as his stooges are there, he's able to rake in money and plan for the day he wants to run an election. That's what is happening. But even in the US, people still have their friends who are businessmen. You want to run, somebody will say, I will support you, but promise me that when you get to the Senate, you will do X, Y, you will support policies, and they fund them. This Trump that everybody is killing today, that's what he was doing for all those people who are suddenly against him today. The likes of the New York senator, what's his name? The man who is the Democratic leader in the House. We all know they were not children. Those of us who have been following their politics, we know what has been going on. He was funding all those people for many years. He was. But suddenly when he ran into the fray, it became a problem. So the point I just want to make is this, is that democracy is not perfect anywhere in the world. What is happening is that our own system has loopholes that our civil society, and that's why answering your question of who will solve the problem. Our civil society are supposed to be the people, because when we say people are individuals. They can't come. Somebody has to galvanize them. But the civil society, the Nigerian Bar Association, the Labor Union, name them. They are the people who are supposed to be holding government accountable. They are the ones who will be writing bills and saying, okay, based on the last election, the errors we have discovered, National Assembly, we want you to change this. We want you to enact so law to make sure that the next electoral elections will be free and fair. But we're not seeing people do those things.
Those people, because I talked to a colleague also in Nigeria who belongs to a civil society. Those people, the first sentence he said is us versus them. I said, no, I'm not talking us versus them. I'm talking Nigerian issue. So they are so partisan, and some have been bought, some are partisan, and they saw this whole thing as Liverpool versus Manchester.
You beat me. That was a good comment. That was my next comment. My next comment was going to be that our political office holders have also learned how to buy civil society groups.
Okay.
Look at, for instance, look at Labor Union fighting for wages.
Because I think a lot of people want
Can I just make this last comment? Let me make this last comment, and then you go to the next person. Look at this labor union issue.
Yeah.
Who calls off a strike before getting a deal?
They've been bought.
Exactly. So that's the point. Because if you buy civil society, you have bought society already.
Okay. How do we go around? Is it Olumide next? Then let me arrange. I don't want to cheat anybody. Let me see. KJ have spoken, right? So it's Olumide's next, followed by OT, followed by Stone, right? Is that correct? Followed by Jagun. No, somebody's raising their hand over there. Easy D, right? No. Let me remove this. I can't see the person's name. Sorry. Wale. Okay, so Wale is next, right? Before Olumide. Is that what you're saying? Okay,
no, I came before Wale. I know when Wale came.
No, it cannot be. It's going this way.
I came before Wale.
Let's not argue. I don't want us to argue. Please.
You're speaking next.
Olumide, Jackie Wale Sorol. Wale, then we'll go Wale, Olumide.
No, now it's Olumide now. We say we'll be going this way. It will be confusion.
Oh, it will be confusion.
Yeah,
so
let it go that way.
Olumide, okay,
Olumide, go ahead. So it's Olumide's turn now.
Olumide, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So yeah. So my on the solution, I just want to focus on the solution. I don't want us to keep highlighting the problems that we've been doing. So the solution, like I've always said, and I will continue to hammer that particular position. If Nigeria wants to remain one cohesive society that will work for everybody, we have to start from that minimum requirement for a democratic process, a free and fair election.
Olumide, how do we get there with all these people being bought?
So I want to say that, see, it is out now, going down to the practical level. You understand? There is no other way around it than to making sure that the INEC as an institution and the law enforcement agents that are supposed to support INEC to making sure that the process work for all of us do their work constitutionally. You understand? I listened to my brother Chin mention the process in the US checkmating the process. So the electoral college situation, fine, we cannot adopt an electoral college situation. But if you look at the last electioneering process, we have a checkmating system. The checkmating system that we have is the different ethnic groups. Those are the electoral colleges in every part of the country. You understand? And this last candidate, Peter Obi, you understand, went to every nook and cranny. Of all the candidates, he was the only one who went to the nook and cranny. Talked to every constituency, every ethnic group, to saying that I will be a better president than the last president. And it was still rigged out. That is the check and balances that we need. Anybody who wants to aspire to be the president of the country, regardless of your ethnic affiliation, you have to learn to galvanize the other ethnic groups, whether they are Ibibios, whether they are Igbos, to support you. That is our electoral college. That is our check and balance. The challenge we have with the North, you understand, is making sure that the numbers that they claim they have reflect in the electioneering process. We had a system that would have worked, the Beavers and the IREF. I don't know of any other system that you can make work if they didn't make that system work. And what they did when they knew that they were going to lose was to turn it off more so that they can come and give us fictitious numbers. Now, the challenge we have is how do we make it free and fair?
Okay. We will work on those challenges.
Do we begin to work on the outside, work with civil societies, note down civil societies that mean well for Nigeria?
I have some issues I want to discuss with participants, but on the next topic, let's go around on this one so everybody can have their say.
So that is my submission.
Who's next? Who's going? Wale,
no,
right?
I think that's me now, right?
Okay, Oti,
hello.
You got 2 minutes.
Sorry, how many minutes?
Oti, are you speaking for the first time?
Yes.
For the first time today?
Correct.
Well, I've seen you on the screen. You keep going in and out to go watch football.
Well, okay. So look. Good evening, everyone. Happy Father's Day.
So Oti is going to have 4 minutes.
Well, I mean, I don't speak a lot, and
okay,
you know. Okay. Look, first of all, I mean, I've seen your list, Ferreira, and you were asking the panelists to list their
top 10 issues. Yeah.
That's correct. You know, and now talking about the solutions to those problems, I would say first of all that I mean the list can be I don't know, it can go as far as 100 or if not more.
I know.
So that's not, to me, that's not really the order of the problems. It's not
the solution.
Not that important. Because those are kind of really offshoots, ramifications, right? So, but there is one can identify a basic problem, a fundamental problem, which some people here have actually also put their fingers on. Okay, and the solution to the Nigerian problem is also not unknown. If you are paying attention, and here, has spoken about it. Why do I say it's not unknown? look, I'm sure we are aware of a kind of a bill, supposed bill that was submitted to the President of the National Assembly. This such efforts really, and it's been in discussion. People that are in the know, they discuss this. They know what the solution to the problem is. And if you ask me, what really those of us that are interested in seeing Nigeria work or Nigeria or whatever becomes a fit, is actually how to get to that stage, if like implementation. It's not the problems and the solutions to them are known at the theoretical level. Okay. Now, for example, if you ask yourself, those we have President Tinubu in power, and those around in a caucus. So, do you think this crop of individuals, if Nigeria were to be, let me use the word something that is we are all familiar with, regional. If there was to be a regional government, autonomy and self-determination of the various peoples. Okay, of course, it can be every ethnic nationality or every tribe, if you like. No, but at least the major ones. I don't know. The bill I referred to is proposed eight regions or sections. So now Tinubu and his team, I'm sure, I can say this quite boldly. The Yoruba people wouldn't want this kind of people. They wouldn't have allowed this kind of people to pretend their affairs, to manage their region. I don't know. Will anybody deny that?
Yes, I would.
Okay, that's fine. No, but see, the point I'm getting at is this. That sense of ownership. Okay, you can also describe it as maybe a nationality question. In other words, who owns Nigeria? Because these people that are running things now, you call them the elite. It's easy. The structure we have makes it quite easy for them to capture, right, the institutions that ought to really put in check and govern the people well. All the major institutions of government have been captured. The system, the structure in place makes it possible. If it were otherwise, they wouldn't have been able. And really, they don't have any incentive. Why should they? These people that are in power, okay, to do the right thing by the people. Why should they? So really, for me, the question, the problem, we should be grappling with is how do we get to this? Is a decentralization of power, the autonomy of the various regions. As I said, I'm just using that. Nobody has. I've not said it's gonna be this region or that region, but that has to be on the table. But a decentralization of power, self-determination, autonomy, that's the only way. And also, it's quite correct on that, regional government, and that's the only solution. And we know this. It's not.
Thank you, Oti. Okay, the next person is it Tone? 2 minutes, right? And then after Tone, then Jagun, then Wale. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, let's go, Tone. 2 minutes. We're talking about that Professor Okechukwu's definition of democracy. But before we go on, I want to acknowledge how you make it set on the chart thing. I think it's another avenue for future discussion. No re-education of the electoral board, no punishment. We just continue like no wrong or no mishap was weakness. That country has a long way to go. That's a fact to the solution issue we're talking about. Okay, go ahead, Tone.
Wow, this guy just spoke my thoughts. See, we come here, we'll be reading dictionary. Some people that will be reading dictionary will be reading dictionary and be speaking big English. Yeah. This is what I'm just saying about this thing is not working. Can't you guys get it? This thing is just not working because there's no consequences for the action. It's either death penalty or by all of them. This generation is infected with something that is more than HIV or whatever.
So, Tone, I'm in agreement with you. How do we get there? Those are the key questions. So, how do we get there?
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. This might sound gross. Blood has to flow.
I agree with you.
These people are so confident. Listen, 2027 is going to happen. You guys bookmark this. Sheikh Tinubu and his brother will start emerging for one office or the other, and nothing any of you can do. I can't do nothing. I don't have the armory. Even if I go to Nigeria, they'll probably pick me up and charge me for one thing, for anti-government activities and all that. It's just a reality. And yet people in Nigeria are so docile. They are saying that people in diaspora, we should come and fight for them. Long thing. And people that are supposed to be educated, that are here, that are supposed to be saying the truth and be objective, are not saying the truth. They use their channels and their forums to push lies and negativity. And yet they are in the UK, they're in America, they're in Canada. We're in big problem, people. We're in big problem. This Oyibo way they speak will not solve the problem. These people need to be fight. And that law that I'm talking about a fine squad or whatever, or a long time away and all that, they are not going to push that sort of law because it's going to affect them.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tone. How we get there is the problem we're dealing with
how
now.
we get there, like I said, we have to, like you have always been saying, that we need a multimedia. We need a multimedia that we can go from the grassroots and start sensitizing them, because most of these people on the grassroots do not even have a clue what is happening.
What is going on?
Of course,
I agree with you. Jagun,
that is just it.
Yeah, Jagun, we're talking about how Professor Okechukwu defined our democracy. He didn't define it as government of the people. He said it's government of the elites who can afford it, for those who can pay, for people who pay or whatever. It's just something has to do with money, and that the people cannot respond because they've already sold their rights ahead of time. They collected 5,000, so who's going to come hold them accountable? Is it right or wrong? 2 minutes on that, and then because I want to cover you, Wally, and then we'll move on to a new topic which you all will find interesting.
I would hope when we move on to the new topic, we are given more time to speak. It's not that I have a lot to say at this point, but
you want me to give you 4 minutes?
Well, something like that, because I think we need to expand on the discussion, even though we're speaking from a particular point of view.
Okay, 4 minutes then.
I would like to talk about the last two comments and commentators, and how they use their time. I really enjoyed what Oti had to say in terms of looking at what it means to enter into the question of a return to some kind of regionalism within our polity, and what that question would mean to bring up questions that give us some path forward, some way of negotiating our futures. And I disagreed with him on the Yorubas in particular, if they were in a region together, and whether or not others could be a part of that region. And I feel in the projects of Nigeria.
Sorry.
Wait, no, let me land. Please, sir. Please let me land.
Let him land.
I would assume the project of my analysis as best I can. It's not going to be perfect, but it is going to be targeted. And what I liked about your submission is that you understood that regionalism is a way forward, whereby if we are negotiating a way forward, we have an opportunity because we are involved. Where I take umbrage, serious umbrage really, without wanting to be too pointed, is with how Tone used his time and he used his time to the full 2 minutes to speak on a particular point of view that he has, that blood needs to flow, that he's fed up with this and that. Very negative in my pronouncements of how we need to get involved in a plan of action that will take us forward. I'm not looking for a bloody event of any nature, to be honest, even though I understand why it should take place. But I'm not looking at that. I can't see that as the point we should come to, or we should think of in our nation, where we have our people. Imagine what you say comes to fruition. Then you would have to understand that many of your family members would die. Many of your loved ones would cut off. Wait, let me land, bro. Let me plan, please, please. I'm speaking from what I've heard, and in hearing these things, I'm in dissentment about such pronouncements, really, because it would tell us that not only are we at a full stop almost, that we have no negotiation skills, that we have no preferred intellectuals that would come to the table and argue the points to a point of agreement. That's what we need. That's what we need. A bloody war in Nigeria would not bring us anywhere. It is where we're going. I won't take you away, but it is what we must prevent. That should be our mindset. And somebody who comes from the army, I think, would have a better intelligence as opposed to, clicking down his AK-47.
Shut your fucking mouth, you idiot.
Oh,
idiot.
no,
You're
Tone,
fucking
please,
idiot. That was why
no.
Paul attacked you. Why
Oh,
are you attacking me the
Jesus
second time?
Christ.
You
It's
foolish
not
idiot.
Tone, you have to stop. Lord, please.
You're
Tone,
so
Come on, Tom.
degenerate.
Give it what you
Oh,
can.
yeah,
Tom.
yeah. Or Delsh.
Give it what you
come
can.
on, Tone, come on.
It's a shame that Tony's like that. I mean, it's pathetic.
We can't be exploding.
I would.
Let me
No,
use your
let me
last
just at least come to my rounding and let me land on that, please. I don't like too much unnecessary interruptions. I don't mind questions, but let me just come to my rounding so you understand my point of view. This is what I'm trying to put forward. It's a shame that I can't be bothered to argue with Tony. He doesn't understand anything. Most of the commentators that he quabbles about, I think they may be very accurate in their assessment of him. In any case, let me move on. The thing is, Tom thinks I'm attacking him. I'm not attacking him. I'm looking at what he is saying. And for what he is saying, I prefer Oti's understanding of a way forward. It was a shame that he used his all 2 minutes to complain, and then you had to give him so much more time to actually come to the point of answering the question that was before the table. So that's the shame of how people use their time. You can see it as an attack if he wishes. I want to land on this. For what has been put forward by Mr. Fat in something in the other, if you can remind me of his name, Alaba.
Fat, hold on, I wrote it down. Yeah, just go ahead.
Thank you. Well, at least you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
For what he has suggested that this is not hammered in stone, that this is a question mark on how between now and 2027, yes, we should be using the time outside of government, inside of government, to placate this plan, because there's no point in going to the vote. There's no point in going for any one of us to vote in Nigeria after our 2023 has taken place, and we've seen the hash mash that it is. So by the time we come to 2027, if we as a people aren't working to a point of negotiation, you see, what we don't have, unfortunately.
Jagun, I will have to stop you there, but your point is what I want to address in the next topic. And I don't mean to just cut you off like that. The time before I bring Tone back, I just wanted to say that.
If you're bringing Tone back, or I'll say this to you: if you're going to bring Tone back, if he wants to be a gentleman and understand what people are actually saying, and don't misunderstand, he should understand what English is. Does he not understand? He needs to apologize. What was all that effing and blinding?
No, we're not going to get into this.
No, it's the truth. No.
Let's stay on the topic.
I'm gonna have to call a full stop on this, I'm afraid, because you are not my brother. Alaba, Alaba, please listen to this. You are now a moderator. As a moderator, you know what you don't like. I didn't swear. I didn't make any mash. It's my first time speaking really in today's comments. The rest were just 1 minute I had to list. So in my conversation, because it is a public culture, we don't need swearing, especially if I'm not. I mean, I'm the easiest person. So why is that for? You have to analyze what's going on here.
I would tell Tone to do that.
Let's not otherwise, you can't speak on this. I'm cutting off my swearing.
I got your point, Jago. I'm going to make that point. I got you. I got you. Now, Tone, you have to understand, any comment people make is not to attack your personality. And when we throw out outbursts like that, it doesn't help the show, and it derails us from the topic we're talking about. I really want us to be focused on topic. We're here to find solution, think outside the box, and evolve our country. There's no problem that God hasn't given mankind the opportunity to solve. So all this attack on each other, this and that, it doesn't help. It doesn't help us focus on issues. It doesn't help us move forward. It doesn't help in any way. Anyway, on Tone's point, while the way you might have misinterpreted Tone's comment, I'm not, is that Tone is saying that there's no solution, but Tone is also missing the fact that if we have to give them the Rawlings treatment, who's going to do it? The same people or the same people that are easily bought? So there's so many unanswered questions in that line.
Can I say something on that? Let me finish. Something on that thing. That thing that Tone said. Can I say something on what Tone said?
Yeah, I will let you. Let me finish this thought. So, but the fact is, whether you all like what Tone said or not, is that if we keep going in this trajectory, that's going to be the end result. I'm not being pessimistic, I'm being factual. And that pastor also said it. The point of us gathering here is to see if there are ways we could prevent that end result. That end result is going to come, and Jago is also right, it's going to affect our family members, not just those bad people. Can we put our intellectual heads together to seek alternative? And that is going to lead to the next topic. After we round up this topic with Wale, on the next topic what each one of us is doing. And I will start with Obi and Showore, what they are doing wrong and what they could be doing to help change this trajectory. The facts as laid down before us are these. 2027 happens, the same thing will repeat itself. The same people will still be in charge. The trajectory will keep going forward, hunger will increase, and one day the bucket would drop out. There will be that explosion that Tony is talking about. We might dislike what he said or how he said it or his reaction to us and start attacking each other, but let's not lose sight of the facts in front of us. And Olumide is also right on his point. Now, Chim, 1 minute, please, no more than 1 minute, please.
Yes, I'm not even going to. I'm not going
to Wale to talk, and we can end this topic and move on to the next one.
Okay, I'm not even going to.
Sorry, Chim. Sorry.
Oh, you see, that's what we're going to do.
Wale, your turn. Go ahead. Chim has forgotten.
Hold on, Ferreira.
Yeah?
I wanted, because Jago misquoted me. I wanted to correct, because, I mean,
it's okay. You got correct it. 1 minute,
right.
quickly.
So, because look, I didn't say that when I was talking about the regions, that the Yoruba, no other groups can be part of maybe if there's a region called the Yoruba region or whatever, Yoruba dominated. No, I was saying that kind of a rhetorical question, really, that if we had a regional system, a regional government, that the crop of leaders now, because I mean the president is Yoruba, the people around him, the Yorubas wouldn't stomach this kind of individuals running their affairs. That's what I mean. That's what
that's not what I heard. That's not what I heard. But we can move on because
I'm sorry.
It's just not what I heard. But all I'm saying is, without too much argument, that I supported where you are coming from. This is what you should really lay your understanding with. It's only you did fundamentally ask the question. You fundamentally asked the question: can we see an enclave that is Yoruba majority?
Jagun, it's Wale's turn now. Let the Wale.
No, but I was about saying my 1 minute, and then you.
Alaba is going from the table. It's ridiculous. Anyway.
Sorry, what I wanted to say is this. I noticed snapped in, and it looked as if I wasn't. I was saying I wanted to say simply that our problem is not all these multiple solutions we're coming up with. Nigeria is like people say, Nigeria is not lacking for solutions. Nigeria is not lacking for good laws. Nigeria is lacking in good human beings. I'm sorry to say that. Our problem is human beings. Our problem is the same people, doing things better or worse. Because there is some of the things that have worked in other countries that have come to Nigeria and failed. There have been nations where dictatorship worked and produced good results for them.
Yeah, Chief, how do we get the feel good ones?
Alaba,
How do we
Alaba, can I ask you?
Let me finish now. Let me finish now, guys.
Sorry. Kim.
No, now, Jago, no. Let me finish.
Tim, you are
Calm
just
down,
repeating
everyone.
the same thing over and over. Let Bole talk.
But I'm not finishing what I'm saying. I keep being interjected.
That's
Okay, you know what?
thing you are talking about.
Calm down.
Please go on. What do you mean by what Larry talk, Jerry? Alaba, what? Sorry, Olumide, stop this rubbish.
No.
Stop it.
Chim, please.
I asked to please allow to speak. I was about speaking, and Oti. No, don't worry. You can mute me. Not a problem. I was about speaking, and Oti interjected. I can barely speak, and Jaguar has come in.
No, I didn't want to come in like that. I wanted you to continue. What I wanted to ask Alaba is please allow this conversation where Chim is to flourish. Please don't. And what I mean by flourish is amongst the people. You've cut me off twice now, Alaba, if you may understand. And Chim, I understand. I'm just asking you, Chim, please. Just let's be a bit calm, if we can, with each other.
I'm calm. If I can be allowed to speak.
No, please. I'm asking you kindly, Chim, calm down a little bit, please. We have time. We have time, Chim. You came in and you said 1 minute, but I like where you're going. All I'm saying is to assist Alaba on his first time of moderating.
But that's why I'm here. Ordinarily,
I beg your pardon. If you're not able to hear me.
I hear you, Jago. I'm not taking offense. I'm not taking offense. All I wanted to say is this: that whatever, even if we say based on what Tone is suggesting, that a bloody revolution, I can bet you in that bloody revolution, there will be soldiers who will go and tell their parents and their bad brothers to escape to Benin Republic, and then before the bloody revolution will happen. Our problem is that as a nation, we're not good at keeping to agreements. I'm going to give Ferrara money now to enter a business with him, and Ferrara will take the money and run away. We have terrible human beings in Nigeria. I'm sorry to say this.
Okay, that's been said. Let's now go to Wale. That's been said.
Wale, I beg, my brother, please, 1 minute. You see, let me tell you, Ferrari, you did what exactly me and you have been fighting on the forum. That's what you just done to me.
No, I don't want you. I want you to cool down.
No. Excuse no. It's not about cooling down.
It's about cooling down now. Why are we going to be mad?
Excuse me. In the private chat, hold on. Let me so that you have an understanding. In the private chat earlier, Olumide was lying on his stomach. I did say, please, can someone tell Olumide to sit up, please? Is there anything wrong? This man started attacking me. I made my submission.
About this man. You have no respect, bro.
It's not of you to make your own submission. Don't talk over me, idiot.
No understanding.
Instead of him to make his own submission, even if though you don't even agree with me and all that, make your submission. And you're denigrating me. Say that even this guy that is supposed to be a military officer and all that, this is the nonsense.
You all realize that Wale has been waiting for
you all to stop. Me?
So you all realize
why are you behaving like a Humpty Dumpty?
Do you all realize that?
I can find you.
You realize that Wale has been waiting for you.
I beg your pardon. No, wait. I beg your pardon, Chim. Sorry.
I will look for you and smash you up.
Bro, you don't have to do any of that. All you have to ask me is where shall we meet? You're just down the road.
Name it.
Tone. Oh my God.
Okay, Wale, at least let them go cool off at the backyard for a few seconds. Because this is beginning to piss KJ off. This is ridiculous.
Okay, thank you. And I respect everyone. Please, nobody speak while I'm speaking. Okay? Just listen. And when my time is up, cut me off.
You have 5 minutes.
I will interrupt you, Jerry.
Please, I don't want to disrespect anybody. Just let me talk. Okay. Now, listen to all this conversation. Now we're going to blame those who are looting or ruling Nigeria. What are they doing that is different from what we are doing now? Please, others are watching. They are thinking of, okay, if I can listen to this program, what lesson am I going to learn? Am I just going to be sitting here wasting my time, behaving as if I'm a kid? No, please. If we want people to respect us, we need to, show that respect. I'm here. I might be younger than many of us, but anyway, before I lose what I was going to say before now. Now, first of all, let me talk about, is it Professor Kichuku that said these people bought blah, 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 all that. One, I keep thinking in my mind that we are not even supposed to blame these leaders. Who are these leaders? Are they not from us? The person who say conclusive election, a professor, is it not my uncle? Are we not all, sharing part of the problem that our family members or our friends or our cronies are causing in Nigeria? Are we ready to, make them accountable and responsible for their action? Because it's my brother, I can now cover him. Now I'm part of the problem if I'm covering my brother that's supposed to be held responsible. Are we really, really able to do that? We can blame others, but we are doing the same thing. That is on one part. On the second part, can I even remember what I was going to say before the glass was about to start? But please, people, if that country is going to get well, we need to, maybe within our own family member, our friends, we need to show a good example. We need to look inward and see what we are doing that is contributing to the downfall of that country. We can talk from now till tomorrow. Nothing is going to change. Our mentality, our orientation need to change. What America would do, what Canada would do, what UK would do for their own people. People get involved. One way or the other, you see people doing charity, you see people signing petition. Like Kim said, like someone who is a mayor, even writing petition will kind of shake them and say, wow, what is going on? Are we doing that? Or are we just sitting back and become docile and thinking someone is going to fix our house for us? It won't happen. We can talk from here till Jesus Christ. Nothing will happen. We need to encourage people to open their eyes. If you're going to choose a local government, know the person you are choosing, not because they are money bag, but because they give us 5,000 naira. They give my sister 5,000 naira. She voted 4 years life away. What information are we giving them? What kind of people did they see us? We have moved away from no NEPA, no light. We are now in a place where NEPA doesn't take light. We have light. What are we doing with it? And either we like it or not, the problem in Nigeria is affecting every single one of us, either we like it or not. Because if you have to send $100 to Nigeria before, I'm sure it's nothing now. You have to double it up. Come on, people. Let's put our thinking cap on. If we're going to criticize or if we don't all have to agree, but we need to find a way of constructive criticism. Don't shoot the messenger. Look at the message and see what you can come up with. By attacking each other is not going to solve the problem. Even if Jagu or Tone are at loggerhead, we can be a little bit mature and just swallow it in. So you know what? I'm not even going to respond to that. Please, people are watching. People want to learn. This is the way we can use this platform to change other people's orientation and mentality. But if we are fighting, what do you expect all those senators or all those looters that are buying SUV for 160, sitting down there and falling asleep? They will look at us and say, look at them, let them talk. As we all know, their main policy is propaganda. They will give us something to talk about. We'll talk. After all, does it make anything? No. But if we can get people to start thinking, I think that will help us rather than fighting each other. I rest my case. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Wale. That's what I keep telling people. Those personal things, we'll keep it to the chat, to the private chat. You're upset with what Tom said, put it in the private chat, not in the open, because one, it takes us away from discussion. It takes us away from others are watching. We're trying to expand mind, think outside the box. That's the whole plan. And everybody just want to, that personal thing, they want to bring it in the here, on the public. you know, Jim, Ekmi, go ahead, Ekmi.
Yes. So let me just say, because I don't think I passed my point very well clearly. The point I was trying to make
No,
is
is
this.
that Jim talking?
Yes.
No,
Yes, Jim.
Jim. I'm gonna no,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Go see no problem.
No.
This is the new government, no problem. I will respect the government.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Ekmi.
Thank you very much. I have just two things to say. First is that, please, as the moderator, I would ask you that you should try and, of course, you've been doing well. I'm not just trying to also support you that, please, have your rules and let us follow it like that. That is one. Then secondly is that, please, why do everybody have the need that I want everybody to hear me, as in the need to be heard? I don't think it's not even good as, don't portray us as good leaders. That's the truth. Even if you have points that you think are quite valuable, yes, just take your time and listen first, and then try to, if you have resistance to discuss it, no problem, let it go. I don't think it is right that we should continue to talk on ourselves, and because some people are quite opinionated, and I think it is wrong to feel like you have opinions and your opinions should be heard over any other person. Let us follow the decorum in the rule, and then everybody have their peace. Please, that's just my submission. Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving on to the next topic. Please, everybody, keep personal issues to the chat, to the private chat, not on here, because the whole public is watching us here and it will distract from the topic we want to talk about. Here, I saw something recently, guys, that interests me, and it's a APC campaign thing. Let me see if I can get that on the screen, and I want you all to look at it. And that thing got me thinking about Sowore and Obi as participants in this process and what they are doing, and it made me come up with a little critique of them. But before I give out my critique, let me show you guys the picture of what I saw that I found very weird. Let me go to my PowerPoint and pick it out and put the picture up. It's a picture of an APC campaign in Lagos, I believe, and I want to read it out because it's something that struck me, and I'm saying, oh my God, we want to change this country. Are we really serious? You know, let me look for it. Okay, I found it. The title is Group 640 million. Control copy, million people to support Tinubu. That is the headline of that news coverage, guys. I want to show you, and I want you all to just see that. Let's close that, and then let's go to share, present, share screen. Okay, it's up now, guys. Let me see how it shows, whether it's full screen. Let me make it full screen so you all can see it. Okay, let me see how it shows. Anyway.
Sorry, can you remove the banner of the contributions and hold on on that?
From that, yeah. Let me remove that. This must be Forefather doing this thing. Okay, how do I? Forefather, can you hold on the banner for now and take that out? We'll put it right back. You know, Forefather, can you take off the banner, please? I'm looking for the banner so that I can take it off. Hold on. Give me a minute. Let me take off the banner. Let me see. I don't see the banner.
Sorry, Alaba, if you go to the comment section, that's why it's highlighted. He's highlighting this thing from the comment section. Go there.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Highlight it.
I can see the banner. I'm looking through the comment section now.
No, when you go to the comments, this particular one, then you touch on it, it will remove it.
Okay, I've seen it. Comment section. Hold on. Okay.
It's gone.
It's gone. Okay. So this is they had a rally on this June 12th in Lagos, and I want to read it because I find it quite interesting, and it got me thinking, and I'm saying, okay, this is the APC, the same people running us. There's the people there, Let me read it. A political organization with its headquarters in Lagos, the mandate has announced a plan to mobilize millions of supporters for President Bola Tinubu and Vice President Kashima at a rally held at Police College Ground in Ikeja. You see, Police College Ikeja. They said that a rally, Police College Ikeja, the group state chairman, I'm going to ignore his name, announced the launch of a membership drive which aims to recruit 40 million members across 36 states and Abuja. Let me show you pictures so you can see more. I think they have a fake bishop there. I don't know if that bishop is real. But and then you got that one. They got, you see the pictures, they got that. But what's the part? You see the crowd? What's the part that got me thinking? And I'm going to ask you panelists this question. Let's go back to the studio. Okay. And then take that off. Where's that?
Even when you see the people, you feel like, are they actually suffering?
No, that's a good question, but that's not where I'm going with this. Are they actually suffering? That's a good question. But where I'm going with this is on something else. Hold on. Okay, yeah, let me remove this so we can see each other. Now, I want to ask you guys one thing. First of all, let me go to your man, Showore, every time always attacking Obi. First of all, Obi is not in government. Focus on those who are in government. You might have your reason for attacking him. Then secondly, let me read it the way I wrote it down, because it looks like I'm not saying it right the way because I thought about this and I have it written down. I said 2 Nigerian actors, although first of all, let me give them their due respect, but because they are both in the struggle, they are truly fighting. So I need to give that to Showore. But the fact that in this current problem that we have, where every aspect of our government has been hijacked, the people are suffering, you would think those who are participating in the rough fight would take the issue more seriously than they are. I noticed that the likes of Obasanjo have now started wearing Emilio Kong hats. The likes of Baba Bode George, you know, the usual Nigerian politician, Bode George has joined the wagon too. And what's the other one? Donyo Okupe. So this is what Nigerians politics does. The opposition loses, everybody join on the bandwagon of whoever is claimed the winner. You know, it's either they got something on them or something. But the case of Obi and Showore interests me, and I think that there's a waste of opportunity going on between these two. And I just want you guys' opinion on that. For Showore, him and what's that other idiot that's always attacking Obi? Buwala. That's just guy, come on, idiot. You know, they're always attacking Obi. Obi is not in government. Why you keep attacking the man? This or that. Leave him alone, focus. Then on the other hand, Obedient wouldn't like this. You know, focus on the bad government. Let me focus on Obi. Obedient wouldn't like this, but it's the truth. On the other hand, Obi have diehard supporters who worship him. But Obi is wasting a golden opportunity to galvanize for reform or change.
Moderator, I think you've raised the questions or the points. Why don't you allow us to discuss them instead of going on and on? I mean, you know.
I'm not going on and on. That means I'm reading what I wrote on Obi. I'm reading it from a screen. I'm not going on and on. I don't want to say the right words. You don't just, you know, it won't make sense if I don't finish my sentence. You have a problem with that?
Yes, the problem I have with it is because if you ask me, this should be my contribution to the issues. Really, discussing.
I'm not started asking yet. Let me read what my criticism of Obi, please. Let me finish.
You're discussing the questions or the problems.
I'm not discussing the question yet. I've showed you pictures. Then I jotted down a comment. I want to read the comment. You're interrupting me. Give me time. Let me finish. Okay, I've talked about Showore. Peter Obi, on the other hand, have diehard supporters who worship him, but Obi is wasting a golden opportunity to galvanize for reform or change. He keeps doing the same thing over and over, continuing campaign when election is over, proposing next election without addressing the issues that bedevils the last election, expecting a different result and playing with the wrong rules of engagement. Obi supporters delude themselves, calling him a one-man opposition. There's nothing like a one-man opposition in this world, particularly in Nigerian politics. He keeps saying, go and ask the public, or it's up to the public. What a load of garbage I believe that is. That's my personal opinion. The fact is, until men stand up and react, appropriately, not throwing tantrums or gestures, but react appropriately, we are going nowhere.
Is that
like
your
the
essay,
lack of
Ferrari?
listen, why is this guy keep interrupting me? What's the problem? Let me finish. Why can't I'm trying to make a point. You won't let me make that point. I wrote this down. You just keep hammering me. Let me finish. There's a reason I wrote this down. There's a reason I picked that picture. Because we all keep talking about solution. How are we going to get to solution if we don't talk about appropriate things? You won't even let me land. Let me finish. 2 more minutes. Okay?
What you want, grab Mike?
Let me finish. Okay, where was I? Okay, I was reading it from. Okay, now I said, like the likes. Let me now. So that takes me to the likes of General Ishola Williams against Babangida, and I remember way back then when Temple or Newswatch reported that when Babangida wanted to continue his military and annul the June 12th, he gathered all the military officers for support in North Odambarak, in Bonny Camp. And there was this general that stood up, Ishola Williams. I said, sir, what we know is that on June 12th, the military will go back to the barracks. And he sat down. On that very day and time, Babangida knew there was no more water behind the fish. And that was why he made his step aside speech. We're not seeing that today. Our politicians are jumping ship and still playing the same game. Now, we need men to react so that we can call everybody elderly brother. It's not going to change anything. Check what the criminal government is doing and should be doing better. My question is this. Does any of you have an idea of how much number is on Obi's followership on chat or X or Twitter? Does he have up to 10 million followers or 20 million followers? Does anybody have that answer to me? That's my first question. I want to tell you why I'm asking. Does anybody know? Anybody have an idea? Pansat, you don't know, you're a strong Obi supporter. What, you don't have an idea? How many
I can
people?
check for you. Let me check.
Check for me. Yeah, this is important. You know why? Check this. I just thought about it. If, let's say for the last 6 months, Obi's primary objective is that I want to raise 40 million Nigerian. How many?
4.6 million.
4.6. Guys, let's look at the numbers.
On Twitter.
Okay. Let's look at the numbers. Let's say Obi with his platform is number 3 now. We have number 1, APC, number 2, the stupid PDP, and then number 3, Obi, right? If Obi says Nigeria cannot continue like this, right? I want to raise 40 million believers who say agree with me that Nigeria cannot continue like this, just like that propaganda machinery just showed with APC. Within the last 6 months, do you guys believe Obi can raise that 40 million? I believe he can get 10 to 15 million abroad. I don't know how much he can get in Nigeria itself. This is action, pragmatic action towards change.
Ferrari.
Currently, 1 year, we've had a disturbed
Ferrari,
election.
You are turning this into a lecture hall.
Ferrari.
Now. Let us comment.
Okay, KJ, go ahead. Go ahead. Let KJ go first. We're going to.
Yes, thank you.
But I'm supposed to go first because let me tell you why. Hold on.
Pansat wants to go first. KJ,
hold on. It's not that I want to. If I'm wrong, then whoever takes the place that I'm claiming should go first. I spoke the last time when I first came in.
Let Pansat go first.
So
do you guys get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, but don't make this very hard on yourself. Try to be fair and be organized. You got a lot of people here to help you. I'm only here to help you get this thing started, right?
Okay.
You got Jim, who has experience holding. Let him get into that platform. All right. Let me say first of all.
But before me now, I got past that.
You want to speak before me?
Yes.
Okay, that's what. Let me go after him then. No problem. Let's try to help Ferrari get a hold of things in order.
Okay, let's.
Okay, go ahead. I'll go after.
We have for these guys.
Ferrari.
You should know that. Don't ask us now.
I want to give 3, but I
charge.
don't know if 3 is enough. 5. Jim said 5. 5. Okay, let's do 5.
I won't even need 5 because you have already.
How do you know Jim has more than 5 fingers or 4
I won't
fingers?
need 5. I just need 3 minutes.
Okay,
And
go ahead.
that 2 minutes, I am going to dwell on what you have spoken about. You see, what Oti was trying to draw your attention to is that you have already led the whole questions and you have already discussed it. So I'm only going to agree with you that what you have said is true.
No, I'm not discussing. I'm saying, do
No,
you
but
agree that there's a wasted opportunity there?
listen, in the first place, every one of them, criticizing Obi is doing it because Obi seems to be the only shining armor in that position.
Only
That's
opposition.
the only reason. Okay? And then he, Obi, to my own, that is me, my own understanding, is not able to galvanize even for himself this opportunity given to him. Because he could have used it to just lay them out in the sun and let them dry them there and hang them. But he's doing it. Look, if you want to wrestle a pig, you cannot say you stand in the shores and do it. You have to get into the gutters, okay, and then do it so you know you are wrestling a pig, But trying to say you are my elder brother, and they are totally every day they are nailing you down. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. My elder brother is my no. Look, if he doesn't want to learn, let him come and learn from Trump, who does not mind getting into the gutter with whoever.
Sorry, but that's where we should come in. That's where we, the people, should come in.
No.
Okay?
It's not our fight. Listen, the people's fight was when.
Hold on, KJ. Let me ask Oti. What does it mean where we should come in? What do you mean by that?
No,
come in
no,
and speak on behalf of Obi.
Ferreira, let him hold on to that. Let this guy finish, please.
Hold on to it. Let's KJ finish here.
The people's role, you as a leader, you see, one of the problems we have is our leaders don't point us to any direction. Okay, and that's why people sometimes earlier on with this, some people said, look, if it was Shore that was giving 6 million votes, you know that Nigeria by now would have been different, because he's not going to leave that hall. Okay, there come a time, and those people who have any brush with the military will know that there come a time when you say, you know what, it is either here or never. Okay, that time came when this man was supposed to call the result and decided to do that. The people were ready to stand in with you. You didn't want to stand in with them. You said to them, go home, go and take your rest, I will go to court. So once that energy is taken off.
Ask a question? Can I ask
Hold
a
on,
question?
sir. Hold on. You get your time. I have only 3 minutes.
Write your question down so we have everybody's time equally.
Once that energy is taken off, okay, from the gas pedal, it's just like driving a car. Okay, when you take your car out of the 100 and something kilometers, before it picks up, you're going to go back a bit. They won't picking up. So right now we have lost the steam. The people have lost the steam. Everybody's on to your tent, oh Israel, and now you are the one doing it. My greatest pain is that, you see, if it's the politics of Nigeria that we know, they are already planning against Obi. Look, they are going to so shock him, it's unbelievable. Maybe even the debt he's relying on will be taken away from him, giving, they may even offer him to run against Obi. Okay? And I've said this here again. They may even offer him to run against Obi. They may even, look, and this is one of those people who talk to sometimes said, Wike is preparing to run with the vice president. So these are all their, on play. These are all on play. Let me end by this. I'm so pained. You see, I'm almost getting to the point of being agitated. The problem is this is always what we have always done all through the Nigerian history. There was a time MPN came up. Alex Ekweme was vice president to the person who was president. He never got to be president. We always take the lesser and put ahead of the bigger. And at the end of the day, everything is messed up. It has always been the Nigerian system. Go check.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, KJ.
the only difference we would have made was if the Nigerian people came out that day and said, we will not accept this result.
Okay,
And
thank you, KJ. Let's go to is it Panzat? 5 minutes, oh Panzat. I'm starting your time, oh.
No problem. I don't know how you get
This
jigging.
why we going to Panzat and jumping me? Do I know the reason? Why are we going to Panzat? Are you jumping me?
Because that's how we wanted to start.
Don't allow it. Let it just go like that, please.
Let's go like that, please.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Nigerians were a bunch of funny people, right? All the time we're trying to find fault with an individual, right? One individual. Now we've had other activists, people who love Nigeria so much that they stuck their neck out. And then when this government, this autocracy we have in the country, clamp down on them, they're easily forgotten. If they're put in jail, if they're killed or whatever, it doesn't matter. Every time we've had some protagonist, some hero, some martyr for Nigerians, they don't even care. They don't they don't remember who was whatever his fate is. The list, of course, is not the show that we talk about. He's been through a lot, that's true. Even though he lacks judgment, so he's just doing it foolishly, right? But still, it's intent that we're counting, not strategy. But no, trying to skip Peter Obi. Peter Obi is a wise man. He's not a radical person. He's the best to come out of Africa when it comes to politics, because we want somebody who's humble, who's fair, has no religious animals, has no ethnic animals, succeeded in private sector, unblemished, especially in banking where the money is. And he came down to unify the country and to run. He cites all kinds of mantras, and his famous one being go and verify, because he governed for 8 years, right? So now let me say something off the mark of my main presentation. Let me say something to those Yorubas, people who respect their Obas, their monarchs. Okay, you have to know that monarchy, it's a traditional thing, cultural thing. Your monarch is your monarch. It really has nothing to do with me. But when we have our own now who are Republican, like Peter Obi, you running your mouth, abusing Peter Obi. Now, Obi is not an Igbo candidate. He's a Nigerian candidate. But I noticed that a lot of people, they could talk any nonsense they want about Peter Obi on skate. Normally, I go after the monarchs of these people, right? Because somehow they revere their monarchs. They're sacrosanct, they're untouchable. But you could abuse our own sons and daughters. And I'm not going to have that. I don't care, right? So I'm sounding that warning out to a lot of people, especially in another platform. So it really has nothing to do with people on this panel. I'm talking about idiotic Nigerians who don't understand that we have a secular constitution. And aside from that, we have rights from God himself. And our Bible tells us that all men are created equal. So if you're worshiping some kind of monarch over there, that's your business. When it comes to me, everybody's the same. Everybody's sinned. Everybody is like a rag in the eyes of God himself. Everybody plays politics. Monarchs play stupid politics, if you don't know it. Right? They're usually little people, uneducated people. And that's why we have the problems we have. The more powerful you have a monarch in any community, the less developed that community is. Because it's hobnobbing and it's in bed with these politicians. And normally when they play stupid politics, they don't know how stupid they look. They think they're smarter than Nigerians. The people are sovereign. You see, as we gathered here, and those who are in diaspora, those who are back home, we're sovereign. That your little monarch is your business in your head. That's for you, your compound. Don't bring it here. But don't insult our. Let me ask that I'll be giving an additional couple of minutes to revise and extend my remarks. Haven't had no objection. So here's what I'm saying to you, Ferrari. You have to know that you have a lot of power up there. Even if you allot us for 4 minutes, it's within your right to go ahead and extend it when somebody's really making the right point that is there. If Tone is talking, you could cut him down some because he has absolutely nothing to contribute on this platform.
We're not going to extend the time for this moment.
Respect yourself.
Don't
let me not hear my name ever in your mouth.
Oh man, mute him or remove him from the platform, please. Because all he's gonna do is to pick fights with people in the comment section. Is that why we're here?
POB terrorists. That's what you are.
I am. I wear that as a badge of honor. And if I ever get my hands on you, you son of a bitch, right? You come out here. You know the worst thing.
Ferreira.
Okay, we're gonna go to the next person now.
No, Ferreira.
Yeah.
You took the wrong person out. One person swore.
The curse word was too strong.
The curse word came from Tone. What's the matter with you?
I muted Tone. He's right.
Muted. You should take him out.
I will when Tone doesn't keep quiet. Okay. Who's next? Ekman, right? Ekman.
Okay.
Go ahead, 5 minutes.
All right. Okay, I think the question is did Obi make
It was
mistake?
not Ferrari that took me out. It's two Nigerians somewhere in the back playing games with toothless Ferrari, right? Ferrari has no power.
Okay, can I move on, please? I think the question is, has Obi lost this opportunity given to him? My own is that no, he hasn't lost any opportunity. Why are we bothered about Obi losing opportunity? Actually, Obi contested and he lost the election. Fine and good. It is his prerogative to handle it the way he wants to handle it. And the thing is that people should not be deceived because obedience are following Obi. No. Obi made the way. Yeah, he paved the way for himself. One way or the other, he talked through his way into the minds of people, especially the young ones, and that is why they are following. But I can guarantee you that if the young ones see a better candidate today, that's followership to Obi. You'll be surprised we go to that candidate. That is it. So even Obi won't be deceived that obedience are following him because he is Obi. No. People are simply following what is the next best thing for Nigeria to move forward. And these people are the youth because they are the ones whose future is before them. And that is why you can hear the noise on social media, every tool that can be used to make sure that their voices are heard or it's loud enough is what we are using. So I don't think it is right to just attribute all this glory to Obi himself. No, this is beyond Obi. This is beyond Obi. So has Obi made the mistake? Well, I think he's learning, and hopefully the advice I would just give him will be that, come, this battle, if you truly want it, don't fight it alone. Get heads that can begin to speak in there, and don't even think even you should contest for 2027. No. If he truly wants to, this is now the thing of leadership. It shouldn't just be like centric to one person now again. It should be a strategic, there should be a strategy, a plan that even if there is no Obi, there should be another person that carries that vision. There should be not just one person, there should be people. That is the idea. If I am going to advise him. And one of the ways I think I'll say you should go ahead is go and do is that bring up discussions within a crop of people that people will respect, the youths will respect, and let those people begin to fire words into the minds of the youth, okay, and begin to drive out strategies, because that is what the youth wants to learn, want to listen to. And by doing that, remove yourself even from the picture of maybe you want to contend for the next election. Eventually, it might be him, no problem. But let it be that now everybody will know that, no, okay, this is it again, and this is where we're following this person. Because the truth is, this is beyond Obi. So I don't want us to make it look like it is Obi if he had lost the opportunity or not. No. He's a leader. He had lost the election, no problem. If he wants to, no problem, the next election. But the thing is, for me as a person, for me to even vote for him next time, is I don't want to even seem like, okay, he has to fight like it is me next time. No. But what I want to see is that, and he has always said it, that it's not because of me. I want Nigeria to move forward. Those are the statements that youth want to hear. Remove me from this picture. This is your own future. Now make the decision based on that. So he needs to wake up the mindset of this giant, the sleeping giants, which are the youths, because that is where it's good. That is where the battle can be won. If you are going to win this battle based on what is on ground, nothing will happen. But the fight has to be taken by the youths, and there's only way is that they should be instigated. Their minds should be instigated. They should, So that is the way I'm saying it as a person. So as okay, has Obi lost it? My answer is no. And can he move it forward? Yes. What should he do? Bring out brains, people who are around, let them continue to speak so that they can galvanize the mind of youth and empower them to make sure that they can develop strategies to now see how we can conquer the next battle. I think that's my solution for now. Thank you.
Okay, Olumide, you're next.
Thank you, Alaba. And so picking up from where we all from where we started from. So the solution. First, I want to say, okay, you said the issue about Obi and Showore. So for me, the issue between Obi and Showore is it happens. It's an ideal situation that happens in the kind of society like ours. In the US, in Canada, where I reside, people, there's people who criticize one another. You understand? The only fault I have, my problem is not sure criticizing Obi. Oh yeah, I mean they're all issue based on his performance as governor. Oh, I don't think you did very well. You didn't give the people quality for their money. You didn't, and people are Obi, maybe not Obi personally, but people are saying, you know what, you're not a good Democrat, you're not a politician, you're very immature, you're this, you're that, you understand? You're not fit to be a president, not to even talk of a local government chairman, and this and that. Those are issues that come up and the guy has said, Showore has said, I don't want to form a coalition with anybody because I don't believe in their ideals. Respect the man for his principle, you understand? And for me, it doesn't matter what Showore is saying about Obi right now. I believe that he won the last election. All the records were out there about him, and I mean, the people that rigged him could have made it issue-based if they really wanted the people to decide and be the one to decide who rules and governs them. So for me particularly, I'm more interested in the society. I mean, I see where KJ is coming from, that maybe at the point where they were declaring the election, he should have stood up to demand that the beavers result be exposed, and there were people ready to follow him, and he disappointed them. So I see where KJ is coming from, that if you're going to support anybody, then it has to be somebody that is worth that support if you really want that change. And I kind of empathize with where he's coming from, and I see his point of view. So for me, I want to see a society where, whether in the north, in the southeast, or south or northeast, or because this educational, problem of Almajiri, the nothing uneducated youth being used to they're being radicalized, and what have you happening. If we allow people who are educated in the north, who really want to make change for the society, they are not being allowed to get there. It's not just about us in the south too. Speaking for the whole country as a whole, it's not about us in the south too. They are preventing people who really want to get there and make true change. Provide education for their people at the local government level, provide resources for their people. But it's people who are stealing and imposing themselves on the people that are going there knowing fully well that they don't have any other objective than to come and steal. So for me, I want our society to work from for me. If there's an issue in my community right now, the first person that knocks on the door is the city where I live, which is an equivalent of a local government. You understand? Before you even hear from the province, which is an equivalent of a state, not to talk of the federal level. Majority of the issues are dealt at the local level, local government level. But I don't even know if they exist, or they're just on paper down there. You understand? So in 2027, if there's no point in going to elections, there's a need to galvanize the civil society, all political parties, you understand, to making sure that the people's vote counts. You understand? This is the only way our society can begin to change for real. You understand? And then people who really want to lead and bring change, they will then begin to come out. You understand?
Okay.
So my time is up.
Yes, it's up.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
it's still, yes, his time is up.
Okay.
I want to warn you all that I don't think any of you are addressing my question, and I think you all are missing the point.
Oh, God.
I'm saying
it's like you
Sowore
answered the
is
questions you
attacking the
posed.
wrong person, should be attacking the government. I'm saying Obi should be mobilizing as a
Ferreira,
movement.
I answered your
Okay,
question.
Ferreira, let me try then. Let me try.
I said for me that
Okay.
that the issue is normal. In the democratic society, you find people of different political views or parties, ideology. You know, he doesn't want to form a coalition. He doesn't see Obi as credible, but it doesn't mean that Obi still won the majority vote. You know, the problem we have is
It's okay.
is behind it.
Okay.
You understand? Because even if Obi was president, you will still find Sowore and his likes criticizing him as president of the country.
Okay, we've heard it.
No, sorry, excuse me. I
Toti,
think we
your
talk too
turn.
much. We haven't. Don't we realize we talk unnecessary? We talk too much.
Me?
Listen, Ferreira. I have quite a problem with the question you posed about Obi and Sowore. To me, it's unnecessary. We shouldn't be discussing this. This is what they call giving something the oxygen of publicity. Why? Listen.
Oti, we are clamoring for change, right?
No.
Those that are carrying the umbrella, they're not doing anything. 1 year, nobody's talking about reform. 1 year, and the one they're attacking each other. One is not doing anything.
Excuse me. You see, you pose the question, you give your own analysis, okay? So you should allow others to, So what I'm saying, discussing Sowore said, and you ask yourself, did Obi say anything? Did he say anything in response? Nothing. That is the perfect answer. And quite frankly, for us to come here be discussing what Sowore, I couldn't care. I mean, how many votes did he? How many presidents? How many? What did he get? I mean, as he's the last presidential election. Why should I be discussing him? His opinion about Obi? It's a waste of time. He should be ignored. Okay. Now, coming to what about Obi, right? I don't know if we the election campaign by the Labour Party candidate in Edo Olumide. I don't know if we saw what happened there. So in other words, this obedience, is really kind of a clear expression of the hunger of Nigerian youth, Nigerian people for a change. Okay, that is what this obedient movement. That's what it's I mean, that's what it illustrates. So it's not about Obi as a person. Now, what Obi brings is this, and this is what no one else brings, and it's fertile and expecting Obi. It's like some people want to turn Obi into something that he is not. How do you expect that of any human being? He has his own style of leadership, right? He's leading by moral suasion, and the followers, have caught up with that. They appreciate that, and they are following him because of that. And we want him to be a strong man. He's not a strong man. It's not his style of leadership. Okay, so we are the followers. So what do we do? How do we support what he stands for and the way he wants to? His vision of Nigeria, because he talks about his vision. That's our question. That's our problem. That's what we should be thinking about, dealing with. How do we, join his movement? Okay, the vision he's driving of Nigeria. If we don't agree with it, then perhaps we want to look for an alternative. But hoping and saying that he should be something he is not, I don't think that is fair, and it's not gonna take us anywhere. He's his own man. He's leading by his moral suasion. That is good enough. Okay. So I have a minute. Is that what you're saying? I have a minute more. So that's the thing. And look, in terms of what we look, the question, what we can be doing here really is, how do we? We've talked about it. Even Ferreira yourself, this kind of conscientization, galvanizing the public opinion. The civil societies that are not doing what they should be doing in Nigeria, is there any way we can support them? Is there any way we can motivate them, incentivize them? For what maybe the next election season, if anyone, I mean, in Nigeria, nobody knows really, in 2027. So should we now fold up our arms, waiting for, complaining, bemoaning, Obi didn't do this, he didn't do that? After all, Obi came third in that election, okay? How about the person who came second? We don't talk about him. So let's see what help, what support we can give to the movement he has started. It's a movement. It's not based on party. It's not partisan. Okay. Any other, we can well go to any other platform, any other party, and then these people that believe in him, that share his vision, that admire his moral authority, will follow. That's what he's got.
Wale, okay, you can start now.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, the question I'll probably ask every single one of us here is, God forbid batting, if Obi died tomorrow or Showore died tomorrow, for those who think Atiku is their Messiah, or Obi is the Messiah, or Showore is the Messiah, if any one of them died tomorrow, what would you do? Well, I'll leave that. Now, coming back to either the obedient or people who support the Tinobus or whatever, but you display a video, a picture earlier on where you see a lot of people for that campaigning thing with all their pink or red cap or something. Then my question was, we are here sitting down deliberating how the country will move forward out, but have we ever for once thought about these people we are fighting for? And that made me to kind of go back to the Israelite, when Moses went to rescue the Israelite from Pharaoh, and they were at some point attacking Moses and said, "Look, why do you want to lead us out of here? Yeah, you better leave us here. Let's continue to continue our suffering with Pharaoh, some kind of way of life." Even despite the fact that he led them out with all the challenges, they got to the Red Sea or somewhere, and they start blaming him and say, "Do you want us to come and die here?" And for those who are Christian, if you remember what the Bible says, that the Moses will never reach the promised land. Why the people he was fighting and leading for never plead on his behalf to God and say, "Please let this man reach the promised land"? For where Moses in the Bible never reached the promised land. Why? For those who are Christian, question that. So, be looking at Nigerians themselves, I think they are just very comfortable with their whatever comes their way. Maybe because we are outside the country, that's why we are looking at it like, oh, these people are suffering, they need to have a better life. These people don't care. If you go there tomorrow, instead of them to attack those who are inflicting pains on them, it's you that you try to rescue them, that they will attack like mosquito. It just kind of worry me, like, why do I even sit here and be worried about Nigerians that are not even ready? They are slaves that they don't really see themselves as slaves, because if they know they are slaves, they would have thought of, hey, we need to rescue ourselves. But it's getting to that point. Me personally, I can only do what I can do. Those who want to suffer, let them suffer. The only people I have pity or empathy for is those little innocent children and those elderly people. But for those young ones, if any one of them asks me for a penny, I say, I beg, go and work. It's Nigeria, it's working your way. Go and deal with it. So until we start to wake people up, let them realize that, look, it's your country, you are in there, you're not ready to do anything. You are expecting people from abroad to come and rescue you. But it doesn't work that way. So going back to Obi or Showore, why are we building man? Why are we not building the system? Someone who is in the Ministry of Education, that is hiding foul, that's supposed to do the work as it should be, not doing it right. Somebody who is constructing the road, that is making, pocketing the money, not doing it right. We're not looking into that. We are only looking at human being, one person. Have we forgotten what happened to what is his name in the Sunday Igboho? that is campaigning and fighting Buhari. What happened to him? The people he was fighting for, how many of them actually, rise up and say, "Oh, free Sunday Igboho," when he ran away? That is people for you. I don't blame Showore or Peter Obi if they are not doing what it should be, because Nigeria, trust me, they will push you into that pit hole, and they will start looking for someone else. So please, people, let's try to think outside the box. Don't let us think like those who are in the dark, like people in Nigeria, because
Thank
NEPA
you,
is taking
Wale.
light.
Your time is up, Wale.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jagun, you're next.
I've got a lot to say. Do
you want me to give you 6 minutes? Would that be enough?
It would be sufficient. Thank you.
Okay.
What I have to say is based on a few issues. I'm listening to the whole show. I've been here quite early today, really in order to support your effort in your first show. I'm not sure of our level of observation on this platform or indeed in the channel. I would like to pick up on 3 issues, and I will take 2 minutes of my 6 to complete as succinctly as possible. My first thought, and please forgive me and allow me to speak, Ferreira. As somebody who is now experiencing handling this show from the point of view of the moderators, I think you have a quick learning curve of how difficult it must be on that side of the fence. And I hope that you are actually going to watch this first show back for your own self and your own learning. I think that in your first show, without trying to assess you in any way, so please do forgive me, I think in this first show, you have taken on a lot of subject matters. I know how your mind works. You have a lot on your mind, and you want to display seriousness quite urgently, and I appreciate that. However, I think to have helped yourself, and indeed to have helped the show, it would be nice that you were a bit lighter on yourself, so as to go through a whole show and make it simple on yourself. I think that would have been edifying. That's the first thing I'm going to say. What I'm going to carry on to say is my utterances in this show all the time are hardly personal. People don't understand that. They're hardly personal. If I am being personal at all, the person I've been most personal with, I think, would be Forefather, or indeed any moderator, whereby I'm looking at how the show is going. And I asked Electricity, where he was very upset with you. And it wasn't even his show. It was just from a point of view of observation on you on a different show. Now, I took umbrage to him shutting you down in such a way because it wasn't his show. Secondly, I asked him, if these new decisions that you've come to as per profanities is secured, is it secured across the board of the moderators, or are we shifting and shaping? He couldn't really answer that. My submission is to make this show a real show, because right now, when I look at it, we're kind of like a cartoon. We're not serious. As much as I respect the majority of people's intellect on this show, we come across like a cartoon. And then I check the observations of both the panel and those in the comment section, and I can see that, wow, man, the way we actually judge is not based on what people are saying. We judge personalities. On this show, both in the comment section and on the platform, the simple-minded amongst us judge personalities. Now, we all have personalities, don't get me wrong, and we all have likes and dislikes. Having said that, the whole point of this show is to be on point and on subject, and on a way of ingratiating our understanding to a way forward. That is why I'm here, in any case. And I've had to analyze many times, why do I come to this show? That still allows me to come to the show. There are many times, I'm sure all of us have said, you know what, I'm going to give this a break, man. I'm not even looking at this again. I hear you. Let me land, please. Now, having said those things, there's somebody who spoke profanity. Thank you. There was somebody who spoke, is that 2 minutes, yeah? Good. There's somebody who spoke profanities, and we were the judge that profanities aren't allowed. If you witness, I've not spoken any profanities since that time. Yet, people who want to police other people are speaking in the most profane way when they don't understand that we're speaking to the subject and not to their personality. But they confuse it, which is why they pick up idiotic issues from the comment section and bring them to the table as per comment, when you're supposed to be using your time to make real comments. Now, I'll just end on that. Having said that, for you and your good self, and hopefully the platform and the comment section are hearing me. On this whole Obi situation, Shore situation, there are ways that we can ask questions and ways that questions may come across as just talking points. What Otti, again, I think this is the second time I've kind of agreed with Otti's utterances. Whereas, are we asking these questions in real terms? Or are we just having talking points? Or are we just hearing ourselves? In order to satisfy that, again, when we're speaking about Obi and Shore, unless we are really here to look for partnerships, solution building, people who we can really break bread with in terms of thought, then we're not doing anything apart from causing trouble on the platform and wasting everybody's time, frankly. So I would agree. I think it was Wale who was speaking about, look, man, Obi and Sorore, speaking about them without including yourself as to be part of this solution building is most impractical, and it doesn't suggest our generation and what our generation responsibility is. I don't think we have this real understanding of what we're talking about, and this is why I'm speaking softly, and I suppose I've had enough time, because can I just round up?
Round up.
I am rounding up, please. I was perplexed by the way the show has been managed, not down to yourself, Ferreira, necessarily, but by the platform in itself and how they should have judged things. I wanted to actually salute Pansat. He's not even on the platform at the moment, not because I have the same point of view with him, because I don't. My point of view is probably completely opposite than his. But there's certain things that the gentleman says that, man, we've got to pay attention to some adult content, I suppose, where we understand that intellectually, that's where the battleground is on this platform. Certain people want to offer people out like their skinny bones can fight anybody. What it is, we have to try and pay attention to what's going on.
You better warn this guy.
Bruh. Anyway, my brother. You have no intellect, bro. You have no intellect.
See, listen, you don't want to encounter me.
Your intellect.
You don't want to encounter me. I'm not the one that's going to send you to your miserable grave.
Bro,
I'm not the one.
Bro, I'm quite.
Jagun, off stage.
Don't allow now. Now you be next. I beg.
Tone, can you
please? This is the intellect that we don't understand.
Not on stage, please. Not on stage. Tone, you're next. You got your 5 minutes, please.
Okay.
Nothing to say.
I'm not even just going to bother.
Nothing to say.
To some mentally ill tweet. Yeah. Right. What I said will remain the same. Ghana, for instance, if Ghana was talking about intellectualism, having some long conferences, hours and on and on and on, Ghana will not even exist as a nation today. The actions of Rawlings have proven that, listen, if we have to turn this country around, that this contraption, whatever you call it as Nigeria, something dynamic needs to happen. There are a lot of problems everywhere. Like I said in the beginning, that this country, when you said we should define what Nigeria is just a joke. A lot of problems left, right, and center. And the chief one is ethnicity, tribalism. When you see somebody that is from the north, he's Hausa Fulani, he should be killed. You mentioned somebody mentioned earlier that Dangote is a problem just because of your hatred for Hausa Fulani. This is the problem. And you tell me that I should, because I'm an Igbo man, I should be automatically an IPOB. I don't want that kind of nation if it is even necessary. A nation where you cannot even criticize their leader. Look at what is happening in the East. And we cannot call them out. The IPOB has got a lot of rogue elements killing their fellow Igbos. And yet they will say it's Hausa Fulani, and we cannot call it out. Professor Akunyili's husband, who is my dad, my dad's senior in secondary school, was murdered by Igbos. Till today, they shut their mouth up. They didn't want to talk about it. And you tell me that it's all about debating and speaking some big English. Most of you people here, I know that I was in Nigeria 2 months ago. I know that listen. I had lieutenants and captains. They came and took my bag and all that. Any of you, Pansata is saying he's an IPOB warrior. Let him be talking, and I dare him to enter the plane and go to Nigeria and say that, and whether they will not cut down his ass. When I say things, I back it up. I back it up. So don't come here and start attacking me and all that. I merely asked the man, please tell. I did not even attack him. He was behind. I said, let this man sit up. Is it a bad? Okay, I'm seeing. No, you gave him 6 minutes, so bro, you have to be fair. You gave him 6 minutes. You have to be fair with me. I told the man, I didn't insult him. The chat is still there. Go and even Olumide too can. I said, somebody tell Olumide to sit up. Yet one man, because I want to be fair, one man was leaning a bit with his son and coming over. This is a Father's Day, for instance. I know that we all attacked him. Is it fair? So we are proposing for equity, justice, and fairness in the country, and we come here, we do the same thing. Those leaders we are criticizing, we mirror the same thing here. Just because he's from your locality or from your local government, you don't want to criticize him. And you're telling me that if I should buy people and all that, if people are buying and all that, my relative might get bad. Yeah, if my relative is part of the problem, he should pay the ultimate price. Like they say in the UK, if you're ready to do the crime, ready to do the time. That's all I'm saying. And OT, you with that your glasses, you said, I read what you said, that they should put me in the background just because I said please don't start stammering at me, please.
Do you smoke something?
You said, so stop stammering at me. Stop it. It's my time. You're not going to take my time.
Do you smoke
said
anything?
I should be put. You said I should be put, and you're looking for alliances. You're not mentioning OT, mentioning Pansa. Don't worry, they're going to come to you in due time, bro.
The time now is for Righteous Man, if he's still there. Righteous Man, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know. The question, nobody among them answered the question. Everyone just talking this, talking that. Let me be honest. Let me repeat the question. Is that, okay, APC said they want to raise 40 million people for Tinubu. I'm thinking,
Alaba, how did I get to this place where I am? I'm still wondering. I just kept quiet, but go on, no problem. How did I get here? I was before these people. It's okay, no.
That must be forefather. Blame every wrong thing that happened technically on forefather, not on me.
Okay, can you allow Chim to have the time?
No, go ahead. Go on. No, go on. When you're done, I'll go speak. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So I hope Righteous Man will answer the question. Considering the problem we have, people saying they are fighting for us are not doing enough. Forget about talking about the people. The people we already know they do anything. What about those of them who say they are talking on our behalf? They too are doing nonsense. That's just my argument. Nobody's answering that question. Make I go open door, I beg. Go ahead, whoever is talking.
Alaba. I heard you from the very beginning, the intros, the subject matters you raised. And I don't know whether during the course of discussion you deviated from it. I don't know. But because I was jotting things you were mentioning down, but I have to leave the show for a moment to handle some domestic issues. Now, if we're discussing about Showore, what is doing good and what is not doing good, and the same to Obi, I don't think Showore and Obi are the problem of Nigeria. I don't think so. And Showore and Obi
I
are
was
two
thinking they are
different.
the solution. Are they doing enough to get to solution? That was where I was going.
Yeah, both of them are two different personalities, two different upbringing. If you are asking if they are doing something to bring the solution, I don't think that any individual will do anything to bring the solution to the problems of Nigeria, because we don't have institutions that are working that permits individuals to exploit and bring the required and needed change that we are clamoring for. Until institutions in Nigeria start working as it ought to work, compared to what we are having, let me not go to the Western world. Let me just use South Africa as an example, because I monitored the election in South Africa till these few days when their president was re-elected. And you heard the speeches of each of the head of the political parties. It was something that I believe Nigerians, both the political office holders and ordinary Nigerians need to learn from. Nigeria is not working, not because the individuals that are serving the offices in Nigeria, not that they are not good. They are not doing what they're supposed to do because the structure that should propel them to do what is good is not there. It's a dilapidated structure. And that is why at the very beginning of this program, in the 10 points of the problem of Nigeria, I mentioned foundation. Because if you bring Obi there tomorrow to build on this faulty foundation that we have, he's not going to perform any miracle. Because what will be fighting his government will be more than what is supporting him. You heard what Dangote said? Dangote said the mafians in oil industry in Nigeria is more stronger and more worse than the drug mafians. You heard him. If the person in that capacity could make such a statement in Bahamas, I mean, you know that Nigeria is in trouble. So, and repeatedly, every one of you that have opportunity to live in diaspora have been accusing the handicapped Nigerians that we are here, we are doing nothing. And I beg to disagree with you. Whosoever that make that submission, the Nigerians that are here are doing nothing. Please, can I implore you to please come back to Nigeria and teach us what to do. And let us see how you'll be able to execute it. It is our fundamental right to vote, and Nigerians voted. It is left for the institutions to give result according to what the Nigerian people voted for. If the institutions decide to change it, it is not the fault of ordinary Nigerians that have performed their civic duty by queuing under the sun, under the rain, by being harassed, and yet they voted. And tomorrow, when the election did not come as we presume, we begin to blame the ordinary Nigerians that they don't want to do anything, so they should keep suffering. Haba, that word is unacceptable and it's too harsh. And I think our brother should withdraw that statement. If you don't want to hate people, does not mean that those who are here, they are just lazy, they are not fighting. We must not carry arms to change our country, and we must not be violent. What we need to do is to vote.
Thank you, righteous man. But that's the whole point of what we are here thinking, and that's what point of say. I wasn't trying to attack Obi or Showore or attack the people, not me, or the people on the panel are not trying to attack Nigerians at all. Righteous man, let's face the real fact. You keep saying institutions don't work. Who's going to make them work? Now, we know the people are oriented wrongly. Somebody has to change their orientation. That's why we are here talking. And why I posed that last question of Obi as those who are throwing their hearts in the fight that they want to change Nigeria or we should give them the job. They are not, in my own opinion, they're not even doing enough. If Obi in the last 6 months, I'm still saying...
What do you expect? What do you want to be? Excuse me, sir. What do you want to be?
I showed you a propaganda picture of APC saying that they are going to raise 40 million Nigerians for Tinubu.
How does that affect Obi?
I will tell you. I will show you in the next picture. It goes to the next picture.
If they like, let them raise 100 million. It is not a big problem.
Now, righteous man, let me land now. It will go to my next video of Dele Faron to be talking about critical mass. That's my next video. But I will let Pansar talk before I show that video.
You will let Pansar talk? You will let Pansar talk?
Not Pansar, I said Masca. Did I say Pansar?
How can you say let Masca talk when I'm here? I have not spoken. There is an agenda against me in this forum. Led by our advice.
Why do you have against me speaking?
Okay. I'm
not against you speaking. They've been jumping me.
I'm going to give
He's marginalizing me because I'm an Igbo man.
Listen, I'm going to divide it equally. 6 minutes. I'm going to give Chim 2, give Masca 4. That's going to solve the
problem. You'll be marginalized because you're an Igbo man.
Righteous man. So what I'm saying is that leave Obi alone. Look, if I were Obi, that idea that APC raised, they want to raise 40 million. 40 million is critical mass for any political change. Just people who agree with me that Nigeria is not going in the right direction. That's all I need. They don't have to be members of my party. They don't have to be this. They don't have to be that. Just the mere fact that I have 40 million followers on that one single point. That's a negotiating factor to say, okay, something went wrong in the last election. How do we fix it? Or I'm coming for your job. I've got 40 million. You guys got to think outside the box. That's where I'm going with this.
Yeah, Alaba, let me interject you just a minute, please. Yeah. Do you know what I think we should be doing, both Nigerians in diaspora, civil society organizations in Nigeria, and those in diaspora? We should begin to look into our electoral values. What are those lapses that APC exploited through the judiciary in order to retain power? Those are the important areas we should be looking into seriously.
For it. I don't know why you are all pretending as if you don't know. They bought the system, and if I bought the system, I'm not accountable to you. Do you want to fight them by buying the system? These are questions you got to raise. Or you want to change the system by changing people's mind. You have to pick a choice. Or you want to change the system by violent force. You have to pick a system or what you want. APC bought the system. They use money. Do you want to use money to fight them?
So what do we do now? They bought the system. What do we do now?
Okay, now let me continue. Make my own 6 points, 6 minutes. I beg.
2 points.
Okay.
2 minutes for Chim.
Not with 2 minutes. I've not spoken. No.
Unless Masca wants to give you 1 minute out of his time. Okay, 3 minutes.
I've not spoken. No. Anyway, so on the issue of Peter Obi and what's his name? Sorry, Showore. Yesterday I brought it up. You see, first and foremost, the first thing I want to even say is that please, can we start being good listeners? Because sometimes we're not listening well, and as a result, we misunderstand what people are saying. I see that on the platform, whether on this moderator's point or even in the comments, people are not listening. To try and listen before, I want to adopt what Stephen Covey said. He says, seek first to understand before you are understood. Understand what someone is saying. If you're not clear, confirm, say, please, what did you just say? Can I get a clarification? Rather than just judgmental people jumping in and then going on the jugular with each other, it's not going to help. Now, to the question you asked, I personally think that Peter Obi has institutionally, there's a role for him to play. I keep hearing people say Nigerians need to fight. No. Someone used Moses here as an example. The children of Israel were in bondage, but the children of Israel did not rise in number to go fight the Egyptian system. A leader, God himself who created humanity, knew it was impossible for those people to rise as a mob and accomplish anything. Hence, he began to raise a leader. The same God raised someone to come and die on behalf of us in the name of sin. I have said it here.
Tim, I don't mean to interrupt you. So you're on the part of those that says only God can solve Nigeria problem.
No, now you see that's what I'm saying. Seek to understand before you understood. Let me finish. So my point is this, Alaba. It is leadership. There is always. I'm not looking for a messiah because, like someone, Kulata used the word that Nigerians are looking for a messiah. No, what I'm saying is this: there is no way in the world a change is made that it is not one group of people or one individual standing up, using his influence to galvanize people to make a change. If you're saying Nigerians in general, then what you're calling for is mob action, which will not produce any result. That mob action, we saw it when the so-called the last demonstration, the very last one that led into a lot of crisis at the toll gate. NSAS. Listen, I'm a sociologist. There is no way in the world it works where you just say people just no way. That is where the Showores and the Obis are failing. Look, I love Obi. Obi has accomplished a lot, but I also think that Obi is a selfish politician. Sorry, those of them who think that his followers are going to come. No, but you can't. You gave everybody 6 minutes. You gave everybody 6 minutes. So give me that 6 minutes. Let me end, please. There, I beg you.
Too much.
See what I expected Obi to do. Since he wanted to follow the due process, he didn't want to go the way KJ mentioned earlier when KJ spoke. Fine, he followed the due process. Nigerians started to hit the streets. He stopped them from hitting the streets. He went through the court process. The court process came out against him. He has accepted it. What I expect him now to do is to go back, start asking himself, where did we get it wrong? How did we let these people win this system? The general notion there by most people is that he won the election, it was stolen from him. Go back. Is it that you didn't have enough germane people who were honest enough to be your polling agents? Start preparing. Because you see this Tinubu is preparing and in doing well in his preparation. Tinubu has started to say, this man really beat me in Lagos. The way I'm going to make sure he doesn't win Lagos is to push out those people who gave him the vote, and he's doing it with his governor. He's starting to say, in this Abuja where he beat me, I need to bring a lord and master there who will manage the system in Abuja. He has brought Wike to Abuja. Yeah. But Obi is busy thinking that when we win him the next election is to go and be saying, my elder brother. Obedience will say something against Soyinka. He will go to Soyinka's house to go and beg Soyinka. Obedience will say something against Femi Kuti. He will go to Femi Kuti's house to go and beg Femi Kuti. Or you're for him. It will not work. As far as I'm concerned, Tinubu is masterfully playing his game. And by the next election, not only will he win that election with a landslide, Obi will not even get 1 million votes again. Go and write it down.
Exactly.
So we can sit down here and be saying Nigeria, Obi has done his place. I am not the one who wants to be president. Obi is the one who wants to be president. So if he wants to be president, he should do all he needs to do to galvanize support very well. Then lastly, before I hand over to Masca, somebody, I think it was Righteous Man that said, people in diaspora are Nigerians too. People in diaspora were suffering like you, but managed to escape.
Alaba, you have to.
Let me finish. Sorry, please.
Let him finish.
Let me interject him, and then
Don't interject me now. That's not right. That's not right.
Let him finish.
Please.
Sorry, let him finish.
Listen, if you're coming to interject me about Obi, I love Obi, but I will say things against Obi to help Obi improve. I'm not here to pander to anybody. Now, my last point I want to make is this. We are all Nigerians. No Nigerian is coming to save Nigeria for Nigeria. However, some Nigerian people who want to take responsibility, civil society, like I've mentioned, politically active people who feel, you know what, I need to stand up and be counted. They are the ones who are going to galvanize the people. The people cannot just sheepishly from nowhere walk into the streets and accomplish anything. I keep hearing this that Nigerians will save themselves. No, someone is going to have to take responsibility. It could be Nigerian Bar Association that will stand up and say, you know what, we need to hold INEC responsible. Therefore, we are calling for a change in the way the electoral process is done. We want to make sure that next time when we're having elections, whatever the guidelines are, if the guidelines is that the only thing that is put inside that voting machine, that's the only thing you count, you make sure it is followed to the letter. I'm disappointed to see civil society and see MBA and see Labour Association. Nobody stood up and told our Nigerian judges that said, how can you say that INEC that declared that the only way they will count election is that that thing that has been put in there is what they will release. They're not telling them to go back to paper. No, it's not done anywhere in the world. So that's my own view when it comes. Yes, I've ended. That's my own view when it comes to this thing. I love Peter Obi. I love Peter Obi. Pansat, please, I'm not here for you. Please, I'm not here for you. I love Peter Obi, but to say
after Masca and Chimbi.
No, I just want to ask
you see, Alaba, every time I'm talking, people interject. I was here for how many hours, and I kept quiet. Listen to everybody. I didn't interject. But the moment I want to speak, Pansat will appear. You yourself will appear. You will come and appear.
That's all. I mean,
no, but you can ask me the question after allow me finish.
Will you be quiet, Chim? Be quiet.
But you can ask me the question after I have finished. You don't have to interject when I'm speaking.
You're never gonna finish. You have a lot of conjunctions, and you.
But Pansat, when you spoke here, I gave you the right to speak, and I defended you. Be mature too.
Stop responding to random.
No, I'm ended. I'll respond to him because sometimes if you don't respond to people, I'm not Peter Obi. That will say my elder brother. I'm not Peter Obi. I'm not.
Okay.
Alaba,
is going to speak before my Pansat.
I just want to ask Chim a question. I mean, conduct something like Western.
Chim, well said.
Right?
Thank you.
Let me just ask him a question. Being in a panel is not a fight, right?
Okay, ask him one question, 1 minute, not a paragraph or one sentence.
Okay,
but Alaba, am I okay with Pansat talking, or I don't?
You have to check with Masca. If Masca approves it, you can ask him. If not, you have to wait.
Masca is,
ask me, Pansat.
Masca,
ask me.
I'm a Christian. We don't get along. He's not gonna allow it.
Ask me. I may just shock you. I may allow you. Just ask me.
Allow me without me asking you then.
Ask him, just ask him.
I'm not gonna
let you ask.
I'm not gonna
please take your time, man. Just leave this shameless man alone.
Okay. Go ahead, Pansat. I allow you. I allow you, Pansat. Go ahead. I allow you. Go ahead, Pansat.
Thank you.
Arrogant Pansat. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, Masca. Now mute yourself, all right? You yielded to me. So now, Chim, I want to ask you something. You say you're criticizing Peter Obi. Do you know, as you sit there right now, that election was between the Nigerian people and the old guard? That election
Peter Obi was the face of that election, right? You do know that, right? Do you? It's not a one-man thing. That Peter Obi is a symbol of Nigerians and frustration with the problem we have in the country. Would you concede that point? Would you just say yes?
I would respond when you're done with your question. I'm not going to be throwing into it. Ask your question, and I'll respond.
Okay. So now, no matter what you say, even if you come from the Southeast as the same as Peter Obi, your submission has to be scrutinized as to veracity. Just because you are an Igbo man and you say something about Peter Obi, it doesn't make you right automatically. Because there's a saying that it's nothing more dangerous to the Igbo interest than another Igbo man who has been empowered by Nigeria, whether in politics or on a platform. So you made some statements about Peter Obi here. Doesn't just make it right because you're an Igbo man. You agree with that? I mean, if you don't agree, then you talk. If you agree, then you stay quiet.
Thank you, Pansa, for your question.
Those are preambles. I want to be fair to him. Yeah.
Thank you, Pansat, for your question. I appreciate that.
I haven't asked the question. I'm putting it together so that you can answer.
We don't have time like that, so we don't have time like that.
Okay, well, all right.
I have to move to Master.
I will yield you my time.
I have a video to show. My wife, look, you're all going to pay for my divorce because this thing is going to dabaru my household.
I want to give you my time. I want to talk to you.
Master.
Right? Let's do it on camera. Let's do it live, right? I want to have a dialogue with you on you sitting on the fence, talking nonsense to our people, trying to make friends here. So I'm gonna spend my time half and half.
Later. Thank you.
Until it's my turn, okay? And you're arrogant.
Okay, go ahead, Master.
Master,
all right, thank you.
Can I say something before you continue, Master?
Go ahead, Tim. It's okay.
I'm asking Master. Please, just I'm not taking up
Tim.
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
Thank you. I think people need to get matured. Just because I'm an Igbo man does not mean that everything done, I should just swallow it and come out unintelligently and just support Igbo position. No. Are Igbos being marginalized in Nigeria? Yes. If you want me to say that, I'll say yes. Do I believe Peter Obi won the last election? Yes. Was it rigged? Yes. Are his methodologies post-election the right thing? Zero. No. So that's my point. And you don't have to agree with me.
Okay, Tim, I'm going to have to take you out too. You have to be quiet.
No, I'm just saying that it's not a fight. I took permission to clarify something.
All right, is it my turn now, Pereira?
Yes, Masker, it's your turn.
All right, good evening, everybody, and nice to see you guys. And well done for hosting the show. Now we are beginning to reach a point where we know that the show is sustainable. Even if forefathers and the other ones are not around, we have other people to take on the gauntlet. Well done. All right, I would want to talk about a couple of things, but let me start by thanking Tone. If somebody doesn't listen to what he just spoke about, one would think that all Nigerians are tribal bigots. But clearly, I don't think anybody on this platform have denied the fact that Tone is an Igbo man. But I can see that he is clearly balanced in his views. So this is why I say people like Pansat, when they speak, they don't speak on behalf of any tribe. They speak for themselves. Unfortunately, they just don't have the maturity to ab initio make it clear that they are speaking as individuals and not on behalf of people. So thank you, Tone. The second thing I would want to talk about is just to agree with Chim. I think that if you say you want to lead the country, you have to some extent, play according to the realities of that environment if you really want to win. And I will go back to what Ferreira has always said. And I remember when Peter Obi was on this show, Ferreira asked him, what are the things he's doing in terms of galvanizing people in in terms of raising consciousness. I agree with him. I am not Peter Obi supporter. I agree with him that I believe people like Peter Obi need to do more. We need a lot of options. There are a lot of people, especially even in the north. I believe if Peter Obi makes enough effort, people are looking for what's the name now? People are looking for messiahs. Everybody in this country, everybody, and I mean everybody, is tired, including the people in government. It's just that they don't know what to do. I've said it before. It's a dilemma. It's a prisoner's dilemma. You know, let me give the analogy people will understand. A lot of the people in government would want to stop stealing. But the fact is that we will all tell ourselves, oh, if I don't steal, the next person that will come in will also steal. So we found ourselves in a very vicious cycle. Almost everybody would want a change. So therefore, those who we believe can bring the change, I think they should do more. But having said that also, I think there's a mistake we are making. Because, yes, Peter will be contested, but it's not his problem. The man is okay. He's comfortable. If he decides he's not going to, it's still going to be our problem. So we also should have that at the back of our mind. As we look up to people, we should also know that this is a joint responsibility. We are joint and severely responsible for the realities of this country. And we must all be thinking individually, what do I do so that I can bring about the required amount of change that we all need to see, so that at the end of the day, our children, our grandchildren should have a better life. That's number two. Or I would say number three. But see, also, I don't like the attitude we put together, because most times we create idols. When you like somebody, you don't want anybody to criticize him. And this is precisely why we're having problems in the country in the first instance. A minister will say people should bow to a president. Once you are a president, nobody is going to be criticized. At least the people around you are not going to be telling you the truth. This is exactly the problem. Peter Obi is not some superhuman person. He's as normal as any other ordinary person. So if people believe that there are things that he needs to do, people should be bold enough to tell him. Just because you support him doesn't mean that nobody should criticize him. He's not a god. Okay? I think I will yield my time here, even though there are a couple of other things that I would want to talk about. But I think I will yield my time. I will stop here. Thank you.
Bosca, you made very good point. That's the point I'm trying to get all the panelists to understand. 40 million followers, if he raised it, he can do it in 2 months. And that will force more pressure on this government. But people just want to worship their idols. I think it's Jagun's turn. I mean, forefather, if you're there, you need to come on stage. Oh, they're trying to get me off. Oh. Or else we would have to end the show.
When you get to where you can't take anymore, you can end the show. No.
I have
and the Ferrari.
Here. Yeah.
You Ferrari. You see this thing you are dragging Peter Obi into. I just want to.
What do you mean dragging? Is he not a Nigerian? Are you not a Nigerian? Are we all not Nigerian?
Calm down.
Come on, people. We want a solution.
Calm down.
Let me. I turn off my microphone so you don't hear the background noise.
Let us deal with the issues one after the other. And I thank God for Masca's submission and one other person. But here's the question: was it lacking of supporters that why Peter Obi is not in the house today? Was it a lack of supporters? That question is no. It is not because he didn't have people.
A lot of people were not activated. A lot of people haven't suffered much. A lot of people were on the wrong side.
No, sir. That is. You see, unless we don't tell ourselves the truth, you and I know that election was clearly won by the Labour Party.
Forget about the next election. I said, what's next? Saving Nigeria.
Hold on now. You see that? You see, please let us heed to that advice. Listen before you respond. Don't just want to respond. Okay, at least listen to what I'm saying. Now, since it was not because he lacked voters, that's why he couldn't win. What are those factors? Which is what I asked on this question, on this platform when he came. What are those things that he thinks that he can revisit to rechange what is going to be the outcome of 2027. It is not because he does not have, if he like, let him raise 200 million people. And if he plays the same system he played, he will still get the same result. In fact, this time he will not come third, he will come sixth. If there's going to be anybody who he will be the last person. Because those factors are still very much on ground and they are still playing the role they played in the 2023 election. They have not changed and they're not going to change. They're not going to change. Tinubu is not going to stop to grab it, squeeze it, and run with it. What are we saying? If you are the one, will you relent? If you are the president now, will you relent? Will you say, okay, let me just allow Peter Obi to go and raise his 40 million? No, you still have the apparatus of power with you. You still have the chairman with you. You still have every other person, just like some of the ABI discussed and submitted. Every other person who helped you to play this role is still they're still very much intact. So you can read from people from here to South Africa, you will not still get that election won. So what is there to be done is to look at those factors and make sure that those factors are dealt with.
KJ, I'm not talking about the last election. I'm talking what we're doing now in the current dispensation going forward.
Now, wow,
but that is part of it now. Alaba, you're not listening. Alaba, you're not listening. I have to be honest with you. You're not listening.
Okay.
Part of what he said is what I have repeated. My own view is do an x-ray of the past before you start moving forward. You have to x-ray what happened. How did this thing happen? This electoral process that they used to rig it, how can I? And that's where I feel the Obi himself is not doing a good job.
Yeah.
Which is why when he came to this platform, I asked him, I said, you are supposed to be the leader of your party. How are you trying to make sure that those Labour Party people are following you? And he threw it in the air and said, he's not a dictator, it's not this and all that. Listen, Nigerian, listen, Rofo. At this stage, that's what Nigerian election is. If you cannot Rofo it, forget it. Forget it. And the guy in office is showing you he will take the Rofo to the next level. He is funding that 48 million people who are going around. You think those people came out by themselves? Of course they didn't. So, but anyway, let me not, before they say I'm being disruptive on the show, let me leave it there.
Sorry, Ferreira, please, can I make a comment in respect to what Chim just said? Just 30 seconds.
Yes, please go ahead, Maska. And I want to show the next
Okay, Chim, the point I was also making, I would use it as a response. It is unfair to look up to Peter Obi to think that the problems we had with the previous election, that he should be the same person to solve it. I've said it on this platform. One of the first things that the people in the diaspora can do is to put a structure to monitor the elections and make sure that these results are collated online, real time, on that single day, to make sure that in every polling booth, there is somebody independent, not Labour Party, not APC, not PDP, a Nigerian, a paid Nigerian, a credible Nigerian that is going to stand in every polling booth and also see and report what truly is happening. We all have a responsibility to make sure that the election process is working. It's not to expect Peter Obi. Yes.
Master, with that group you're suggesting, I like the idea you just muted. It's a beautiful idea. But the question is that, will that group be an acceptable body or individual enabled by the law? Because if it's not enabled by the law, whatever result that group comes with is rubbish.
It's not about, see, Chim, hold on, Chim. Even the Peter Obi has been saying it. It's not about result. It's about process. It's about process. At least, at minimum, people on this panel are still arguing whether Obi won the last election or not. If you put that platform together, you would have an independent number. At least, even if somebody else was declared, which probably is what people are saying, that somebody else won, somebody else was declared. But at least the different thing now is that people have enough evidence to put around, even if that's the only thing they do.
Maska, please, if Alaba will allow me to say something in respect to what
I wouldn't even want you to respond on this. I will rest it. If you don't agree with it, you don't agree with it.
I don't disagree with you at all.
So if you agree, let's move on. I don't want us to hold the place.
Okay. All right, no problem.
Well, let's watch these videos and see what happens, and then we'll go to, this is the second to the last video I got.
Did they grab the video?
Yeah, I'm putting the video on now.
Okay, I thought they grabbed it, they ran with it, and they
Pass
squeezed it.
physics. Very few never passed mathematics until I became ingenious. I have always managed to pass physics. Very few. But that's what he says. He says it's the minimum amount of fissile material. You know, all those things that they were saying that Iran was doing, all those what was it again? Enriching uranium. Those are the fissile material. So when you have enough of it, that is the critical mass. That is the physics definition of the critical mass. But sociology would define it as the minimum size or amount of resources required to start or to maintain a venture. The minimum size or amount of resources, whether that is manpower, whatever is required to get it going. That is what social sciences generally would define the critical mass to be. But I found a definition online, one that is more attuned to society and sociology. And it says a critical mass is a group of people who make a drastic change, altering their behavior, opinions, and actions. A group of people who make a drastic change, altering their behavior, opinions, and actions. So, what is your business with a critical mass? Should ask. So, let me see if we can tie all these up somewhat. So, we live in a country that is essentially dysfunctional. Nothing is working as it should work. The judiciary is anything but the last hope of the common man. It is as debauched as the police station. Those we claim to have elected, we certainly did not elect. They selected themselves. The Nigerian is anything but a citizen, and Nigeria is anything but a state. It is gangster's paradise the way it is right now. So what does that critical mass have to do with the despoilation of our country and the normalization of evil? It is that without a critical mass of us as a collective desiring a better Nigeria to the point where we demand that the right things be done and that Nigeria be subjected to the rule of law in the place of the rule of men. Until we get to that point where there is a critical mass that is demanding a departure from our sickening abnormalcy that has become normalcy, until there are enough people who agree that there exists the need to make a drastic change, drastic to the point where the person's ethnicity, his religion, his beliefs or non-beliefs should not matter in your evaluation of his humanity. Drastic in the sense that you alter your behavior. You agree there is a critical mass. You know what it is about salt, right? So you are salting a pot of soup. You don't salt based on the amount of salt you've got. You salt based on what is appropriate. So the amount of salt you're using to alter the bland taste of the stew is dependent on your evaluation of what is required, and that is the critical mass of salt you're going to use, because that is what is enough. The critical mass in changing society is not unlike that, actually. It simply means that if we have just 1 million Nigerians, just 1 million Nigerians desirous of change, who decide that they will come out and demand the kind of change that benefits everybody across the length and breadth of the country. Okay, let me give you another case in point. NSAS. I remember months before NSAS, about now, about April, May, maybe June, early first, second quarter of 2020, I had occasion to speak with a few brothers. And I remember telling them at the time that we would appear to be sleeping through a revolution. And they almost universally asked why I would draw that conclusion. And I explained that I could feel that we were at an inflection point in the history of Nigeria, and that the people were desirous of change, genuine change in the direction of the country. But we were speaking over their heads. These were I just didn't feel comfortable with where we were at the time. This was in 2020. And lo and behold, the NSAS protests started slowly. You know, some of us, I was quite skeptical about anything of substance happening, so I just maintained my distance and I was watching from afar. And when someone like Yele tried to initially get involved and was being given the cold shoulder, it reinforced my belief that let's just leave these kids. But it grew, and a critical mass was formed. But that critical mass was not critical enough. It wasn't critical enough in the sense that matters snowballed beyond NSAS. It soon became about end bad governance, end impunity, end this, end corruption, end that. We actually got to the inflection point that I had mentioned to comrades earlier in the year. But we got there unprepared, because we were still talking NSAS when the discussion ought to have changed and the people ought to have been prepared for an end to this evil system. So events happened ahead of us. We slept through a revolution. But we are entering a new phase now. And that new phase is where this critical mass is required if our children and our children's children are ever going to be freed of the blight that is currently called Nigeria. And I would explain. This system has eloquently introduced itself to Nigerians. The PDP is the APC is the PDP. I would even go as far as to say that the Labour Party is the PDP is the Labour Party, is the APC. I don't really consider any of these parties to be ideological vehicles. But the key thing is this. There is a critical mass that has developed out of the NSAS awakening. That critical mass is largely present in what is the obedient movement. That is without prejudice to the fact that there are many people who are not within the obedient movement who are equally awakened by the NSAS, or who are active part of the NSAS movement, but are in their own lane, completely different and even antagonistic to the obedient. That's the way the world is. We don't all have to sing from the same hymn sheet. But the most important thing is that there is an awakening, and that awakening is desirous of a different direction for Nigeria.
That's it, man.
That awakening, at least I can speak to that awakening within the obedient movement, with which I happily identify. And what I will say,
okay, let me stop it
to that family, and even to those outside of that family, is this. Unlike 2020.
Okay, I think we heard enough on the key point, critical mass. I don't know if panelists have anything to say on that. That should my second to the last video. Forefather can take over. I think I've offended Madam by staying too long. I promise her 6:33. But I still have one more video. I hope Forefather would.
Are you still giving? Are you still preparing for another child or something?
I don't know. Let me hear comments on that critical mass thing. That's why I came up with my question for Obi. And then I don't know. There's another one by I don't know. Forefather, do you have the slide? There's one by that General General Williams that I wanted to show that was
Alaba, on this critical mass, can I ask you a question? And then it becomes part of what anybody can answer.
Okay, go ahead.
I think Forefather is quite knowledgeable about this because he says a lot about Stalin and Russia and all those things. The Bolsheviks, when the Bolshevik revolution happened, was it a headless critical mass that stepped in and did and raided Russia or Soviet Union? Was it a headless? Was there an anchor person leading it?
There was an anchor person.
All right, I rest my case. there.
So what was your point? Connect it to the Nigerian situation? I don't get it.
No, but it should be obvious to anybody who has been listening to me where I'm heading to. I'm not going to explain myself.
Sorry, Chim, can we continue the conversation from there?
Chim,
let's continue from there. Yes. How do we do it? Wait a minute. How do we do it?
I just want to respond to what he said.
Who's going first and how many minutes?
I just want to respond.
Go with Emmy and go around.
Listen, a minute. I'm not going to take more than
a minute. Okay,
go. OT. Let's go one person after the other. Everybody is always.
OT, you just came in. Hold on. Father, you want to go on critical mass? 2 minutes, everybody, or you pass?
2 minutes is fine. 2 minutes is fine by me.
A minute, okay? I'm not some of you that talk.
So what we're saying, sorry, my opinion is if we are going from you, we go up. Is that okay?
I just want to respond to Chim.
Yeah.
Specifically, directly. I'm not.
No, don't respond to me directly, OT. Make your point. Let it be. OT, it's not personal. Please. And that's the thing I don't like. Everybody is coming here to be personal. We're here to educate ourselves, come up with ideas to move Nigeria. It's not about me.
Okay. Sorry, it's not personal. I'm just to the point you is an issue based. It's not about any person, and I'm not talking anybody. I'm not talking you. So you're talking about leadership. You asked the question.
So why don't you wait when it's your turn?
No, listen. Can you just
talk about it, OT?
Oh God.
No, he's taking his turn.
Let him take his turn. 1 minute, he said. We give him 1 minute. I'll show him the clock.
That's correct. And I will go to bed. Thank you. Now, Jim. So, yes, about the Bolshevik or Russian Revolution, the leaders. But the question is, are we talking about just one type of leadership? That's the question. I mean, leadership doesn't have to be a strong man. Okay, don't you think that we can have other types of leadership, other leaders that lead by other means other than by force of arms, maybe other than by their strength of character? How about the moral authority? I mean, showing the people the light. You don't consider that leadership? So that's the point I'm making, and it's not attacking you, but I just needed to respond to this question of leadership.
Okay. I think that's a valid point. It doesn't have to be one man. That's a valid
point. And you can see I agree, but when it's my turn, I'll respond to that.
Okay,
I don't want to break.
Are we going up or down? It's Augustine next or Forefather?
Yeah, so Forefather, what do you think?
Let's go. Whichever way you choose now.
So father go now. You people do they do. This is how Africa has problem. Somebody say yes, it's me.
I
You
should
will
go.
now allow
Okay.
confusion to enter.
If you want me to go about critical mass, I think I agree with the point. To an extent, what Chim said. It doesn't have to be one individual figure. What it means is that even if you knock one off, the next person that will come will even be worse with that ideology. Because if an ideology is a movement, it doesn't matter who is at the top. They are going to represent that ideology. And I've said it before. This is what Nigeria needs, because you can knock one. If you knock, like, let's say Showore was in front of the ideology, you knock Showore off, some other person will take over. You knock another person will take over, until you offer something that is better than their ideology. That ideology will consume whatever is there. Thank you.
Ekme, you're next. Well,
Okay.
but don't forget the critical mass is regarding, dealing with our current situation. Do we have enough people who agree we need a change? That's
all right. The thing is this: number one, the younger we make a lot of people become that critical mass. That is one. But I don't know how long it's going to take before Nigeria is getting to that level that they come to that mindset. So let us see how it goes from there. Secondly, I would say if we want to if we now need a critical mass that the Farotimi is trying to refer to. The thing is that right now we have the masses. Yes. We have a lot of intelligent people. Yes. We have the youth as well who want the change as well. But the thing is that they need leadership. And that leadership won't just be one person. It's not a messiah leadership, style of leadership. No. It's going to be a leadership of mindset, a leadership of ideology. And that is why I'm saying that Obi now needs to galvanize a set of people that will begin to speak to issues, coming out loud. Now it is like Jesus when he wanted to have his disciples, and before he has this Christianity that we are talking about, he had the 3, he had the 12, he had the 70, and then he had the multitudes. There are multitudes that are lying fallow right now. But Obi needs to, please, when I'm saying Obi, I don't want us to see that maybe it's only Obi, but I'm only using Obi as an allegory of the statement, because it is not just Obi alone. But if I am Obi right now, I will now begin to galvanize it. Maybe first 3 persons, first 5 people. And these people must be authority in whatever they are doing, such that when they speak, a certain number of people, a certain mindset will listen to this set of people. And they begin to, hear them. Now, if I am Obi, maybe I'll need to go back to somebody like that organizes the platform. Bring out all these people again and begin to maximize, make noise about this program and issues, so that issues can be discussed that will trigger the minds of the people who will fight this tomorrow war. And from there, you build a cadet of leadership that will speak again and transfer this knowledge down. And that's why I'm saying that Obi even should need to detach himself. This is not a fight for Obi. It could just be a channel. But he needs to, if he wants to be president, no problem. But this time, I'm not even in front of I want to be president. It's a matter of I want to see that we develop presidents. And it's not maybe these people don't have the capacity to do it now, but they just need a triggering. There's what we call the firebrand. Somebody has to light that fire, set the foxes on fire, and then this firebrand wakes up. Look, you see, it is more of the leadership we are talking about is beyond selfishness. We just have to be selfless and be strategic. That is my own observation. That is where I'm thinking. In fact, there was a time I had to submit that at the point, if I was the management and leadership of Labour Party, for example, I would have created an institution for leadership and let people begin to come in. It is the way to sow seeds into the heart of people and let leaders begin to wake up.
Thank you.
That is my own submission, but I think I've spent my 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think you made a good point, Ekme. And I think they should be less focused on the next election or presidency rather than the minds of the people. and galvanize, at least get some people who you agree with you that we can't continue like this. Just stop there. Pick one key point. That's it. Then later you can now build further, and that's just anyway. Next is Tone.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, critical mass, very interesting. And Chim has been knocking. He made a statement and people did not understand it some few months ago, I remember. And I aligned totally with that statement. He said Peter Obi should be ready to die if he wants to be president. I'm not seeing that. We're not saying he's not saying, because people I remember then people were saying, are you wishing him dead? It's not critical. It means total self. You're ready to sacrifice, even if you have to go to jail. Yes, but I don't see that in the man. I'm sorry. Am I criticizing him? I'm not criticizing him. I love the man. I know he's the right man for the job, but the way he's going about it, because if you want to go and deal with a criminal, you don't go and start speaking English to them and start opening files and say, please get out, this place belongs to me. You open your dictionary, you speak one big English. Get the fuck out of my property. You'll be ready to sorry. You'll be ready to get your hands
You live
dirty.
in UK, it's okay.
You'll be ready to get your hands dirty, and that's all I've been saying. These people is not by it's going to be by ruffle, like my brother Ferrara will always say. It's going to be by ruffle. Wherever way they go, we say, okay, we match them man for man, space for space. I don't see that happening. And even the Labour Party, let us say the truth, we're in a mess. Our chairman is a fraud. He needs to be kicked out. Thank you.
Tone. I said Tone. Chim, sorry. Chim is he's really
Okay.
determined to evade me.
Okay, all right. So, number one, let me just put a caveat emptor out there. I have nothing against Peter Obi. For those of you who want to carry Peter Obi's alter ego or whatever, I don't know what to say, who once somebody just says anything that doesn't go well, you become tickled. I don't get it. We're looking for ways to solve Nigeria's problems. And at this moment, the man puts himself forth. When you put yourself forth, you also put yourself forth for criticism and corrections. He doesn't know it all. His method may not be the best solution. As fantastic as we think he is as a political office seeker, his approach might not even be the best. Now, when I mentioned the Bolsheviks, I wasn't saying the Bolsheviks because I love Stalin and Lenin. That's not why. But you know what? In everything, you learn something. You learn, the Bible says go to the ants and learn from them. But when the Bible says you should go to the Bible is not suggesting that you should go and become ants. It's only saying go and learn the good process of the ants. Pick the lessons in those things and run with them. I just find it, quite frustrating that when we're having conversations like this, people always try to make it a personal thing. I have nothing against it, not even the pantsers that came here and spewed a lot of things. Earlier today, Alaba said something. I chose to rise above that comment he made, even though I felt it's wrong. I chose to rise above it because I didn't want to scatter things. I wanted us to stay on issues. So the point I'm trying to make is this, and I think it was he that said it wonderfully well. I couldn't have said it any better than the way he put it forward. You understand? In this struggle, you're going to have to put in a process, deliberate. Listen, running from one politician's daughter's ceremony and hobnobbing to the next politician's chieftaincy title is not what is going to get you that election or get you accepted. And I don't want to throw names. Those who understand this language I've just spoken know what I've said. Doing that is not going to win you this thing. Going back and sitting down, calling the Dele Fatoremi that is his friend and saying, where did we get it wrong? Perhaps we didn't get it wrong. Our system is rotten, like Alaba has said. But guess what? How can we checkmate this system? How can we put pressure on this system so that by the next election, the result will come out, even if it's not 100%, but it will not be far away from exactly what it was supposed to be.
Right now,
Sorry to cut you short. Should we be
Chim,
focused
Chim,
on
I would like to
election?
ask you questions, please. Chim, I would
Should
like
we be
to ask you
focused on
questions.
election or?
no, I'm not focusing on election, but in the course of conversation, things will come up. So my point is this: what I'm saying is this: I'm learning from the Bolsheviks. How did the Bolsheviks pull down that system? And when I'm saying this, I'm not saying that we should go and have one stupid revolution to overthrow Nigerian government. No. What I'm saying is you could have your own kind of revolution that will upturn the system. And my good example is Senegal. For those who've been following me on, I said those two Senegalese boys, I give my thumbs up to two of them. Sonko, who was supposed to be, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, be the presidential candidate, they checkmated him. They made sure he was not on the ballot. But what did he do? He had his number two running. And his number two got the job done and came back and said, guy, we have gotten it done. Come back to government and be the prime minister. How many Nigerians are thinking strategically like that? You think you can pull down this rotten system without having a good alignment, without having an agreement? I always say Nigerians are not very good agreement keepers. We're all Nigerians here, let me say it. Nigerians are not very good agreement keepers. That's why we see politicians can't sit down and say, you know what? It's not about who controls office, but it's about the objective, the goal we're trying to accomplish. The day we start looking at the objective, start looking at it beyond the election, like Alaba is saying, and say this is where we want to head to. Therefore, in other words, even if it means Obi saying, you know what, Mr. Dati, if it's Dati that is going to be the person that will go to accomplish this, let Dati go. That's what it's supposed to be. But I end by saying this. There is no system anywhere where there has been a change, where it is either a collegiate system, where, in other words, individual group of people together, or one person leading to the forefront. If we're saying change Nigeria and we're talking, Nigerians have been talking. What we have lacked is a person, group of persons, whatever you want to call it, that will say, you know what, this is the objective. We want to pull this country out of the hands of this corrupt group of people and start changing the system in a way that will benefit everybody. That is exactly where I am going when I mentioned or referenced the Bolsheviks. Their outcome may have been different, but the process that brought them to where they got to is worth listening and asking yourself, how can you replicate it?
Chin, I want to ask you a few questions. Chin, please, can you just give me seconds to ask
I'm
you
not
questions?
in charge of the role. If the leader of the group says you should, I have no problem with that.
Why don't you hold on to your ground so that you can add it to your points and your time, so that we can get everybody on this, so we can go to the last video before I hand over to Forefather. KJ, you're next.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Chim. You have spoken exactly what some of the things I wanted to say, and the only thing I want to say now is just to fall back to history and point out certain facts that are glaring. There was a time a man called MKO Abiola who was in the same situation and was urged on by his people. I don't want to call the names, but I can call the names if you want, who persuaded him to go ahead and take a stand against the government. And they even persuaded him to go ahead, that they are ready to take on the man with the dark glasses, Nasoro. And even when he was offered, a position, in a compromise position, the people told not to accept it. They told him, now look, don't accept it. We are here with you. And eventually, at the end of it, his vice president became a very prominent member of that government that took over after Abiola had gone. That's one. Two, when I don't want to use other examples. Let me just leave it there. All I'm trying to say is this. You see, at this point, we don't need the critical mass, and at the time I think that would have worked. It's almost gone, come and gone. There was a very prominent politician a lot of us liked in the north called Rimi. Rimi had an opportunity to become beyond just being a governor. But at the time the opportunity came, he was also not able to manage it. And that after that limelight, he never came back to limelight till eventually went. There's another man called Jim Obodo, who also had a very prominent position in the East. Eventually, of course, the time came, that critical time that was supposed to make meaningful contribution to the East. He didn't do it. And since then, he went out of radar. There's another man called Rotimi Amechi, who eventually thought he was the one who everybody was relying on, and he sold himself much more than he would have been, and made the time for him to make a critical decision came. He didn't also do it, and that was the end. Now, I don't want to go to talk about people like Ogbonna who just blessed memory who just ahead just passed. So what I'm trying to say critically is this: at the point of every politician, there is a time that the oranges are ripe for you to pluck it. And that time, if you miss that time, it only takes the grace of God for you to get that opportunity again. Because situations and circumstances will not always be as they were at that time. And for Obi, I pray. Because you see, the problem, the critical issue we should be dealing with on this platform, that why is it that whenever we have people who are mentally acute, who are educationally sound, and who have proven examples to show of what they have done, when they come to politics, the time for them to lead the country, they always don't get that opportunity. They always come close but don't make it. That's what we should ask ourselves. And you all know the great names that we have in the past. And so let's pray. That's my own position right now. Whether that also not be the issue. But as for what Jim said,
KJ,
I stand totally with it.
thank you, KJ. But I wanted to just say that with all your historical examples, you focused mainly on political leaders and political position. The state Nigeria is now is not political position that is our issue. It is a reform of the mind. And the critical mass we were talking about that we need leaders for is the people to get us to that critical mass. Obi could be a channel. He might not be the one to lead us there. Showore is fucking up because he's just here, there, and everywhere, attacking everything.
Mind your language. You just told someone that.
Oh yeah, mind your language, young man.
Yeah, my son is here listening to you, and he's shaking his head.
Yeah, Showore is messing up.
Just 9 years old, and he's shaking
You
his
understand?
head.
And
Because I don't take part in such discussion.
Yeah. The point of this type of conversation is maybe as we talk, we could raise those kind of mind. But the people who have I want to call it the biggest platform are not utilizing it. That's just it. Your examples were good and you were on point, but it's still just focused. I'm separating politics from movements.
You are not getting what I'm saying. So right now, what we are looking for is a person, just like, again, this example we have used in this platform is good enough for you to know. Leadership, now let me reverse.
Because wait, KJ, because my next video, hold on, KJ, because it's related to my next video. My next video is saying even if we have a good person as leader, it will not work based on what we currently.
But I want to give an example.
That's what my next video is saying. That's why I'm pushing
in
for
this
that.
case. Why leadership is so important. In 1983, when Buhari and Ediabon took over, we were all in primary school, right? And at that time, they stated that why, and he never came to the states where we live. But the mere fact that he said, right now, everybody must queue. You cannot throw that anywhere. Everything, because it's coming from leadership. Everything Nigeria, at least for that time they were there, everything lined up, and people were able to conduct themselves in a more appropriate way. That is you get more mileage when it's coming from the top than when you are trying to go from the down upwards, or when you're trying to go from the middle upwards. If you come from the top, it's easy to achieve within a minimal space of time.
But this time around, the top is corrupt. The top is rotting. The top is rotting head fish. So how's it going to come from the top? That's our problem. So we need people from, I don't know, let's just leave it at that. Masca got to speak. We got to move on. Thank you. Thank you very much, KJ. Great submission. Masca, your turn.
All right, KJ, you know you're my brother, but I totally disagree with you. And thank God you can't take my mic this time around. My juju man has done what he needs to do.
No problem. Even me, I disagree with you. The other submission made, so it's 1-1.
Okay. Now, I don't think the way you're painting Abiola's picture, I think it's wrong, and it's unfair, and it's not nice. You're painting Abiola to look like a fool who didn't know what he was doing. It has some people pushed him, and I think it would be wrong for any Nigerian to talk like that. We're having democracy today. The military are in the barracks simply because of people like Abiola. This is my personal opinion. This is what I think. The man stood for principle. He died, and there's benefit for his death because if I don't know what would have happened if he had decided to say, okay, there's no issue, he has agreed, or to say he went to court. There are many things, but what had happened is that the man stood his ground. He believed he won a fair election. He believed that it's his mandate and should be given to him. He died for it. And it is because of that, in my opinion, that the military had to find a way of maneuvering out of power at some point. So I don't think we should be saying that Abiola died for nothing. It's important that we change that ideology. When people stand for something and there's benefit for it, we should acknowledge them for what it is. Even if he was not the president, he doesn't have to necessarily be the president for the benefit of his death to have cascaded to us Nigerians. Why democracy today, and thanks to him. That's number one. The second place also I disagree with you, KJ, is because most of the people you are calling, people like Dreamy, these are not truly revolutionary people. They are opportunistic people you're calling. People who saw an opportunity and decided to go for it. And I think the issue at stake really is about committed leaders. So the question we can really now, the debate will be whether Obi himself is truly a leader, also an opportunistic politician who has seen an opportunity and wanted to cash in. Because that's the picture you're painting also of Peter Obi. The key thing for me in terms of this argument is that I don't like the fact, and I'll repeat myself unfortunately, I don't like the fact that we keep putting the gauntlet on people who have decided to be leaders. There is no leader without follower. We need to come out, if Obi we think is the good man, we need to come out massively and support him. Yes, we can correct him and say, and the truth is that you don't need to correct the leader. If you're truly convinced that Obi is the man, he's not raising consciousness. Okay, the question is you now, Chim. What have you done to raise the consciousness? Or you, Ferreira, what have you done to raise the consciousness? Because the man is there. The ideas of good governance, they're all there. What are you doing individually? That should really be the question.
Masca elevating the conversation to more critical, outside the box.
So that's your contribution, which is fair enough. I will take it because no contribution is too small. After all, we're all Nigerian. We say at all, I ain't bad. Nothing too small. Anyway, I raised my case so that Augustine, my brother, can talk.
No, let me respond to you, Mask. I think you totally understand.
No, don't respond.
No, don't respond. Let another person talk, please.
It's a public
Don't
forum.
respond, KJ. Not now.
This is a public forum. No, sir, hold on.
Augustine, talk.
Misunderstood me on the
Take back what I've said.
Don't respond, please. Let another person talk.
No, not now. KJ. Let Augustine go. Or else we
KJ,
will go round.
Yeah, thank you, brothers. I've not been here for a very long hour, so give me
Alaba, you should have allowed the basketballs to go on now.
No, please.
No.
Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't want me to respond. I mean,
so
please. And I'm not
I just want to start. KJ, I'm just going to say something, but keep your response. I believe KJ was not heard. And the problem I have here, if not that Masca is here, okay, yeah, Masca is here, so I'm free to say. I now see why Nigerians, Africans are very, very angry with religion. Religion have really destroyed every one of you that have spoken before now. You guys still have this messiahship mentality. You want one man to come and wrestle this power and give it to you, and you dictate what he will do. That is exactly what you guys are saying about Obi. You want him to get this power and become a good man. How can he do it? That is exactly what Tinubu did. He got the power. He paid everybody that needed to be paid and got it. And he's using it well. So if you want that strategic way of getting power by one person, then support Tinubu. And what I have realized that most people that were against Obi are coming here to pick his faults so that we all will keep criticizing him. By 2027, nobody will be worthy to. Obi has a direct phone number, and every one of you here can reach him and build a platform. If you feel that he can manage Nigeria, you can build a platform around him. That is exactly what Delefado TV is doing. What is this critical mass? And this goes to support what Chim is saying. You can't have a critical mass that doesn't have a head. Now, Obi is the worst that have happened to us. He's yet not the president. So who are we presenting? That is the question we need to ask. Who else? Because somebody needs to come out. We can't do census and point somebody. Among those that are volunteering to rule Nigeria, who can we galvanize and make him understand that is not your personal thing, is our thing? Thank you.
The next person is Oti. Is it Oti? Didn't Oti speak earlier on this?
Yes, I mean, I didn't. I'm just listening.
You
I don't
did.
really
Yeah,
go
so
on
you've
and
gone
talking
round. I
and
think
talking.
I not now. And
I'm
righteous man. And
I'm not
Oti.
saying anything. I just listen.
I've not said anything, please.
I don't have to say anything.
Okay. Oti said something before. I not now is your turn, and then after that, righteous man, and then we'll move on to the next video.
Yeah. Good evening, all. I think that we all have an area of agreement, and there is a slight area of disagreement, which, in my own opinion, is a matter of perception. I personally think that, my own opinion, that is wrong for us to be expecting one particular politician to do everything it will take to capture power, to give us the kind of change that we deserve, that we are looking at. I think that one masker said, maybe if we understood him very well, is a is a valid point. The question is, do we really need one person, like the last person asked, who's going to bring out all the strategy, do whatever it will take, break any barrier that needs to be broken,
and be ready to die?
And be ready to die and get that power for us. And when he get the power, we still have the obligation, the moral right to still be telling him, no, you're not doing this one right, you're not doing the other one wrong. If this man we're talking about, I'm not against him, I'm not his ardent supporter or die-hard supporter, but there is just two things that endeared him to me. One is that when I heard him say that he just wants us to start doing things right. In that particular speech, that was about 2 years ago, he did not exclude himself. He said that all of us have been doing things wrong, including him. But he wants us to start doing things right. And that is just the problem. There's nobody that is a saint in Nigeria. But we just need, when with that time come, when we say, okay, enough is enough, let's start doing it right. So for him to make that acknowledgement impressed me a lot. And then another time, which he has said repeatedly, is that he's not desperate to be Nigerian president, but he's desperate to see Nigeria change. So let us keep away whether he wants to be president or not. He have said he's not desperate. If all he has been doing is because he's desperate to see Nigeria change, and we believe that he's not doing enough, the question is, are we all doing enough to make Nigeria change in our own capacity? And I don't think that we are. If we're able to point out that he's not doing enough with all that he's doing, and the question is, the platform that we have here, have we been able to maximize it optimally to make a greater impact? And if we've not been able to do that, if we are pointing one finger at one man, whether it's Showore, Obi, or whoever, then the other four is also pointing back at us. I think that at this level, we should be able to elevate this conversation to a level where our focus should be how we can correct those things that we think that is wrong in our electoral system or in our leadership recruitment process that made it difficult for a good man to be a president of our country. So that we can put those checks and balances, so that no matter who it is that want to put himself forward, whether it's Obi, whether it's Dati Ahmad Baba, whether it's Showore, no matter who the person is, let the process be credible so that we can be sure that there was no major influence that would have changed the outcome the other way. That was enough to change the outcome of the election. And once we begin to have that kind of process, then it doesn't necessarily matter whether it's Obio or Tinubu, because I believe that if the process was not questionable and Tinubu become the president, there's no, I don't think it's proper for anybody to, still go ahead and be saying, no, Tinubu did not supposed to be president of Nigeria. If the process was credible, whether he was a criminal, whether he was a drug baron or whatever, but he passed through a credible process that brought him into power. His former track record or whatever it is immaterial. And that is what I think that we should concern ourselves on. And I don't think only Obi can do that one. It's the duty of everybody in Nigeria. It's the duty of somebody like Show.
I not now. I'm about to leave. Forefather, if you're there, can you take over and have a video up there to attach to view for the next one? It says that even if you get your OB or any good man, it wouldn't succeed. That's what the interview is about. But I'm about to leave for now.
Ferrari, if you want me to call and apologize on your behalf, I will do that.
The problem with Nigeria, that is it's always easy for us to blame one person, and in our only capacity, you're cutting me off.
But righteous man hasn't spoken. No, have you spoken, righteous man?
Ferreira, please, you are free to go. We apologize on your behalf.
I have not spoken.
Why are they jumping? Because you are in Nigeria. You see, they are discriminating against us. We are in Nigeria.
No,
the
wife gave him time, and he has exceeded that time.
Let him get answer to his wife.
Please go.
You see what I'm talking about? So now the comment that Masca made concerning my understanding or my comment is going to stand there. I wanted to speak, and people like Oti were shouting, I should wait.
Oh, no, what the forefather is here.
So, and then I think that Master totally misunderstood what I said.
Father, you see the video on the...
Don't defend yourself. KJ, don't defend yourself. No matter how you try, those who want to misunderstand you will misunderstand you. Those who are on a mission will be on that mission. Just forget about it. There's no point.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
So KJ, when did I shout? I don't know when.
Ask me a question. Ask a question in the private chat.
Oh, but that's not shouting. I'm just kind of writing my comments.
Can I respond to Augustine? I think Augustine was replying. Maybe he was replying to Chim saying something about how the Bolsheviks came into office. I think we can do our own.
Sorry. Before you do that, can you just allow?
Righteous man.
Righteous man.
I thought because he was in Nigeria, we shouldn't listen to him.
And because he's in Lagos, he's taking.
Why is he in Nigeria? Coming online.
He's in Lagos. He feels that we're against him because he's in Lagos.
Him and Masca, we should mark them from now on. Someone can
marginalize him. We'll deal with all of you, all these diasporans. We'll deal with you people.
We have to send them aside. Okay, please go ahead, righteous man.
Yeah, it is really, really interesting, meeting this group of men, very brilliant minds, wonderful, wonderful. And it's Father's Day. Congratulations to every one of you, Yeah, Masca delivered what I call classical submission. Classical, without a single error. And the other two guys that spoke after him did excellently well. You see, the question I want to ask Chim, Chim is a diplomat. Chim
it is very difficult for you to hold Chin guilty at any point in time, you know, because he knows the way he can get himself out of when he's stuck with issues, you know. In fact, he's gifted. He's a politician, natural politician, you know, and he will do well if he comes to Nigeria because that is the kind of environment that fits him to exploit and achieve his aim as a politician. Anyway, Chin, the question is this. You're a brilliant mind. You're an intellectual. You are read. You are well exposed. You are matured. You have great influence. Please, have you been able to put up? Have you been able to put up anybody, a body, an association, maybe of like minds, maybe from this platform or outside this platform, there are Nigerians, all the Africans, and sell the idea of building a movement that will give birth to an individual group of people that can take the reign of leadership in Nigeria. Because it's not a one-man show. You have freedom of information there, nobody harasses you. You have liberty to do whatever you are doing as far as you are not contradicting the law of the land. The police will not go after you. High assassin will not go after you. Tribal people will not go after you. So what is restricting you from setting up a movement that will collapse into Obi's platform for 2027? And again, the second question.
You die from that,
The second question to Chin. Chin, did you listen to the last interview granted to Obi in a Rise TV channel, where he was asked what he's doing at this present time? And he said he's talking, but some other things he is doing, he cannot make it to the public for now. When they asked him, are you trying to form an alliance? Are you working together with Kwankwaso, with Showore, with PDP, this man, Atiku? He said they are in talking terms, but whatever they are pursuing is towards making sure that 2027 we have good election and the errors of 2023 will not repeat itself. I don't know whether you listened to that interview. So I expected us to be, you know, have an open mind before we make essential criticism against individual like Obi. If there is any politician that is humble, that wants Nigeria working, it's Peter Obi. And those Nigerians that are enjoying good life in diaspora, please, the areas Obi have not done it well, kindly set up a movement there. And in 2027, collapse it to make sure that any individual you have chosen, whether it's Obi or Showore or Ahmed Dati, then it will function as you want it. And Obi's phone number is not hidden. If you want it, I can give it to you. Call him. He's a man that do not discriminate. He will listen to you. Sell the idea to him. Coming to a platform like this and selling out negative information that does not, you know, represent the identity of Obi and the man he is in fact, is unacceptable to me. So that's the question I want to ask you. If you can answer me these two questions, I will be happy. Thank you.
Okay, forefathers, do I have the floor to respond?
As long as others are fine with it, that should be fine. Yeah, go ahead.
You encourage KJ not to respond, but you can't.
No. This is not the. No, I'm not offended. See, I'm I have moved away from, you know, those old ways of coming to. I'm not even going to engage in that. Number one is this, righteous man. You see, all those titles and axioms and introductory processes you went through. This is what a typical Nigerian does when they want to kill you. They will praise you to the high level heavens and then throw the hammer at you. So that's fine. I'm not a diplomat. I'm not a politician. I don't have to set up a political, whatever it is you called it, that I will need to now collapse for. That's the Nigerian mindset. I'm a member of a political party here where I live. I go for meetings. I pay for membership. I make my contributions. Member of my parliament sends me flyers to ask questions on things they should pursue in parliament. I respond. Sometimes she throws events and says, come, let's have a conversation over a drink, or we'll all go and she'll meet people one-on-one and we'll share our views. Tell her where she's not doing well and tell her where she's doing well. And the woman will take it and she will run with it. Sometimes she will actually implement those things. Sometimes you know that realistically, some of the things you're telling her may not be implementable. The problem I have with us as a people is this, and now let me repeat it again. People don't like to seek to understand before they are understood. If we are so antithetic to being criticized, then let's not come here to talk. What I expect is that in our conversations here, I air my views. You don't have to agree. You don't have to agree. You can disagree respectfully and say why you disagree. But to say, oh, because somebody criticized Peter Obi, then you are disappointed. Is Peter Obi Jesus Christ? Is he Jesus Christ? Do you know the role I played on social media to go, even though I didn't vote in Nigeria, to support Peter Obi? I was in a platform that I had to exit when I actually insulted my former chief marketing officer. I'm being honest with you, I insulted him because we're all retired from that organization. I mean, I owe him nothing. I told him I'm disappointed. I walked in it. You cannot interject me when I'm talking, OT. It's very unintellectual to do that. When I finish, you can express your view.
It's okay. Yeah, you have your chance to speak. So
Exactly.
let's try to keep it so that we can be able to
So
interact.
I'll try and round up. Every time I'm not speaking, except when I interject once in a while and leave out, I have not interjected on anybody except for jokes. Let's also learn that when someone is talking, you can take a paper and write down what I'm saying. I'm not against you coming to say, oh, Chim, I don't agree with you. But to just throw in and disorganize a person is not right. We need to start growing up away from that. So the point I'm trying to make is this. It's as simple as this. Obi is a public personality. I am not a public personality. I have not put myself up for public office. He has chosen to put himself up for public office. I can criticize him right now and vote for him the next day. It's up to him to be mature enough to say he doesn't agree with me, but he understands that he's open to being criticized. That is the difference between these Western politicians and all of us here. Because some of the things we're saying here, it just tells me that if any of us goes into public office, this man called Tinubu we're all accusing, we will all be worse than him. Because we don't like to be criticized. We don't like to see people have alternative views of what we're doing. And it's quite painful.
I disagree with you.
Okay, fine. You are allowed to disagree with me. So it's not a problem in disagreeing. So righteous man, I'll end by saying I really don't have answers to some of the things you're saying, because some of the things you're saying I really should not be commenting on. I'm allowed to criticize Obi, and my criticism is coming from what I perceive to be a good place. I don't have access to him. I don't need his phone number. If I was desperate for his phone number, I would ask Rudolph, or send Rudolph a view to send to him, because I know Rudolph is close to him somehow. But we are here discussing. It's in the course of the conversation that I have shared my views. Disagree, but don't disagree and begin to say, oh, this man, I thought he was educated just because of what I said. Oh no, come on, guys. It's really painful.
For us, please. I'm going. I want to leave now. I want to leave now.
Points that Jim made.
Excuse me, please.
Let's try to be patient now.
Let's go line by line.
If not now, you didn't even say you wanted to say anything. The OT tried to.
Remember, I was talking before, and this guy Ferrari rudely cut me off.
Stop this now.
He just rudely cut me off.
Okay, so what do you think? Okay, I think if not now, doesn't speak for very long anyway.
Steph should be talking. It is Steph's. Listen, let Steph talk, please.
I was talking and Ferreira cut me off, and I complained. I said, Why would you do that?
Go on,
Because you
Steph.
want to leave.
Steph, go on.
The same thing
Yeah,
that
it happened yesterday. You know, hold on. I owe if not now, an apology about what happened yesterday. It wasn't her fault. She didn't know.
No. I don't want to talk about it today because she's not here.
Yeah.
When you are talking here, the mic, that's an image for the mic. You understand?
Yeah.
Goes off. So
she didn't see it at the backstage. She don't see
I'm
it.
coming. If she did not know, it means that is the delegation of the dereliction of duty. She didn't know her job, and when she now entered, she did not make apology to that he removed. So if you are the person that I removed, that I'm sorry. This is the reason. She did not do that.
She did.
We have come here.
You
you are the one. When I wrote a comment and complained, you then said something that then made her to say what she said. That was wrong. We all come here to criticize leaders, but because Rudolph gave some people some little power, that does not. She just abused it. That was very, very wrong of her to do.
I truly believe that she didn't know. And there's no she has never demonstrated any sense of that kind of behavior before.
Even if she didn't know, what gave her the right to do it? You are still moderating. You are still there.
She's a moderator.
So long as you are there moderating, she's just like any other person in the platform. Because she has the button, the nuclear code. No, that was wrong.
My apologies that she apologized. She just was not there.
Our leaders do. They believe that they are more Nigerian than others. So she believed that she's more.
Steph, you don't do now. You don't do.
I do like Mascas. He don't do.
Now, she actually apologized yesterday. I was on the platform.
She did.
Said she didn't even know who she took out.
No.
And she apologized.
Was it right for her to do it in the
But it's enough now. It's enough now. Come on, are we gonna kill somebody because of it? Oh God.
It was a mistake. She apologized.
Step. Even Alaba.
The last person that did that was here.
People will apologize to you people that he knows your pain. People will not accept it.
What is Oti going on?
Oti is looking for us in this forum. All the mistakes that people have been making, nobody want to accept it and forgive him.
If not now, my problem is that you said you're not going to comment because she's not here. And you've taken
I said it now. I have to give it context.
Sorry, excuse me. Look.
Oh my God.
A minute.
Also, to make my own
and to make the matter worse, she left like an hour before. No, she left like an hour before that she's going to bed. Remember,
what is worse already?
When she got back, she said she's going to bed.
Oh my God. You're making me laugh too much today, man. Let's leave this one. Let's leave this one now.
I like to address what people say.
Okay. Maybe we should just move on.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Let's move on to another topic.
Please,
what was I trying to say? Who is again? Oti, allow me to talk now, please.
Oh my God. I've been excusing myself for a minute and then
allow me to talk now.
He's trying to vent. He's already vented now. Let him talk.
No, Steph, your time is up. You use your time in venting.
Master, you started again.
I would see, what I want to do is this. Chim, I actually wanted to kind of offer.
So you've actually taken my turn, Oti. Is that what is happening?
So look, I think we should.
It's not your turn.
Can you just give me 2 minutes?
OT.
Just give me 2 minutes, and I will not comment on this issue again. Please.
Another 2 minutes, Steph, on the same issue.
What I want to say is that everybody have the right to criticize anybody. And if you know the person you are defending, somebody like Peter Obi, if he is here, he will also say the same thing. He will tell anybody that's criticizing him that you have the right to criticize him. He will not feel offended. The much we've seen of him in public, maybe privately he does. You understand? So I don't think that if he's here, he will pick offense on anybody that is criticizing him or what he would have done better or something like that. So I don't think we should be quarreling over that. The only point I'm trying to make is there are areas that we agree that are purely citizens' responsibility. For instance, making sure that our electoral process is reformed. That one does not convey any advantage to any particular politician. Because in 2027, if I am to vote, I may not choose Obi. You understand? But what can we put in place to make sure that, or how can we engineer that reform, or even begin that awareness to make sure that the critical mass that Dele Farah to me is talking about is being raised? They may not even be for Peter Obi. They can be for anybody who believes in that change that we are looking for. I think that's the area that I'm much interested in, not even whether Peter Obi will be present in 2027.
Are you done now? Are you done now?
Thank you.
Okay, so
go ahead, Oti.
Sorry.
Well said, Step.
I have observed that some people can be unnecessarily thin-skinned. Here they said if you can't stand the heat, don't you get out of the kitchen. Look, I'm not talking about insult, personal insult, or stuff like that. But people can disagree with anybody and quite strongly at that. We shouldn't take offense. So now, the thing is this. Okay, one thing is clear to me, to my mind. Chim and KJ, they have been both consistent in their view of a leader's role when it comes to P2B. So I don't see why that should be a problem with anybody. Okay, I disagree with them in their assessment. No, but again, the way Chim especially goes on to defend his position, I think it's unnecessary. It makes it even worse, the situation, because you should criticize anybody and anybody's politics, and you don't have to really defend yourself so strongly against people that take a
So what exactly are you doing now, Oti? What exactly are you doing now?
What I'm saying is
no. What exactly are you doing now? We can't be tolerating this.
If you let him finish, I don't. Jim, let him finish now. If he
didn't allow me to
KJ will respond, and if some other person wants to respond, then he can speak.
So what I'm saying, you have been consistent in this, but even at that, you shouldn't go out of your way to defend your right to do that. Because it's your view, your opinion is not, and you're making it. And I disagree with it. No, but the people that attack you personally, or really, you shouldn't give attention to them. That's the angle I'm coming from. Not because you should criticize somebody's politics, okay? And but again, it's like you're overdoing it, over-laboring it to defend your right to criticize somebody. And there are people you should ignore. There are some views that are not worth responding to. That's what I'm saying, quite frankly, because it goes on and on and on. It's unnecessary. Anybody who can't understand, who can't appreciate that you have a right to criticize somebody's politics, why should you really bother to engage with that person? That's just my position. Okay, is that an attack on you?
No. Okay, thank you very much. Oti, I agree.
Hold on, Chim. Let KJ respond. KJ has been very patient.
All right. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, KJ,
thank you, Father, for helping the helpless. We are marginalized.
we are all here for the helpless.
Thank you so much.
Who is the helpless?
We are all the helpless that is suffering Nigerians now.
We are those who are the wretched of the earth. They say the masses. We are the masses. So thank you for helping the masses. What I wanted to say is this. You see, my position, and I think vis-a-vis that which Kim has also canvassed here, it's not that we are against whatever P2B stands for. No. We are simply saying we all need to take for him who has given himself for a public office. And I don't have to go and set up an office to collapse it to help him. No, I didn't sign to be in fact, you didn't see my name in the ballot. Not now, not before. So I have no responsibility whatsoever to bring that to pass. Also, that do you know whether he's not even my candidate? He's not my candidate. Now, having said that, the examples I gave were people who before now we have seen them as pillars of one thing or the other, and when they came against the system, took care of them in such a way that their own people who were applauding them did not follow them to that process. So what I'm even saying in essence that even for Peter Obi, he's being careful not to overplay his hands, because if he overplays his hands, like I said here on this platform, there's a if you are doing a international relations, that's a course we do those days. They call that Babangida made a statement, and we took that almost for a week. The professor was trying to dissect what it was, because he said we are not only in government, we are also in power. That was a very so being in government and being in power are two different things. You could do anything you want to do with anybody and tell me whatever name you want to tell it, and that's the end of it. So for Peter Obi, I understand his position, but what we are saying is, and which is the major reason for this debate, is that raising a critical mass. We have raised critical mass before in many times. If you remember, there was a movement those days called the People's Front, which brought about the late Adwa and then brought his brother into politics. The People's Front had the people's mind people who are sharp, okay? And we thought that was going to snowball into one of the political forces that would change Nigeria as a whole. But eventually it was what? It was grabbed by the same system. And those people were pieces, and they divided themselves into all kinds of fragmentations, and eventually that didn't come to pass. Now, there are many other movements that have started from the side and even moved to becoming a political party, but was now hijacked again. So what we are saying now is this, and which is been the focal point for me, is that, look, you need to find out how you can move within the space of time you have and make a difference for yourself. For yourself. Some people are making comments and saying, we don't need to go to Nigeria. We don't need to form anything to bring anything about. And then we are only trying to say which way to be easier to run an administration that can bring us to the place where we think Nigeria should be. I didn't mention Abiola because I felt no. Abiola didn't lead himself, and I want to be clear on this. I didn't say Abiola died for nothing. I only said that Nadeko, which was one of the people urging Abiola at that time to declare himself president, and I repeat myself, Nadeko was one of those urging Abiola to go to that part of Lagos. I've forgotten the name of that place, to declare himself president. The moment he did that and was picked, every other Nadeko member did not support him. If you want, I can even mention names. Okay? Tunde Bakari, I remember going to meet him in prison. I said, look, don't follow them because they're going to lead you and then they'll leave you. That is all. These are public records. I'm not talking about something that is hidden in places. So what am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say, even for Obi, he should be very careful what he does with his time and himself. Okay? Because at the end of the day, if he moves too fast, I'm not going to say anything, but there's a Yoruba adage that says that if the sun works too early, the juice of life will suck him. If he goes to the farm too early, the juice of life will suck him. So let's all be careful.
Yoruba language is in Yoruba. Yoruba adage is in Yoruba. Speak it in Yoruba.
When I reach there, I will let you know. So for now, what I'm saying is that, look, we will need much more than what Obi is doing now to be able to dismantle this system. It's not going to go down that way. We need to do much more than he's doing now. It is systematic. It's strategic. It's not about shouting it in the media. That's what I'm saying. Simple.
Let me ask you.
Yes, ask me anything
you want. He said that he should not do too much. And now he said he should do more than he's doing.
When I mean do too much, you see, there are many ways to kill a rat.
No. What KJ is saying is you not overdo things. That's what he said.
Thank you.
That he's not doing enough. He should do more.
No. He should do more, yes, but he should not overdo things. And I think I get him. I now get you, KJ. And my apology for my position on your position.
It may be KJ's mentality that Peter B has. Maybe his idea of not overplaying his hands is where he is now.
But for father, is it Steph's turn now to talk?
Like
No,
if
it's not.
now,
It's not.
David,
I
are
was
you
supposed
just
to
joking
respond
or
let
you
now.
me
just
say
want to
something. No,
criticize?
everybody's responding to this thing, Chim. To Chim, you are going to have your say. Let Amy
Okay,
respond.
No,
all right,
no.
okay,
And
No.
Masker, if you want to say
I thought
something,
KJ was responding to me. Oh. Is that not?
No, forefather. You wanted to say something, you wanted to respond, but before you do that, about what I said, before you do that, are you not surprised that both Masker and Righteous Man have been steady for more than an hour?
yes, actually, they have been.
What's
Righteous
going
Man
on in
has had his
Nigeria?
say. Righteous Man has had his say.
renewed
And
hope. Renewed hope
Hold,
has happened on both of
hold,
them.
hold on,
It means that
hold
Nigeria
on,
is working. Nigeria is working now.
hold on. Forefather, you say I've spoken how many times?
no, once. You
10
spoke
times.
once.
Okay, it's the only
You spoke
one.
once.
And
Yeah.
excuse me, I want to ask a question. And I don't want to sound silly. Please, if somebody criticizes another person and another person criticizes you, so what is wrong with it? I just
That's
want a
fine.
clarity because
Yeah,
there are
it's fine.
some words that are being used here by my brother Uti that is not friendly at all.
Okay,
If Chim
that's fine.
criticizes
Let's not
Obi,
expand now. Other
which is
people are
his
not going to
right,
be able to speak.
and I criticize Chim, what is wrong in it?
Thank
Can I
you.
answer? Can I
Thank
answer?
you.
They
No,
call
you
it
see, that's
one.
the problem. Let
They
other
call it
people speak so
1-1,
that you
right?
can be able to answer. Other people need to be able to. Don't worry, Chimi.
But,
The answer. Use the time to even craft better answer that is going to really pain them.
can I
Don't
answer
worry.
Righteous Man? The
Eme, please, Eme, please go ahead.
Okay, so this is my position. I don't know why we all want a messiah, or we
Are we
want
jumping
somebody
people
that
now?
can. When you say are we jumping, actually, I should even be the one. What is even
Eme hasn't said anything since I came in, so that's why. Tony, if you want to say something, I will always come to you. Eme, please
no
go
for
ahead.
others? I think okay, fine. If you say I should do that, I think on what we are discussing is on obese action, right? Am I right with
Yes.
what you're?
Yeah. I
Was it
think
really what we are discussing?
no, that's not what we were discussing. We were talking about how to. The idea is critical mass to transform a nation. How do you go about that? And Chim was arguing that you have to have a movement where you have a leader, and others are saying you don't have to, and things like that.
Like others?
And that is the truth. Actually, it can go either ways. It can to lead to develop. Look, as I said earlier, I said when there is hunger, a time will come the critical mass naturally will grow. That is one way that critical mass can grow. But if you look at that kind of critical mass, it might be a violent critical mass. So, and I don't know if that will solve our problems, but I believe that can go a long way because sometimes you need such. But where I'm now coming is on the angle of what can Obi do as a person. Now, Obi, when I say Obi, I'm not even just talking about Obi because maybe I like him or something. It could be anybody who wants to now lead. But as of now, Obi is like
But do you like
the
Obi or not?
military. Personally, I support him.
Okay. You're not like AJ.
So, but as I said, I support him. That doesn't mean that if I see somebody who is better tomorrow, I wouldn't support that person. I only support that ideology of what is good. That is it. Now, my point is this: we need, if Obi can, that's why I said, please, I don't know, I need people to understand what I'm trying to say here, that Obi needs to detach himself from what is going to happen in 2027. Like he himself wants to be there. No. He needs to, for him to get that critical mass that will support him in 2027. It's like sometimes for you to gain some ground, you have to slow down that kind of mindset. He needs to develop, to not develop now, he needs to waken people up. And that waking up is not going to be from his mouth. People have heard Obi enough. Obi needs to let some other persons do the talking. And it's going to be a strategy. It's going to be a strategy, in my opinion, to make all of these things culminate into who is going to lead, who is not going to lead, and how can we take, because it is from that is going to trickle down to what actions can be taken even at the polling booth. What actions can be taken to make sure that the elections are counted. It is from that strategy that, it is from that plan that you will be able to address each of those issues at their cadre, at their levels. Okay, at this level, this is how we're going to tackle it. This is what we need to do. But right now, it is beyond one person. And that's why I'm saying it might look idealistic, but I think it is practical, in my opinion, that we should start hearing other persons. Like, I don't want to give names, but that is where his leadership needs to come in. It shouldn't just be the one talking alone now. We should have a lot of people that will begin to wake that critical mass, because that critical mass won't just hear from one person and all that mass will wake up. No, it's not going to happen that way. So in my own submission, that's the if I'm going to advise Obi as a person and those who are in that class, I see somebody like Professor Patitomi, for example, boy, he's an idealist anyway. But I see that kind of a person too who can come in.
Then you can be one of them too.
Of course, but I'm not in that position at the moment, so that is it.
Yeah.
I won't lie at that point. But the thing is that we just need people like that who will be selfless enough and say, come, this is now what we because if you look at in the past, those who fought for this democracy, yes, they claim they fought for it, but they were not selfless. And that is why this democracy hasn't paid Nigeria at this point. They fought for it, and now they took it and they made sure that now we are regretting. Like, the only thing we can appreciate is that fine, we are voting and we are making decisions to see the woes ourselves, because those woes are not forced on us again. We are not the ones voting for those woes. But the thing is, how has it benefited us so far? So it's because this set of people took it, yes, they fought for it, but they were selfish about it. There's a time you need to fight and leave it, let other persons. And that is how, that is how you make everything fair. That's how you make people know that, come, it is not a matter of I must eat from where I've sown. That is just the mindset that I think can win. But when people still begins to see that for every effort you put is because you want to reap the seed yourself, you want to reap the reward. These are things that can. This is peace. I hope you are getting my idea. Actually, that's my submission.
Thank you. Let's allow Chim to respond now. Please go ahead, Chim.
Okay, thank you very much. My response is not even much. It is to tell Oti that one, I hear him, I take his comments, but the irony, or is it what's the word here? Skip me that of what he's saying is, when he says that he acknowledged the fact that yes, I have the right to disagree with someone's politics, and that I should not necessarily want to explain myself to the person. He has a point there, but it's a bit contradictory. Contradictory in the sense that even I've been engaging him on the sideline. For those of us who are reading backstage can see I've been engaging him. So if I'm to take his advice, then I wouldn't be engaging him on the backside. Because at some point I thought he too had gone, on and on. And I said, okay, let's forget about this. And I made a comment. I said, let's move on. And he said, move on from where? So, that's there's this equivalency we throw up as Nigerians sometimes that makes me feel that, sometimes we don't try to bring ourselves up. Okay, let me take it from the spiritual angle. As a Christian who subscribes to the Bible says that God honors his word above his name. He submitted himself to his word. So the point I'm just trying to make is this: let's disagree, let's judge, but you know what? Let's sometimes also leave this place and go reflect on what the person is saying. When I use, because what created a lot of controversy was when I brought in the Bolsheviks. And Oti's perspective was, Bolsheviks, these are dictators, these are strong men. Why does everybody have to be a strong man? I wasn't saying it because I want to have strong men. I've emphasized here, forefathers, you've heard me say it, I've been emphasizing strong institutions. But you see what? In everything we do in life, we learn. Even from this Tinubu that we're talking about, and he has just made a strong statement that I just shared with somebody. I said, Tinubu's tendency towards this last presidential election and the presidency is an entitlement thing. I fought for democracy. That is the thing that the Afeniferes of this world and the ADs of this world, and to be honest with you, some Yoruba elites had against Obasanjo. They felt Obasanjo did not fight for democracy. How come Obasanjo is now the recipient of that end product? They felt that Funshaw Williams was part and parcel of Marwa's government. Therefore, they will rig Funshaw Williams out in AD so that Bola Tinubu will get it. And today we have Bola Tinubu as president. I'm not somebody who is here to pander. I always try to, because I follow Nigeria's politics. I followed all of what was happening before 1990. I was in Abuja when Abacha died. I was serving in Abuja. The day he died, I know how Abuja was. It rained and all those things. So the point I'm trying to make is this. We can also learn from a bad system. We can learn from something that is not working, that we don't like. Learn and take the good parts out of that thing to implement and pursue our goals. When Obi came here and we were asking him, my question, I've never asked Obi to be a dictator. I've never believed that he should be a dictator. I believe he's a fine gentleman. But I also believe that there's some ways he's going about his politics. And you know, it's like Ludo or like chess or like, what's that other one that our men in the rural area play, the board. Sometimes the people who are playing on the board don't see the moves. And I'm not trying to claim here that I'm one political strategist, I'm seeing any move. No. But the point remains that sometimes the person who is involved in the game might not be seeing some of the moves and things he should be doing. I might not have the opportunity to be able to bring it before him, but that's fine. But I also believe that there are people who are close to who may be hearing some of the things we're saying and might go back to him to say, you know what, these are things we should be doing. When I said Obi is the leader of the Labour Party, and he came here and said he's not the leader of the Labour Party, I was disappointed. How can you say you're not the leader of the party? A party whose majority of their candidates to the National Assembly and State Assembly won their seats on the grounds of your good name. You should have galvanized them, create a process where some of the changes you want to see made, they may be few in number, but you know what? If they have a strong voice, they can put pressure on the National Assembly to tweak things that will help us as a group in terms of our constitution, in terms of the next electoral process and all those things. I didn't see him doing that. What I have seen more from Peter Obi doing is visits. I have nothing wrong in he's going to say thank you to the diasporans post-election, or thank you to the voters in the north, or thank you to those in the southeast. I have nothing wrong about that. But what I do have wrong, and he has said it, he needs to create a process where he and his people can sit down and say, you know what, how can we put pressure on the National Assembly? How can we be the shining light that Nigerians will begin to see? I've said this before, let me repeat myself like the broken record. There's a way you will, even those who voted APC, there's a way Labour Party members will carry themselves in the National Assembly, and people will be saying, wow, these are the kind of people we want. So that by the next election, people will even begin to say, you know what, let's try and push these guys. They've done very well. Let's push more of their candidates in, and this man himself. Right now, that's not what is going on. Yes, my view may sound somehow, but that's not what is going on. I'm not a politician. I'm just somebody who is reading things from outside and saying, you know what, I would like to see in the National Assembly when they are talking about minimum wage, and the Labour Party members will say, you know what, we support minimum wage increase for our people. We cannot be earning this mega bucks and our people are suffering. That's putting pressure on the National Assembly. That's a minority putting pressure on the National Assembly. But you see what, it cannot work if all of them, if the one from my state will go there and collect the money and put in his pocket, the one from Anambra will do the same thing, the one from Edo State will do the same thing. Look, at the end of the day, they will say, and Nigerians are saying that all of them are the same, which means by next election, don't be surprised that Labour Party may not even have one candidate left in that place. I can bet you that people will just say, why are we voting for them? The same people who went there and they disappointed us. But this is where Peter Obi would have come in. Call them, use the party structure, use the chairman. They will be having consistent meetings. Anytime there's a policy that they need to vote in National Assembly, Labour Party will first of all go and sit down as a caucus, discuss it, come with a strong front. Even if they go there and their view is defeated by the majority, Nigerians are seeing it. Nigerians will start saying, even though Labour has only six seats and PDP has maybe 30, I'm just being hypothetical, and APC has majority, and then PDP is supposed to be the clear opposition in the House, but Labour Party is the one playing the opposition. Is that what is happening right now? No, we all know this. So that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you. So far, just
Masca wanted to say something.
29 seconds. In fact, 17 seconds.
Okay.
17.
All
So yeah, it's okay. We come here to speak in ideal world. I mean, P2B is not in power. How can you control a man that goes on with 30 million every month? Realistically, what are we practicing that system of government we are advocating for? I mean, let's be realistic sometimes when we make submissions.
Augustine, but we can start from somewhere.
Let's respect other people's time, please.
No, I do. Please don't be offended.
Masca, please go ahead. You are off the screen, so sometimes I forget that you are there too. So
it's Stone's time.
Oh, you jumped me, forefathers. You just completely jumped me.
Let Ton speak. I will not join issues with Ton. He is a respectable member of the panel.
Exactly. Ton, please go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to align 1,000% with him. It's often said that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. And we all know that what that stands for. Within the Labour Party, nobody is criticizing Obi or saying that he's in power or anything. What we're saying is that we need to see a system that is being built organically to challenge these people and to get them out of power. We're not seeing any of this. The Labour Party is in a mess. The chairman of the Labour Party, who is technically the head of the Labour Party, is a fraud. Let's call a spade a spade. I want to go and fight. You can't use negativity to fight another negativity. We've not started it out. Obi is defending him. Is covering. It's like just covering it.
How do you know that?
We see.
How can you say that? Are you sure about that? He's defending him.
Oti, no, let me and you do both bad. So I'll be respecting you, please.
But I think you should substantiate on it.
Let me talk.
Exactly. Are you sure?
Right.
Are you sure about that? You're just making a statement.
Right.
Okay. Allow him to speak.
We need to see that happen. That's just simply the Labour Party needs. There's a lot of issues within the Labour Party, and if you do not address those issues going forward, it's just going to be another mess, even messier than before. We're talking about the judiciary, who appointed this the Chief Justice. Now the Chief Justice has appointed his family members. Wike's wives I know that they are judges and all that. So listen, let's wake up. We're not saying that Peter Obi is incompetent. I personally, this is my own opinion, and nobody should start saying wah. It's not. Listen, for me, it's not about Igbo. Whether Peter Obi was an Urobo man and all that, but because of it, it's all about what he stands for. I can't care less where he comes from. I personally would have wished that Dati was the presidential candidate. I believe he will do more. It's like the man. It's like the man is scared. The man is scared.
I see.
So that's
because
just
because he's not speaking loudly.
My take that is that the strategic silences that we get from P2B sometimes is a little bit disturbing.
You guys,
and let's make no mistake about it. There is silence because when you say, "Oh, you cannot do everything," we are here every Sunday. Sometimes when we are here when things are happening in Nigeria, we'll be saying, "Well, you know, I was here on this platform when some Southeasterners were being attacked during the election and all the rest." You don't see them coming out. Personally, if I was a candidate then, I'm like, hey, what's going on in the country? Let's calm down. We are all the same country. But you don't see them coming out. They remain quiet while the streets burn.
Southeasterners attacked by whom and when?
In Lagos. We are on stream here. And I remember when Igbo Basic was in tears on the channel here. And they were showing the videos. And you don't see our leader. During that time, MC Oluomo was framing. You didn't see Wole Soyinka. I didn't see all of them remain quiet.
Hold on. And then you think Peter B as a presidential candidate from the Southeast coming out to speak about the attack against the Igbos, bad as that is, it wouldn't be termed, branded whatever tribal leader and all that.
No, I understand what you mean, but spokesmen can come out and say spokesmen can come out and say what is right. You shouldn't care about tribe.
No, but you do care. That's why it's politics.
If you don't care about tribe, you will say what is necessary.
That's why it's politics.
Okay, I hear what you're saying about that. When I say strategic silence, it's only once.
We think everything is as you know.
It's not only once. Like when the issue of people taking a lot of money to travel to Hajj, the national anthem was being changed. Nothing. And how about now some serious issue here? Hold on now. How about some serious issue? Security, which his policy is to recruit up to 2 million. Okay. The current leader says that he's going to recruit quite a lot too. Do you see him holding the current leader accountable for not doing that? His own promise that Tinubu and his people went to Chatham House to go and promise the Nigerian this thing. The manifesto is there. But what P2B talks about security now is that he forgot about he doesn't talk about the recruitment part. He just says, increase the life of the Nigerian people so it will help improve security conditions. So that I find that very concerning that you come out in an election, say something else, the other leader say exactly what you say in the election. Then when both of you go out that's the other one gets to office, you are now opposition leader. None of you talk about it anymore. And 5,000 people have been kidnapped in that 1 year when all this is happening. 5,000 has been kidnapped.
Can I ask a question? So are you saying that P2B is the official position and he has a full-time job? He doesn't have any private lab. He doesn't have his private business. So a full-time job of the opposition leader to be commenting on every national issue. And by the way, there are other parties. It's not like Nigeria has only two parties, a two-party state. We have other parties. We have the PDP. So why must he? I mean, one person sometimes on every national issue he has to comment and.
But OT, but that's this. You see, we can't eat our cake and have it.
They like say when people are gentlemen, they don't respect them.
I learned by the things I suffered though.
Yeah,
also join me to the market as a madman. Let's start bragging.
No. Augustine, thank you for joining us. You are a gentleman. Don't join the ruffle crowd.
Please, Tom, my brother Tom, please. I want to ask you a question based on the information you dished out here twice. You said the chairman of Labour Party is a criminal or what? I can't recollect the exact word you use.
It's not clean.
How?
He's talking about
Where is the result of all the okay, Peter Obi promised that there was going to be an audit. Where is the result? How accounting?
You see, sometimes it looks as if there is a break in communication between the Nigerians home and Nigerians abroad. You see, the politics in Nigeria, the way you guys are seeing it, you are trying to compare it with the politics over there, is two different environments, two different people. Now, Obi has rendered his own account. And Mr. Aburi was interviewed, Central News, Africa First TV, and he tendered the auditing. He presented it and said the party, hold on. The party also have hired foreign firm to audit the account. And when they are done, they will make it public. So why are you convicting him in advance that he is a criminal?
P2B was supposed to conduct the audit that he claimed he was. He said it publicly that he was going to do that, but he didn't do it. Augustine, please go ahead. What do you think about
what did he just say now?
So no, because P2B was said to have, he did say that he was going to conduct an audit.
That he's going to conduct an audit.
Yes, even Abure said it.
Abure
said it. No, Abure said that they were expecting P2B to get an auditor.
P2B said they will appoint a credible auditor.
Yes.
He said he's going to audit it himself. And what the righteous man said then is that Abure said that they have appointed an auditor. He didn't.
Yes.
It's not Abure that appointed the auditor.
No,
So
but
the party.
I think we're missing out something. when I know sometimes there are nuances words we use, and but we should. When forefather said P2B said he was going to conduct an audit, nobody said P2B was going to conduct the audit as an auditor. What it meant was that he was going to take responsibility to make sure this audit is done. Whether you have given it to, of course, we know they're going to bring auditors to do it.
But is that
We
not
know
what
that.
righteous man said now?
No, what righteous man says is that righteous man separated two issues. Righteous man says there's an audit that is P2B's own. Obi has done his own. That what is left is the one that Abure is supposed to do, which Abure. Wait now, hear me. Oh, hear me out. Let me finish so that you understand what I'm saying. You can't conclude when I have not finished what I'm saying. That's wrong.
Okay.
Try to keep it brief so that we can go around, because now people are joining from behind. It looks like this podcast will be just opened for P2B and started bringing people in again.
All right. So the point I'm making is this: I'm not into this. I don't know who is. I'm not interested in the audit matter. So what my understanding is this: what forefathers said versus what righteous man said. Righteous man is saying that there is an audit, whether it is campaign on P2B, that Obi has tendered and rendered his own, and that the one that is comprehensive Labour Party, that Labour Party is still in the process of doing it 1 year after. So forefathers is saying his understanding is that that whole thing would have been done together with the leadership of Obi, not just leaving it for the party leader. I have no view on it. Whichever way they want to do it, as long as they do it and there's credibility. I'm not even interested in.
Okay, but forefathers, not that it's my turn, but I just want to dispel one misconception, and I don't think we are doing justice to ourselves. There's no point wasting time. Abure is not clean. Forget about anything anybody will tell you. Forget about audit. This is the same man that you, righteous man, you are here in Nigeria. You saw the what do they call it? The convention they went and held in I don't know where. Is that how conventions are held? We should not waste time in defending the indefendable. We are not saying that the guy has been convicted, but it's also not clean at this. He needs to clean himself first. I don't think this is an issue. There's no way we can defend it.
Masker, I agree with you. But I believe it is also not right, since he has not been convicted. It is not also right to call him a criminal. That's what I'm saying.
No, nobody called him a criminal. Watton said, he repeated, and I heard him. He said the man is not clean. And this is English language. He said the man is not clean. It means that he should go and clean himself.
He does not need to be convicted before he's taken out.
See, can I speak?
Yeah, Augustine, please go ahead.
Now it is my turn to spark.
Yeah, let's give him space to talk.
So look, one thing we should know is that people are adults, and those people is sent to the National Assembly. To be honest with you, I was an advocate of, if there is election, the people should try to an extent to raise money for elections. In Nigeria, we have the governors or the House of Assembly members being they are the ones who fund elections. That makes them very powerful. They owe you nothing. So when they get there, it's difficult for you to control them. Why? Because they are going to recruit what they have spent during elections. One thing here is certain, and what is that same thing? No matter how strong Obi is, you cannot whip the National Assembly members into line. Everything is all about conviction. There's some people who have how will I call it? They have that integrity that when they go, they will do the right thing. You cannot beat a National Assembly member. Highest according to the Nigerian system, they will defect to the APC. Then you can advise them. One thing we normally take Obi for granted is that he is a soft man. But do you know why I like Obi? Obi will be dealing with you and smiling. And that was one thing I loved even when I was a college professor, a college graduate assistant back in Nigeria. I will be dealing with you and smiling. Because when I tell you don't do this and smiling, every student will just tell you, take him serious. Because when they smile, I think going to deal with you. All of us saw it in Anambra State. Which of the godfathers was able to control me? None. So don't take his smiling for weakness. People who smile easily, don't joke with them. Because when they want to deal with you, they will deal with you well. Now, if we have a strong man, as we normally call it, come to the platform, use the iron fist, grab power, what makes you feel that when he gets there, you also control him? No. The same how Baba grab power and ran with it. and went to the top. It's not easy to control them. So one thing I will always say about it is that he has his own modus operandi. He knows how he does his job. Let him do his job. My point is with the Nigerian people as well. We are so easy to forget. The fact that we're even talking about Obi up and down here means that he's doing something. All of us can see it somehow, but maybe he's not doing it the way we want it. But the point is this: us, the Nigerian people, should try as much as possible to be the one, maybe when that time will come, to fund our elections, to make sure that we even have people at the polling booth. Like for me, I take it upon myself, because the question is always, what do we do? Yes, we have cried and cried. What do we do? I will talk to my friends. When I was in Nigeria then, I voted in every election, including councillorship. So fast now, council, even council, I will go vote. And I will tell them, this is all on us. Go and vote if it's time to vote. That's the first thing you can do. You will tell me INEC will change the result, this and this and this. It's not easy to manipulate result if the turnout is very powerful. That's the first thing I always say. So the Nigerian people on their path should take this seriously. Obi cannot do it alone. Kwankwaso cannot do it alone. Showore will not do it alone. If we know we are selecting a good candidate, we select the good candidate, and we start from now to start preparing ourselves for 2027. I will not advise anybody to go out to say, okay, violent protests and the rest. I will not advise anybody to do that at this stage. The courts decided that it is Tinubu that's defined. The only option we have is the ballot box in 2027. Because if you force somebody who leads a revolution there at this point in time, the next question you ask yourself, when he gets there and becomes somebody who came to power by a revolution, what makes you feel that he will do the right thing? That won't happen. But if somebody comes to power in the right way and the people pushed him there, it's like Alex Oti. He came to power the right way, and you can see that the people love him. And you tell me you can fight Alex Oti, you cannot fight him. Why? Because if you want to fight, you are fighting the whole of Abians. Just take, for example, there was a maybe SOS that somebody's attacking government house, Alex Oti in government house. Do you think Abians will stand and look at you? People will enter the government house to find out what is happening. That is where you have the backing of the people. So for me, he's doing his own thing the right way. He's a man of silence, and I like it that way, if you ask me, because somebody does not talk too much. You don't even know his next plans. So let him do it the way he wants to do it. My own point is that the Nigerian people should look into the whole thing. And please, as Dele Farochimi said, we need that critical mass. It concerns all of us now. It's not a case where I was talking with my PI, my supervisor, some time ago. She doesn't care about politics. And I told her, it's because in the US, if somebody misbehaves, you have people who will talk and they will come in line. But in Nigeria, we don't have those people. We are trying to form that critical mass now. So if she doesn't care about politics, there are people who can talk for her. But us, if you don't care, we don't care about politics, nobody will talk for you. And that is just my own point about this. Don't see Obi as maybe he doesn't talk, he's weak. And even myself, I lose tap as young as I am. Some things that they forget. They're not to talk of somebody who is old like Obi and who is a little bit busy. He must not comment on every issue. Not everyone. To be honest with you, let me say it was perfect that Obi won this election. I would shift from being a supporter to somebody who will scrutinize him. If something happens,
are you not doing what could be misconstrued as excusing lack of performance? Because one of the areas that I was highlighting was that security policy. We have 5,000 people already kidnapped in the country, and most of the time he comes out and talks about poverty as the cause of insecurity, when he knows full well his own policy is different. What you do at that time is remind people of your policy, what you would have been doing in office.
But
it doesn't do that.
You and I know that apart from this, poverty and lack of jobs is also a part of the insecurity. Because if you get work where you do, will you have time to go out and start committing crimes? I don't think so. You know, one thing, there was this time where we had the Oriental Derby in Enugu, between Rangers of Enugu and Eyimba. That match took place for averagely 2 hours. When I saw that crowd, you know what came to my mind? The people who could have been stealing are in the stadium seeing football. So because they are seeing football,
when they finish watching match, they go and steal. How about his policy?
No, look at what I'm saying. The people who could have been committing a crime within that 2 hours, they will be busy seeing football, meaning they cannot commit crimes. That was what was in my mind that day. Therefore, if you get the people busy, the security will come because everybody is busy.
Augustine, sorry to say, this is such a simplistic approach. Billionaires, they are criminals. This crime is also a human trait. It's not just poverty.
But it,
Yes,
you,
I
no,
know.
no, no, you don't have any scientific proof about that.
No.
Even if you like,
Augustine, sorry. Both you two Augustines. Just this afternoon before Serbia played England, the English fans who are wealthy enough to travel from England to Germany were busy throwing bottles and destroying things with the Serbian fans. Crime sometimes doesn't necessarily belong to people who are poor.
That is when you know that some people are liable to crime. You pick up those people. You should have a limiting factor. Remove all those who have the crime in them.
With what now? With
now,
food?
that's what I'm trying to say. If you get averagely, you, as I said, you always use that term, leave people out of poverty, give people small jobs. The person who commits crime, then you know that he's how will I call it? Crime is endemic in him. So
yeah, but how do you address those ones now with food? That's my point. He has a policy to deal with that, but it's not
It's like saying that there should not be police in America.
No,
because there's no hunger. It doesn't work.
Police in America.
Okay, let me ask you.
Don't get me
as
wrong.
well police as America is today.
Forefather, there is a lady in our midst, so let's recognize her and give her the slot.
Oh, if she wants to speak, she's always free to speak. She knows the rules now.
If there's unemployment rate of 30% in America now, what's going to happen?
Exactly. It will get worse. So my point is that let us solve one part
physical
first.
presence of security, man,
do you
is
know why?
important.
Can I just
providing job is also important? They go hand in hand.
So that should be the line we should all toe. If we are talking about security, we agree that yes, economic well-being is important, but you need to enforce security also. These are the fundamental issues with the country, because even look at the election now. Are you suggesting that Tinubu is poor? If he rigged the election, is it because of poverty?
It's not poor.
Or is rigging election not a crime?
It's a crime, and that is why I said some people crime is endemic in some people. Let us start with the basics first.
The Tinubu rig election.
The example is even to his credit. The example is to support Augustine's position.
The Tinubu rig election.
Please, there's one thing we need to note here. If everybody is comfortable and have people commit crimes, then you are very sure that this one commits crime and should be sent away. That's very simple. But a situation where, if I catch somebody who stole maybe a tuber of yam, to even flog that person.
Augustine, I think you are defending the indefendable. Honestly,
No,
you are defending the undefendable.
Let me just add my voice here. Let's, this idea of it is scientifically proven. Anywhere you have poverty, you would definitely have crime. So what P2B is changing here is, instead of pushing Nigeria forward, you have done so many things backwards. So crime has increased because people are looking for survival.
Augustine,
let me finish. If you map security everywhere in Nigeria, put camera, the whole street in Nigeria, people will steal to survive.
They've landed, right? What I'm saying is that what Augustine said is true. That if there is poverty, the level of crime will go up. But that cannot mean that if you take away poverty, you take away crime. And forefathers' point.
That's not what I'm saying.
So then what? There's no need to make that point if that is not what you're saying. Wait, Augustine.
Augustine, let him finish now because that point is important, so you can understand where he's coming from. Masker, finish.
Just hear me, Augustine. Okay. I'm simply saying that there's no need for argument, because what forefather is saying, or he's supporting, the basic argument is that Peter Obi himself said for proper security in Nigeria, we need to hire more security personnel. Okay? Unless if you are arguing with that line of argument, then there's nothing to add or subtract.
No, look. I'm not arguing with that line of argument.
So that's what I'm saying, that we don't need to go to that.
Military men. But to be honest with you, I am, to an extent, I may not be very sure, but I know that I'm a little bit certain that the number of security men are not up to 1 million. To police 200 million people is difficult. But a case where
I know, see, Augustine, I know a lot. I've done a 50-page document for the
I know
Nigerian
you
police.
have
What
done.
I'm
Just allow
saying,
me land now. Can you just? I don't know how to talk when people are talking. Just allow me land.
Okay, please go ahead, Augustine.
So the first thing, as I said, we complain about food or this. If people are gainfully employed, all of us know that those who will be liable to crime will decrease. Then the number of people we have as security, it is very true that we need them to increase. To be very true, we need them. We need the amount, the number to increase. That's also part of employment from the government. And then we can now talk of, okay, we have security in the land and everything goes very well. So a situation where you decide to bring everybody into this maybe security apparatus and there's still poverty, if you see the security men also stealing, security men also commit crime if they are not well paid or maybe well fed in their own land. That is just what I'm trying to say. So there is a correlation somehow between poverty, hunger in the land, and even criminality.
There is, but that is not the point I was making. The point I was making is that the PWB has a policy of recruiting more into the security services, and when our women and children are getting kidnapped, I would have expected that he would use that his policy as a way of nudging the government in the direction that it's supposed to be going. That they claim, that even the government claim they want to do, which is building our security forces back up. And none of them, all of them. This is what I mean by strategic silence. And he's doing us damage. 5,000 have been kidnapped in a year. That is a lot of people.
For I hear him holistically. He also said, if you pull people out of poverty, criminality will reduce. He also made that comment. It is also in his document.
Yes, but that is not at the forefront. The forefront, what he always talked about is building.
No, that's the one you heard. That's the one you made one.
But he didn't talk about the other ones. He never did anymore. That's my problem. You can talk about all of them, but you just talked about only one part of his security policy, and the government choose to keep quiet about that part too. It's like both of them are symbiotically working together.
Father, there's something Augustine said earlier that I'm waiting to address. If I don't know, I don't want to talk over anybody who hasn't spoken, so I'm going to wait for
Let me just confess
anybody who.
Augustine, are you a doctor? Because I know you are working at the university. Are you a doctor? So we have to put respect if he's a doctor.
No. For me,
okay.
Now I will always say I may be a doctor next
Why
time.
are you telling forefathers who you are?
But
why are you asking that question, forefather?
Now, listen.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't have asked then.
To be honest with you, I am the person.
I want to give him the respect that if he's a doctor, so call him a doctor.
Tell us who you are, forefather, so that I can give you respect too.
I'm
not a doctor.
And I hate praises. That's one thing I don't like in my life. If you praise me, you become my enemy.
Yes, you shouldn't.
Hear him now, forefather.
But he deserves to be called by your title. He deserves to be called by
praise me instead, you become my enemy.
Now you're justifying forefather's position why he has kept his identity hidden.
So Augustine, if madam, if you come back and do something for madam and starts praising you, Dimoma, and all those things, you will hate her and divorce her.
Now, let's get to this way. My wife, to be honest with you, my wife always complains about that because when she wants to praise me, I say, okay, just leave it.
What do you want? Ask her
because I believe that power must leave you.
That is a very dangerous, weird place to be in. Where person praise you, you worry that it's going to do you damage.
Look, as I said, Bozo Konjo has said one thing, that it is very dangerous to fight corruption in Nigeria. To be honest with you, at my little level, when I was an undergraduate, and when I was at the University of Nigeria and Nsukka for my master's, 2, there were times where I was made in charge of money and I stood against corruption and I know what happened to me. It was not that easy. If you must know, I was delayed from graduating in the University of Nigeria and Nsukka 1 year after I've already defended my master's. So it was not that easy. Corruption has a way of fighting back. And besides that, one thing about this is that they always come with praises and the rest. So I decided that, look, anything praises doesn't work with me. And that's why I say I like Obi. Why I always support Obi. One thing is not because of Obi will do the right thing. No. I support Obi because if he does the wrong thing and you said, Mr. President, you have done this, he will listen. That's the only reason why I support Obi. Obi cannot do everything right. It's not true. It's not true. But a listening president, if Tinubu can be a type where he does something, say, Mr. President, this one is wrong. And he listens and say, okay, I will try to solve it, or I will not try to solve it because of this reason. Then we could have been talking about good governance. But the leaders of Nigerians don't listen. The only person who listens a little bit is Obi, and to an extent, Alex Oti of Abia State. If you talk, the Minister of is it a Commissioner of Information will come out to address the issue. And that is what I think I appreciate more. It's not that because he may do the right thing. No.
Thank you,
Okay,
Jonaba.
so can I ask the other question?
Sorry. Let Jonaba go. Jonaba, before you guys bring out the other side of Jonaba.
I just want to ask a question. Just a question.
Can we allow Jonaba to go, please? Jonaba,
are you not surprised that Jonaba and BP are together? Are you not surprised?
They came together. Jonaba, thank you for joining us. I don't know if you are following. What do you think about what you've heard so far?
But Jonaba ina wuni ya kake?
Lafiya lo maska ya dai ya yale.
To mun gode Allah.
Sanu. Thank you for having me back again, gentlemen, and a young lady here, Ify. I hope Obi do not run for 2027 so that he doesn't waste the opportunity that Nigerians have been craving for. In the history of Nigerian politics, there has never been where a third party quickly arose to the front to compete. Even they claim that even some people believe that the election was rigged. It's because of the energy. Nigerian people are tired. They are desperate for a change. But here you have also a gullible followers who believe that he is a saint, and the good thing is that he is not a saint, and he believes he's not a saint. But his only thing is that our gullible society will believe that everyone that come before us are better than us, and that's the damage that Nigeria has done to so many Nigerians, that we lost our self-esteem, and we talk about a single human being like it's God over us. And in that case, I hope that he's not a selfish leader, that he will pave a way for another man that is ready to die for Nigeria and take Nigeria to the next level and not waste people's time. My own opinion is weak as hell. He's just, and I always say he's a manipulator, and that's what Augustine confirmed. He say, oh, he smile, and then he'll go and do another thing. Who want to smile there and go and do another thing? What does that one mean? If you mean something, you say it like you mean it. Why should you put a fake face before the word, and what you're going to do is different? Is that how we
that's
govern
not
people?
true. That's not true. I didn't say that.
Wow.
I will repeat it. I said that he would smile and do his thing. I use myself as an example. When I'm doing something in the class, I'll put it this way. If you don't do this, this is your punishment, and I will smile. They will know that I am serious, even though I'm smiling. So I will not tell you that I'll do another thing. No, I'll tell you that this is what I will do as your punishment, so you know. And once I say that and I will smile, they will tell you he is serious. Don't take that smile.
Okay, thank you for clarifying yourself. It doesn't change my position anyway. This is we have to move past this election period and know how to work with ourselves, changing the damaged society, and then we can produce a quality leader that can take us. But in 2027, of course, the energy is there. Possibly he's going to lose some tangible people, and he's going to gain some people in the lower side of the politics. But here we defend people and all of those things. And one thing is that he is smart. He can defend himself, and to even say we have to be going up and down about to be
Sorry,
issues.
John, who are you talking about? Is it the Obi you said shouldn't run? They are advising her to run again.
This is ridiculous.
Come again?
You said he shouldn't run. So what are you saying again? He will.
No, he shouldn't run. We need
Yeah,
Tinubu
we
for,
got that
we
point.
need
So
Tinubu for
continue
8
with
years.
he shouldn't run. So let's go on. Solution.
We need Tinubu for 8 years.
You don't even need him. He's gonna be there anyway. You do have to
Yeah,
need
Exactly.
so
him.
that's the point.
Are you the one
He's gonna be
that
there for 8
asked him
years.
to be there? So why is you have to need him? I'm talking
Well, we
about
need
putting
him.
your
Why don't we need him? We need him.
okay, whatever. What you're going to understand is that we cannot be having this debate. The whole world is watching us, and the only thing is that those that is going to defend him will defend him, and some of us that are going to criticize him, we will criticize him. Just be man enough to take the criticism and also stand on your ground. Don't be going back and forth with who does not agree with you, who agrees with you. That is not how politics in the late cycle. They are all the same people. They are just struggling for power and transfer of power from one person to another, and who they think is soft enough to be manipulated. So the issue is that we have a lot of issue going on the ground in Nigeria. That of course we need a decent and strong leader, and we are lacking that right now, and it's a waste of energy and resources. To some of you, I told you so before, and I'm telling you now, if in 2027 you go back again, you still get beat up by the system. And the good thing is that the conscience of those people doing it is not beating them down, because the person that is also going to be the opposition is no different from them. He just is a smooth talker, and some of you are coming here to defend him all the time and all the time and all the time. Well, yeah, he's going to make name for himself if he win, and it's if. He's not going to change so much. It's you and I that will look at ourselves and do the little thing we can do. And I believe we are all, as a good citizen, are doing it in one way or the other. Let's keep that underground work and the ground with relationship within ourselves to address our issue as a human being, not as a politician. Politicians come and go. Quarter 8 years, the problem of Nigeria will still remain the same if there is no fundamental change or a radical change. So we have to work on ourselves as a people, how to get along and how to hold each other accountable, and then be man enough if they are caught, if you are caught or if you have been addressed in one way or the other, you know you were wrong. Say I'm sorry. A real man say sorry. It's not that you bring somebody that he make his hand as a sign of F word, and today is the one graduated to be hosting us. That is the reason why Nigeria will not go forward. We cannot reward somebody that have such character, a very backward character, and we are now, which means we are now say, oh, bad behavior is welcome. If you can bull people and say anything you want to say, you are welcome. You are the leader because you can bull people, and we don't have principle. What you go for A will not go for B. What standard are we setting? What message are we sending to the world? This is the man that practically says, you're not going to apologize for making a F word a sign. And today he's our host. That is the mission of Nigeria. And the issue you are asking what Nigerian will be. That is what Nigerian will be, home and abroad. It's a God, it's a man and men and women of on principle who can be tossed to and fro, and yet they speak
Sorry,
bogus.
forefather is hosting. Are you addressing forefather? Let's get you guys. The
No, no.
I'm
international world is
addressing
watching.
Ferrari.
Honorable will host next week. Next weekend.
I'm addressing Ferrari, and
No,
he
sir,
knows
God
that.
is because forefather is
Yeah,
hosting.
you cannot ask me. You are not God. You are not forefather, and you cannot ask me that
No, because
question.
the
Just expect.
international world is watching.
I
That's
know
what I'm saying.
any, and I already said, and the
Okay,
international
good.
world know who did the finger
Okay.
if they are following us.
Yeah.
So we cannot be a joke and then come and be pointing finger. We are weak as hell, and let's keep our weakness until Jesus come and take us to heaven, or Muhammad take us to the Allah in the other side.
Even
Thank
Jesus
you.
and Muhammad, if they come, will not accept them.
Okay, thank you. Ife, I don't know what you think about what you've heard so far. Thank you for joining us.
Hold
If you
on.
can,
Hold on, okay. Can you hear me?
loud and clear.
Okay. Good evening, guys. I've been in and out, and I mean, Janaba, you can't tell somebody whether to run or not to run. I mean, Obi's an adult.
I do not ask him to run. I say I hope. I do not. I'm not in the position of telling him not to run.
Okay, we are not fighting. I don't know why.
No. We are not fighting. I'm trying to clear it, please. We will never. I will never fight even if you offend me.
Okay. So the thing is that honestly, if I tell you that Nigerian politics is, I'm not tired of it. You know that I'm not telling you the truth. The only thing I can say with this government is constantly borrowing money. We were recently approved how many, is it billions? How many $billions? I can't remember, but you know, such amount of money. What they're gonna do with it, I don't even understand. The ones they have borrowed, what they did with it, I cannot even tell you. My concern is that we're talking about minimum wage, but we keep borrowing money and we cannot even sustain the people that are actually doing the work. I think they said that they have approved Tinubu to buy a private jet, another jet, and also what's his name, the vice president. Yes. But I'm still wondering why can't they? It's just this is what I don't understand, and that is why we will never move forward in that country. We have a lot of. I'm not even going to say tribalism. I think we are not honest, or rather, we're not telling ourselves the truth. We have liars. Our politicians are crooks. That is the only thing. That is the only way I can address them. Why we keep on borrowing all this money? Just between the time he took over up until now, do you know how much they have borrowed? And we haven't seen the effect of that money they have borrowed in our economy. Instead, people are suffering. Look at the young guy that took over, what's this country? Is it Senegal? The young 40-something-year-old guy. Look at what he's doing. He slashed the prices of food, commodity, the most essential thing the citizens can get. We are here talking about buying private jet. We are here talking about not even improving the lives of the citizens. See, we are talking about they can't even give them up to 100,000 naira. But they spent about billions of money to furnish, is it to furnish or renovate the vice president's residence? I just don't, in fact, sometimes
to build a new one, actually, a fresh
what?
one.
For what? What happened to the old one?
He was homeless before.
Jim, was it to build a new one or to
I thought they said to renovate.
They built a new vice presidential home.
For what?
No, Chim, not correct. Chim is not correct.
That's correct.
It's to finish the building. Exactly. No, it's to finish the building.
But that is, you are repeating me in a different way. They built a new home.
That's a new building.
What are you talking about?
There is a place he was living before.
What it means was that it was commissioned a law earlier and they completed it now. Or something
Exactly. I understand that. Exactly. I understand that. But the argument was it was not a priority right now.
It is
That's
not.
The point.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
It is not. People are suffering. Does it mean that these people are not listening to the citizens? Does it mean that they're not reading what is going on online? People are crying. People are dying.
Who are the citizens?
Me and you.
Without right. Citizen without right. No citizenship right. You're calling yourself citizen.
You know, consign them.
I mean,
you know, consign them.
You know, honestly, it just I'm getting frustrated with this. It's just so tiring for me.
If you came at the right time, Ferrari would not have condoned this. You're complaining and putting up problems. So you need to thank forefathers. Forefathers is allowing you to complain.
Huh?
So I mean, why is he not gonna?
Is that where we are now?
You have changed.
No, see, you know the truth about the matter is, some of us, when I say the truth, I become a troublemaker.
Forefather, I just want, if he made a comment, they are now muting regional government. So with this borrowing we are doing, if we begin the regional government, would we be able to contribute enough to pay these loans?
Who is lying to who?
They are meeting regional government. That's distraction.
Yeah, who's
Okay.
lying to who?
They are not going to agree to regional government in Nigeria.
Distraction.
See,
They're not going to agree to them.
see,
So give
I
you
don't,
talking
at this
point.
point, I don't even know what is gonna work for us as.
Augustine, don't leave yet, please. Let's let Ify finish. I need to respond, please. When Ify finishes.
I don't even know what is gonna work for us as Nigerians. It's just like, honestly speaking, we don't exist. It's like Nigerians don't exist. The only people that exist right now is the people in the politicians, the senators and the House of Rep or National Assembly, Tinubu and they are the only ones, existing in that. We don't.
You didn't put them there, so you don't
They
exist.
don't.
If you wait for your turn, ask Rotimi Amechi. Wait for your turn.
APC is a bad market. APC is a bad market.
I don't think it is right for us to say that.
Father, can I respond to Augustine, please, before he says he wants to leave?
Okay, Augustine hasn't said much. Okay, just try to keep it brief. Let's try to, because people are backstage now. I'm trying to.
No, I would actually, when I respond, then I'll leave. I'll leave so that you can bring in anybody. Yes. So I'm responding to Augustine with Afro, not Augustine with Gurimakpa. So no vex. So Augustine, so in response to my suggestion, that's what it was. It's a suggestion that what I feel will be the missing link in his leadership of, I still see Obi as the leader of the Labour Party. Everybody can own their views. I see him as the leader. When I mean leader, I'm not saying chairman of the party. He is the leader of the party. Because even this obedience that galvanized around him, voted Labour Party because of him principally. Before Peter Obi came into Labour Party, I'm not sure, garnered up to 1 million votes. Please correct me if I'm correct, if I'm wrong. They never. But INEC gave them 6 million votes. Some of us believe they got more than 6 million votes. Yeah, it might sound like a conspiracy. I want to own my conspiracy. Now, my view is this. I said, Peter Obi could have galvanized these people. I didn't ask him to be a dictator. I didn't ask him. I know he's not in government. I know this is not a parliamentary system of government. I understand that very well. Nevertheless, you see, like KJ said, we say there's this saying that there's a tide in the affairs of men, and I'm not good at saying it 100% because I'm not a literate poet. But you see,
let's try to keep it brief so that other people can be able to.
All right, quickly. So what I was saying is this: you could have seized the moment. Tell the chairman, I want us to set up a system where consistently I will meet with Labour members of the National Assembly. Quietly, they will have their sessions. When they are trying to say they want to change anthem and they're discussing it, Labour Party people will come and discuss with themselves. People will become part of them and say, oh, you know what? Fine. If it is good to change this thing, why don't we tell the National Assembly to throw it open to Nigerians to discuss? National anthem does not belong to Tinubu. National anthem is a national asset that Nigerians have the right to contribute to say our right to compatriot does not suit us anymore. We want to go back to Nigeria with hail thee, or vice versa. Now, when you are doing that and you're meeting with them regularly, it helps to be able to make them see, and Nigerians will begin to see that this Labour Party seems to be the party that is in touch with the feelings of the people. When you're talking about buying new presidential jet, Labour Party will say, no, we don't think, yes, why we want our president to have a befitting jet. We don't want him to fly a jet and die. But nevertheless, this is not a priority right now. Can the government be flying local jet until, because the optics needs to be right with the people. Incidentally, that's not what I am seeing with the man, Peter Obi. I am not saying he's a bad person. I'm only saying there are some moments he could have seized, not in a dictatorial way. I'm not asking for a strong man. I'm asking for somebody who will begin to, help these people begin to see why they are serving the people. Because people see Peter Obi from a different perspective. They see him as an honest man. They see him as somebody who feels the feelings of the people. But his members of the National Assembly that belong to his party are not being perceived in that way. They're being seen in the wrong way. He could have helped them to be in line. I don't see why that's a wrong process. So Augustine seems to disagree with me on that view, but I wanted to clarify so that he understands where I'm coming from. Even though it's not a parliamentary system, where he is the clear, visible opposition in parliament. I understand that. Nevertheless, he could still have done it. There is no system, there's nothing in our Nigerian constitution that says Obi cannot be meeting with the members of the National Assembly. Nothing says that. If his party agrees to it, there's nothing anywhere that says he can't do it.
But Chin is doing that. Chin is doing that.
Well, I think Masca, did you have anything to
Chin
add?
is doing that. Obi is doing that.
So
Obi is meeting.
Since we want to bring people, let me just
Because I'm tired of Chim's tirade against Peter Obi.
You can take me out. No, it's not a tirade against Peter Obi. I beg. I love Peter. If Peter Obi was a woman and a young girl, I probably would chasing him. So
maybe you are doing another level now.
Wow. All right then.
Okay. Anyway, so yes, okay. It's a difficult one for me. I agree with what Chim is saying, but I think he's coming from the wrong place. In my mind, I think the little I know of so far of Peter Obi, this is strategically who the person is. To ask somebody who is a silent operator to begin to sound like who is a noisemaker in our polity now that I can think of. Okay, the people I know, most of you won't know. But Peter Obi will never be the firebrand politician. The man that is insulting everybody from the, okay, fantastic. If you are expecting Peter Obi to be like a Femi Fani Kayode, you are missing the point. He is never going to be like that. He's going to always carry his affairs with decorum, with tact, with measurement. And I believe these are strategic directions the man has taken in his life. This is who he is strategically. That's why I think him is coming from the wrong place. He's thinking that, oh, the man is temporarily being silent. This is who this person would always be. So asking for him to be something else, I think is just a waste of time. And the reality is that you cannot expect every leader to be of the same guile. This is the truth. It's up to you to decide, okay, I like this man, or I don't like him.
Do you think that based on that quality, he's the kind of person to transform the nation? The reason why I ask this is because, like in the UK now, we have somebody they call Nigel Farage. And if in many European countries you have opposition leaders, but they are a lot of more, not necessarily confrontational, but they are always like checking the government constantly. Everything the government does, they are checking them. It's almost like part of the job, really, as an opposition leader. And I feel like in Nigeria, it's not happening. So not necessarily that if Peter Obi wants to be as he is, should he just remain quiet?
This is what I'm saying, and this is where we all miss the plot. It's left for Nigerians to like him or not to like him. This is who he is.
Good.
Okay? The idea that, because let's say, what was the man, this man that was Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, to expect Peter Obi to be a Lai Mohammed is not going to happen. It's not. It will not happen. It's up to Nigerians whether they like the man as he is or they don't like him. This is the bottom line. The man does not agree with the policies, but he's not going to every day be in the TV to criticize government. It is not in his character. Even when he was contesting, he's not criticizing his opponents. People should see that and understand that for what it is. I'm not saying it's good, I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying that strategically, look, you see somebody who is quiet. It's either you want to befriend him like that, or you don't want a quiet friend. That's what it is.
No, I'm not talking about personality. I think people are missing. We're talking about personality. Is silence on important topics like you were supporting before about security, about the national anthem, on critical things like that. You remain silent. I find that disturbing.
Yes.
Forefathers.
Okay. No, sorry, I beg. If not now, please. It's my turn. Don't.
Is it your turn? No, that's true. That's true.
Yes.
Who gave him the turn?
All right. So the bottom line for me is that Nigeria should make up its mind whether they like Peter Obi as it is or not. This is who he is. This is exactly what happened during Buhari's time. people from the south are not very conversant with what happened. But people were thinking that when Buhari becomes president, he'll be a different person. You see something going wrong, you keep quiet.
What
A
a
lot
shame.
of atrocities were happening even under CPC. The man was not talking. People were deceiving themselves that he's going to be a different leader.
Master, we missed a lot of what you were saying. You said Buhari will see something going wrong, he will keep quiet. That's when the line went off. Your audio cut out for a bit.
Okay, I'm just saying that. Okay, I'm saying that people are of different personalities. The idea that we expect a Peter Obi to be a Lai Mohammed today is not going to happen because they are not the same characters. Strategically, I believe Peter Obi believes he is doing something in a certain way, and he believes that that way will take him to promised land. Whether you forefather or Chim believe it is a different matter. And I think the decision is for you, forefather or Chim, to like him or not to like him. And it applies to the whole of Nigeria. I've seen this happen several times. I was given the example of Buhari, where even before he became the president, he was in a certain way. And people were expecting that, oh, okay, when he becomes president, he will be different. It did not happen. Even if Peter Obi is the president today, what I know is that members of his party can go and collect jeep and nothing will happen. The idea that because he's not in power, no, you go and look at it. If you look at it, it's inside Labour Party now. No, wait. He's inside Labour Party. Isn't there a crisis in Labour Party? What has he done? Or does he need to be voted into Labour Party?
No, I'm a bit curious. Who is
Master, he has done a lot. He has done a lot. He has done a lot.
I'm saying that, see, righteous man, I agree with you. See, what I listen, righteous man. I'm not saying that the man is not doing anything. I'm saying the man is not somebody that comes out publicly and talk too much about what he's doing. As simple as that.
You are very correct. You are very
it's not
correct.
His strategy. It's not his strategy. This is all I'm saying. So even when he is the president, Labour people will do something. You will not see him coming out and calling people out like that. Peter Obi will not be calling out people like that. Go and write it down. It's just my opinion, but this is what I believe. But anyway, the key point I want to make is that even the Peter Obi, even if we elect Peter Obi, are we suggesting that the life of Nigeria is only 8 years again? Because Peter Obi can only rule for 8 years. So after 8 years, then what happens? Because we seem to be hovering only about Peter Obi. If this country is to progress, the discussion has to be over and above Peter Obi.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah, but within that 8 years, Peter Obi would have strengthened our institutions.
Forget
and they will
it. You know, okay,
work.
very good. I am happy you raised this. Forefather, please, you have to give me like 6 minutes so that I can address this institution this man has raised.
6 minutes. This is the first time you've ever asked for 6 minutes.
I second
okay, I take 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes, forefathers.
This is the first time Pascal has ever asked for 6 minutes. If you give me 6 minutes, he has something to share now. Should we give me 6 minutes?
Also wrong. I think it is wrong to say that Obi doesn't talk about insecurity. If you check his Twitter handle.
No, sorry, it's my turn now. I mean, if they say my turn has finished, I can keep quiet.
I'm only just putting the point.
Okay, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Yeah.
I'm saying that for you to say he doesn't talk about insecurity, maybe it's because maybe you've not been hearing him or you've not been reading him. Go and check his Twitter feed. You know that he talks a lot about insecurity. That is what I'm trying to talk about. Thank you.
Yeah, I know he talks about it. It's what he says.
Must he be the way you want him to talk about it?
No, not the way. It's his
I thought, see, this is the problem now. Forefathers.
Yeah, please.
I just want to address. I just want to address this institution that righteous man is talking about. You see,
okay, go
ahead. Righteous man, institutions are the fundamental problem that we have. Okay. But I can put it to you that you cannot straighten out institutions even in 30 years. because there are two types of institution. There's the formal institution you're talking about. There's the informal institution you're talking about. What you need to do, a small reference I'll give to you, is if you go to India today, the British people ruled India for a very long time. But the traditional institutions in India are still persisting today. The institutional issues we have, things like dishonesty, things like selfishness, things like tribalism, these are the critical bad institutions that needs to be sorted out. The way we look at religion, these are the fundamental institutional issues. Okay, it's okay for a man to go to church and give money, and then tomorrow in the office he collect bribe. These are the institutional issues that needs to be straightened out. All the other institutions you are looking at, he can remove judges and put other judges. He can clear out all the National Assembly, put other. The truth is that every time these are new members, but they will come and behave in the same way because the underlying institutional norms and values are faulty. And that is where the country really has a problem. And it will not be able to be dealt with in 8 years. I rest my case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So,
but Master, even at 8 years, Master, he would have laid a foundation that another good person will build on. But right now, we don't have any foundation to build on except the corrupt foundation.
Forefathers, righteous man, let me ask you a question. Why this obsession with people?
Forefather must be doing something else.
Huh? Why can't us be talking about the role that we citizens can play to make sure that whoever you like, whether you like Showore or whether you like John Abba to be president, can become
John Abba will use Kunu finish Nigeria. John Abba will use Kunu.
So, if not now, just after me, you go. Forefather, can I go?
Why are we waiting for
anyway,
somebody?
gentlemen, please, good night. I need to sign off. Good night, everybody.
Masker, you can't go. Yeah. We'll go together. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll go with you.
Brother.
Yeah.
You are going to follow me to my house.
Just 2 minutes. I'll go. So,
yeah.
Masker,
okay.
you really made my point to a point, and that point where you got to is where I was careful when I was addressing Chim's position. Personally, I'm not. This is politics. It would be stupidity for someone to expect everybody to line just for one person. It will be stupidity. But what I hate, what I detest is when people want to be gimmish about it. There are people you know that are supporting Obi or that wants good governance. What I'm advising these people is it's not all about Obi. If you allow Obi to bulldoze his way in, he will do exactly as other people. But if we galvanize around him and get this power, he will have a little entitlement. We also have entitlement. It will not be a one-man thing. But when somebody like John Abatos, whom you know that he hates Igbos, particular hatred for Peter Obi, I don't need to respond to him. But when somebody like Chim or Maskatos, I will come to him and say, if we want it to be our thing, we shouldn't play, we should know a way of galvanizing. I'm only talking to Obi because Obi is one of the people that stood out. If his second person is here, or if this guy, what's his name, the vice president, I never knew him before Obi picked him. But since Obi picked him, I have done some background work about him. If he comes out next election, believe you me, I am going to support him. I'm not interested where he is from. I'm interested in getting somebody that will be responsible to all. Someone that will be able to, you have a bit confidence that he will change this system. I was against when people were voting for Tinubu or supporting Tinubu because I lived in Lagos. I knew that what Tinubu did in Lagos was to make Lagos a two-state for the rich and for the poor. The rich were getting richer, the poor were getting poorer in Lagos State. And I knew that that was what he was coming to do in Nigeria. So if I have a candidate that somebody is, I go to him, I see he will bring that civility to Nigeria, nationhood to Nigeria, I am going to support the person. So what I'm saying, when we have a candidate like that, someone like Peter Obi cannot be coercive. But does he have characters we need? Then we have cohesive people. Can they go and do that work and bring it to the table? And all of us, we sit on the table and have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before you go, since you mentioned
So we
my
can
name,
go now.
excuse me,
Yes, we can go now.
please, Master,
Okay.
can we
Good
go?
night, everybody. Good night.
Please,
Good
please,
night.
you can
Can
go.
I ask you a question before you go?
No, wait.
Okay, they are saying she wait.
Yeah, please.
Let me ask you a question before you go, please.
Can you stop distracting me, righteous man? This is a strong word. Now, let me address. You are a reverend. You are a Reverend Augustine. The word hate, I think you have a misconception about life, and even your position as a Reverend Father. The word hate is too much to use for me disagreeing based on my own principle of Obi, and you cannot take me out of my way because you want me to sound like you. And for me to dislike his politics, like him as a person, is not a hate. And I hope you go down. There's one statement, let me remind you one day, to bring you to a better judgment of life, and maybe it will help you. There was a time you said that a cleaner in in America, is richer than you, right? Because of your you remember that, so you should know I pay attention. Now, that is where I wanted to address you that day, that is not true. The fact that you believe that somebody is a cleaner and you're giving to Nigerian space because of your foundational problem we have in Nigeria, that mostly we support our family, does not make a cleaner in your office richer than you. But then, why did I mention that? I have that because that is your own. I can see the window to your heart based on that, and that is the same pattern you are using to say, "Oh, I hate Igbo people." You don't even bring it down to Obi. Those are the people in Nigeria that you guys sound like. My best friends here, and the people I do business home and abroad. My PA is an Igbo man, Victor, from Abia State. So all of those things you are saying is on principle and on personal individual. I have no hate for humanity. I can disagree with you. So I hope you grow from that even in your church and the people disagree, you don't cancel this person and say, oh, with a closing eyes, oh, he hates you. Nobody, it's a strong word to use. I hope you learn that lesson. Thank you so very much. Have a good evening.
When you say you listen to me, I said white people having a black friends. I said a cleaner in my office is richer than me because he lives in America and he has not the kind of responsibility we have because our country is not stable.
I heard you.
No, you can't summarize it because you brought it out of context.
No, the same thing I repeat. I said to you, your concept about life was based on that, and I say no. That is the same way that you are using the way of your judgment and the view of life,
So
and you are using it towards me.
What is richness in wealth? What is wealth? What is
whatever
wealth?
you mean, you are a reverend, you are giving to this humankind and to your value that you make because it's a Nigerian and you are giving to Nigeria. I don't mention the word word. And then that's your word. I didn't use the word word. So you have to know that the life that we are living, people have the right to be principled. And if you as a reverend, you do not know your value as you are, that you said simply because maybe they can buy things that they bought. The measure of a man is not based. Mother Teresa does not have anything left. The world celebrating today. And I hope as a reverend that you serve humanity, that is what you are.
Okay,
You are the one that brought it to me to say the word hate, and you don't use that word.
Augustine, let's put this thing on record. John Abba, do you hate P2B?
I don't hate P2B.
John Abba, do you hate Igbos?
No.
Okay. So what are we talking about now?
Okay.
Tell your brother
All right. Before we start closing.
So you are not my brother. How do you know he's my brother?
Hold on. If not,
we are all brothers now. I said, tell your brother.
Before we start closing out,
why not say tell our brother the thing?
Okay, tell our brother then. Thank you for correcting me.
Senior citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Before we start closing out, I want to recognize all the fathers for Father's Day.
Whoever I give with a gist,
all this is our modern invention.
Can I give you gist?
What is the gist now?
They say we should come out for Father's Day. That's why I carry my head come for Father's Day. They prayed for us, but wait, I want to ask a question. Most of you are abroad. What everybody out there was old men. I was the youngest, and I'm sure they're younger than me, up to 15 years. Yet I'm in my mid-30s. When I came out, I saw old men, and I saw people who I know will be fathers, and young men I know have children did not come out. Una they fear to be papa for the Western world. I'm asking those in the Western world. Did they fear? It was so strange to me that I came back and people were asking me, "Are you a father?" I told them that I'm collecting the blessing for the future. Because I don't know why people are afraid in this part of the world to be father. Maybe those people, some of you who have lived here for 20 years, 15 years, you can tell me because you may know the tradition better. I'm a senior citizen. Why are your people in the US afraid to be fathers?
I think maybe they don't just like the idea that they choose one day to recognize father. They don't buy into all those narratives. You know, like Mother's Day, they don't. Some people don't buy into it, especially men. Men are not very sentimental about these things. That could be it, Augustine. That's my take anyway. Is there any other opinion on this? Why is it that the men are not exactly jumping around for Father's Day? You know, the women, if you don't send them card on Mother's Day, you're going to get it. But the
what I try to understand is not about being fascinated about a Father's Day. I mean, it's rejecting being a father.
How do you mean rejecting? By not showing up?
What do you have these people have responsibility and they have a conscience. To be a father doesn't make you a dad. Maybe they are not dad enough.
Okay.
So are you saying because they didn't come out means that they are rejecting being a dad?
No, I looked at the body languages of the people. Not because they didn't come out or they came out or they didn't come out.
Are you a psychologist?
No, I just try to look at their body languages. Most of them are not ready to take the responsibility.
Austin, are you a spiritualist?
Are you judging? I'm not. Are you judging people like that?
Hold on, it's an interesting point he's raising. So you are saying the people you looked at, they are not the ones that attended the occasion. The ones you met outside, is that the ones you are referring to?
Now, those I saw there, their face looked too strange. And even I who went out, they wanted to know why I went out.
How?
You mean the ones you met there? They wanted to know why you came out to join them.
Yes. They want to ask me, at this age, are you a father? That's why I replied by telling them that no, I may not have a child now, but I know I'll be a father. So I'm collecting the blessings for the future.
Mid-30s, you don't have a child. What is going on, even? You are part of the problem.
Exactly. You are the one who is afraid of being a father.
Austin, what is strange? Austin, what is strange in that question?
Pardon?
What is strange?
Senior citizen.
No, I say what is strange in that question they asked you?
No, as I said, the question was that, are you a father? The point is that if you are not a father, whether I don't know whether they are married or not, I don't know. The question, the way they tried to put it, that they were so shocked that I, as a young man, was a father.
But are you a father?
I don't have.
But that's why I asked the question.
That's why you're not. So why are you surprised that they are surprised? Because you are not a father.
You don't know anything about me. I'm a child in my village.
Maybe you look so young.
They read your mind. They knew you were lying.
I'm not lying.
They were surprised.
You don't have the father face.
What is strange in the question they asked you?
No, what was strange is that, okay, now let me put it straight. What I'm trying to say is this. Most of the men there, which I know they have children, I've been seeing them come with children, were not even willing to come and get, let's say, blessings. And their faces show that it's like you don't want to take up the responsibility of that fatherhood. That was what I told you from their faces.
Let me kindly say to you that you look like you are in trouble. You are looking for trouble. You're a troublemaker.
And he crowned it up with the question they asked me after I came back.
Okay. What's the question they asked you?
And the question was that, are you a father? Like they were shocked that a young man can.
Okay, guys, for fathers, I'll see you guys in the other room.
All right, see you. So I get what you are saying to an extent, but I'm not sure. I think fathers that are already fathers in the West, they are quite happy to admit that they're fathers. But they are not often very keen to become one in the first place. So that is also true in the West. Look
but there's something Augustine is missing also. It's only in Nigeria that they will say you come out. What blessing are you collecting as a father? Are the people going to pay your in the church? Are they going to pay your children's school
They
fees?
will not pay your children's school fees.
Yeah. So what is the standing of going to change in terms
No,
of
the
responsibility?
point is this.
No. Masca is not on that ground. It's on the ground of productivity.
What is the productivity part of it?
Don't mind righteous man. They have taken life. He has lost his bearing.
Productivity of going to Father's Day celebration.
You found the what do you call it now? The problem statement. Go and do your research and come and tell us what to find after like 3 months.
God bless you. God bless you. Yes. And you should tell us your null hypothesis so that when you come back, we will know whether it will pass or fail.
Yeah, there were important topics we would have discussed today, but I guess Alaba was going with political stuff because today is Sunday. Normally we have a bit more. We were looking to discuss maybe things about free will, what is free will, and whether we have free will or not. Because all of us we believe that we have control over
There's
everything.
no free will.
Forefather,
You already started with the controversial position.
Forefather, do you know that today is very unique? Today is Sunday, today is Salah, and today is Father's Day.
Okay, it's very unique. Thank you for giving us that correlation. I don't know whether it's going to do anything for us, but it's good. You are a father too, so it's a special Father's Day from that point of view. All the Salah people, happy Salah, Master. We didn't even wish him happy Salah. Is here how we are?
Yes, my dear sister Ipi, how are you?
Maskana, what for you? Good evening. Why you not bring ram for us now?
The ram is here now, but I'll send you a virtual ram. Don't worry. After all, I joined virtually. I'll send the ram virtually. You will receive a virtual ram.
Now, what for you? Are you supposed to kill one ram for us?
I killed two actually.
So you believe that we don't have free will, and
Masker, whether it's ritual ram or physical ram, Masker, we eat your ram this year. I am just telling you, whether
you righteous man, I cannot. My response to you will be coded response. Don't worry. That's what I will tell you.
Okay. Thank you. I understand. Don't mind Austin. Austin is just laughing. Austin, you are prepared to be a father very soon.
What I will do if I'll preserve your ram. Anytime you come, the meat will be here. We used to keep ram meat for 1 year.
Wait, I should be a father because I'm in my mid-30s. Anyhow, the point is that it depends when the same time when you wake up now, your morning, Abi.
That might be. I'm just saying, but you are studying now.
But you see, forefathers, the will you are talking about, actually, if you have it, it will be like 2% of your life. Because number one, you don't determine whether your heart should beat or not. You can't stop your heart from beating. You can't stop yourself for more than 5 minutes from breathing. You are not determining the kind of thoughts that come to your head.
What?
Master, you can stop yourself from breathing. Now, what do you mean?
For more than 5 minutes, it's not possible.
Those who jump into
it's possible.
To be honest,
this is what is called, and Augustine will understand when I say statistical insignificance. They are statistically insignificant. You cannot do it. After all, this one, if we put this argument now, let's see if you stop yourself for 5 minutes here.
We cannot do it. There are some people.
But that's not an argument.
No.
That's the wrong
argument. All right, good night. Good night,
Jonaba, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. What happened to the light now? They take light there too.
No, I'm at the balcony I'm the balcony. I don't want to turn the
Jonaba, please, before you go, please, I will be going to your stage very soon. I think you should call your people
for you. They'll bring the yam for you and to your bedroom and serve you. You are the chief of everything. So don't even try to go to Benue. Stay in your bedroom. They will come and serve you.
All right.
Thank you.
But what country are you? UK or US?
She's US now. She's US. She's in the US.
I'm not for US now.
So one other topic I was looking to cover, I think we are going to be covering it when we have time. This one, people are not going to like it. I was asking how much are Nigerians willing to pay monthly to restore security in Nigeria, and nobody has ever volunteered any amount they are willing to pay every month for that. And yet,
Money wise,
yes,
No,
money wise.
no, forefathers, that question or that statement is wrong. Right now, we are paying for security to secure our area. There is no street in Lagos. There is no resident in Lagos that is not paying a special fee for security.
Yes, but when you tell them to pay nationally,
no, but you see, forefather, stop there. If you pay nationally, what's your guarantee that it will be your money would enter the use? That's the issue.
The question is,
Forefathers,
if
I
you
think
pay and they don't deliver, then you are going to have issues with them. But right now, because you are not paying, you are not linked to them directly. Like, let me ask, hold on now, let me ask Righteous Man. Those people that you pay in your local area, if they don't perform, don't you hold them accountable?
We hire them,
you hold them
and
accountable.
we know them.
That's what happens. If you pay nationally and you know you are paid for it and they don't perform, you're going to hold them. More likely.
Forefathers, we are
No,
paid.
no. The question is, how do you people hold your people accountable? The how is always there.
That's a good question.
Whenever there is issues that pertain to security, maybe there is a theft. What we normally do is we involve police and get them arrested.
Exactly. So you are suggesting that we should arrest our president? Is that what you are saying, forefathers?
No, forefather is a military contractor, so that's why he's bringing that topic up.
No, I think it's a fair question, because if you don't pay for your national security and you have security problem, I don't understand, because it's more efficient if you pay it nationally.
So what happened with the budget? What happened with the annual security budget?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now.
The amount we are spending on our security budget, we're actually getting the security that we pay for. I believe so.
Okay.
No, okay. So the question is, on what basis is this your belief, forefathers? Is it that you've done a research? Because you keep saying that you are an empirical person.
Yes.
So this your position now, is it on empirical facts that you have seen that the money that was budgeted has all gone into the lines that it was said to the issue go? The money we say we'll buy gun, we buy gun. The money we say we'll buy bullet, we buy bullet. The salary, the allowances of all the military people we say we'll do, we have given. Have we done? Have you checked that?
What I did was I took into account that people are going to, embezzle funds now they get from security forces, and I took that into account. No,
embezzle what percentage?
Okay, gentlemen and lady, I will be going to bed. It's almost 3 a.m. here in Nigeria. So, good night, everybody. I wish you the best of the day. Good night.
I hope you have a great week ahead, and you have a fruitful week ahead. Thank you for joining us.
In fact, I'll be a foolish man if I don't follow a fellow Nigerian home. Good night, everybody.
Oh, goodness. All right, we're going to have these discussions later anyway, and I hope you all, ladies, today, lady and gentlemen, you all have a good time. Masca, Augustine, Ife, Toad, Righteous Man, Amy, all the people that joined us today, I really appreciate you. And also, we also have to appreciate Masca and this is what's his name, Ferrari, for doing a good job today, because it's not easy. People are still getting used to him. They are thinking that he's just mean and all the rest. That's how people really hated me. I'm sure they still do hate me, but my point is that they are getting used to me now compared to Ferrari. That's why they don't like him. Sooner or later, they'll all be fine with him. So I appreciate Ferrari for doing what he did today. And I have to acknowledge the people that donated. A lot of people donated today, from Alexander Gomez. Let me just highlight them. It's only fair. One man went to waste number 1 to donate. $10. Mazin Prince has been donating heavily, supporting the channel very heavily. I really appreciate the donation he's giving to Dr. Damages. And Kulata, again, Tope O, Mazi Prince again, present heavy one. Alexander Gomez, Alexander Gomez, as always, donating. Oscar Blackbone, Alexander Gomez again, Oscar Blackbone. And Tope O, thank you for all the donations, Tope O. She's always on the chat supporting too. Alexander Gomez again, another Alexander Gomez here. And how you make it clearly, man, this guy he really doesn't like me, but I do like your donations to Dr. Damages and your support for the channel. Thank you very, very much. Tope O, I do appreciate your donations. Kulata, Oscar Blackbone, Tope O again. Wow, a lot of donation from Tope O, Kulata. Thank you all for joining us. I hope you all have a great week ahead. I hope the conversations that have been had here, sometimes it gets rough, sometimes it gets smooth. I hope it enriches your lives, because this shouldn't be for nothing. Don't come here for nothing. You hold us accountable, and we are going to do our best to deliver.
Of democracy.
Yeah, a meaningful conversation that we all learn something from, that enriches our life, because these things go on to inform our decision making. I thank you all for joining us. Let me acknowledge some of the people in the chat. Lighthouse, Blessing Chukwuka, Lighthouse again, Chai, I see you there. Tope O, I see you there. Okachaten, I see you there. Yemi Adekonola, thank you for joining us. Mark Eneli, I see you there. Let's see. I'm not going to be able to say everybody. One Nigeria, I see you there. Equity, fairness, and justice. Motown, Motown MTN. One of the comment Motown MTN this thing put out today made me laugh, because this guy is so against me. He was praising me today. I found that very shocking. Motown MT, thank you. Queen TA, I see you there. I'm not feeling 100%, so I'm sure you all have picked up on it. Young man, I see you there. Young man, I see you there. Who else is there? Sarah. So Safari Reporters. Safari Reporter, that seems very specific. Thank you for joining us, Safari Reporter. Blessing Chukuka, I've said Blessing Chukuka. That should be it. I should play us out now, and I hope you all have a great week ahead.
There's one question I wish to ask you.
What question?
I want to learn something. You always say that after that you can go to the back. How will I call it?
Backstage.
Backstage.
Yeah,
how
you are there now.
Go to the backstage? How?
You are there now. When we close, you are in backstage.
No, when you close, the thing locks me off.
It shouldn't log you off. You can use the link to come back in.
Okay.
You can use the link to come back in, and that backstage it gets very interesting. People will be eating, talking, and all kinds of stuff.
I knew that once it goes off, then it's off.
Yeah, no, you are all backstage. All kinds of stuff goes on backstage. And anybody that wants to join backstage, you can join us. There are a few people that are backstage already, and some of them don't want to come on camera, so you just put them on camera then when they come on. And okay, so I've said enough. I hope you all have a great week ahead, and till next time, good day, good night, till next time. Bye. Let's see what else is there.
onye ọma zoro obi o akwa nwa zoro obi o Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo akwa nwa ilochi o biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya onye ọma zoro biko abọmma wazoro ndosari ibia onye nigana mo ulaga doni ibia zigabenu mo ulaga Olagadoni Piazigo, Abama Wilo Chilo, Bigorabuzoro, Onawazi, Maziwakoma, Odoguna Quarezinaka, Onyomaniga Delemo, Mazini Piazigo. Go with the melody. You got to go where you're for. Odogu Nachala Noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olagadoni Pesigono. Olagadoni Piazigo, Amama Wilo Chilo, Bigorabuzoro, Anabazi, Say, Onyamazoro, Amama Wazoro, sorry. If you are the Guanamo of Uber, Olagadoni Piazigo, Nazaboy. Olagadoni Piazigo, Amama Wilo Chilo, Bigorabuzoro, Anabazi. Odogu Canano Bikitro, Amaquamnica Gogogia, Olive Quello, Ikejama Bella. Hey, you want?
So Chukwu Mekalumo Ike Chukwu Negaji Esi nwanne mekene Ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa Nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị agbamanwe iyo iyo biko lapụ